for it. Oh, there it is. Why? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your first week of March. We actually have a ton of data this week. Everything from trade data all the way down to the Fed. You even got a couple of earnings. We are starting off a little bit more flimsy than we ended on Friday into the all-time highs again. I think this is like week number 16 out of 18 of hitting a new record high. The last time that has happened was 1971. But all in all, we are starting off a little slow. There is a lot in store for this week in terms of data. We're going to see where it takes us, get through March, and then see what Jerome Powell says and where we're ending the quarter. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you woke up bright and early and got some energy for the day. But good morning. How are you, baby? What's up? I missed you, Chad. Oh, it's the weekend. What up, Laurie, Derek, Burrito, Najee, baby, Devlin, Brian Fierro's, baby, Ben Stone, Sungrown Organics, Laker, Jay, good morning, Guts, Eric, Mark, baby, Ansel, Mr. El Chapato, baby, Samuelson, Laker J, Christina, Chris Leon, Daniel, Scissor, Nicky, Matthew Orman, Schofield, S-Dub for Mayor, baby, good morning. What up, Open Face? What up, Josue? What up, yee? Oh, good morning, baby. What up, Dedrick? What up, Charlie? Good morning, Agent of Chaos, Dirty Bird, Nathan, Brian. Good morning, baby. John Marlin, Jamar, Cam, Be Like Mike, Ray, Jibber, will ya? Good morning, baby. How you living, Regal? Good morning. What up, Brian? What up, Christian Alexis, Kennedy, baby, Godfather, Mr. Malone, Turbo, James, Ansel, Light Abyss, Psycho, baby. Good morning. Oh, it's Psycho. I read it like Psycho, but it sounds like PSY Psycho. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my goodness. Diamond, Ray, Jerry, Jazz, Rick, Jesse, Kurt, Van, Breezy, baby, Lucky Soldier. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. Happy Monday. What up, Turbo? What up, Real Talk? How you living, Alaskan? Good morning, Jazz. What up, Bullish Bear? Waz, baby. It's snowing in March. Oh, my gosh. Donnie, Crystal, Josiah, Mo, Josue, Tony, Terry, Apostle. Good morning, baby. What about the Twitch? El Coyote, 12 Jimmy, baby, T-Toxie, Sencal Hustle, KJ Lemur, Nikki on Smash, Blowing Doll, It's Sims, baby, Mother Laker, S. Jones Jax, Ryan A, NXG, Lynn Sense, El Vector, baby. Good morning, BDA Cookie Monster, Charlie and that tree from Vegas. Isn't the wind all crazy? Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Most Dope Andy, Joe Zizzy, Dennis V, It's Mums, Pickle Pickler, Ibex, Item Box, Robo Handtech, Bitcoin, Peter Shift, It's Mums, Nikki on Smash, and Uncle Nick alongside of Blowing Dough, baby. Good morning. Morning. Oh, wait. What's a golden Kappa train? What? Yo, Twitch. We just did something in Twitch. I don't even know what this means. Yo, have y'all ever seen this? I've never seen a golden Kappa train. What is this? Oh, it's a good day. It's a good day. I think everybody get a horn. Oh, I can't find the horn, actually. Hold on. We need to bust out one of the new ones. Please hold. If y'all could like the video, too. We did good. I got a couple of weird ideas here for the morning. I don't know. And again, we got a lot of earnings, too. Something rare. It looks rare. I think we did it on Twitch. We just did something rare on Twitch. I'll take it, baby. I'll take it. Good morning. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for a wild day. Again, just not even today, but it's going to be a wild week. We got a lot in store still. So, I love you. Good morning. Like the video. And now, my AI assistant will take over for now. Okay, I got 8 minutes of news for you. Excuse me.
U.S. futures waiver as post-PCE relief rally fades. U.S. equity futures gave up modest gains and European stocks retreated from their highs as the relief rally encouraged by an inline reading on American inflation faded. Contracts on the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100 fluctuated after the indexes closed at records Thursday, rounding off 4 months of gains. New York Community Bancorp Inc. fell more than 30% in pre-market after identifying material weaknesses in how it tracks loan risks. Dell Technologies Co. soared 21% after its results beat expectations.
Damn.
Apple Inc. slipped as Goldman Sachs Group Inc. removed the stock from its conviction list.
Oh, I didn't save that. Oh, well, that's the wrong one. I guess you guys get me today. Stocks fall after rally seeks rate cut signals. U.S. stock futures are traded after a series of record highs on Wall Street as investors awaited reassurance that central banks are on track to cut interest rates in the coming months. Contracts on the S&P and NASDAQ edged lower, though chip makers at the forefront rose pre-market. Western Digital, Micron, and NVIDIA added more than 1%. Apple dropped more than 1% after being hit with a 1.8 billion euro fine by the European Union. Tesla fell after Elon Musk's pay package was struck down by a Delaware judge. Both U.S. indexes ended Friday at all-time highs, with the S&P having advanced 16 of the last 18 weeks, a run not seen since 1971. That rally was fanned further last week by U.S. data that reinforced bets that the Federal Reserve would be able to cut rates this year. The earnings season, meanwhile, showed companies averaging 8% earnings growth. Better economic outlook, bullish investor sentiment, and some better earnings have supported equity markets. Jefferies strategist Mohit Kumar wrote in a note, whether it's the economic outlook or the central bank put being back on the table, investors are very positive on risk assets. European shares also paused near a record high after 6 weeks of gains, though the tech subindex outperformed. Treasuries slip while oil prices steady near the highest level in a year after OPEC extended production cuts. While the markets may have broadly pushed Fed policy easing expectations to July from the previously anticipated May, Kumar still expects 75 to 100 points of cuts this year. Some hints could come this week from Fed Chair Powell's congressional testimony, while the European Central Bank will hold a policy meeting on Thursday. A raft of economic data is also due, including U.S. monthly payroll figure on Friday. In Europe, Delivery Hero rose after announcing the launch of a financing traction to amend its financing facilities. Earlier in Asia, the world's top chip maker, Taiwan Semiconductor, rose to its highest level ever. Elsewhere, Bitcoin topped 65,000, leading traders to bet that the cryptocurrency will surpass the record price of 69,000 hit during the pandemic. Key events this week: ECB governing member Robert Holzman on Monday, Fed Patrick Harker Monday, Tokyo CPI Tuesday, Governor Kuzeo Ueda from Bank of Japan on Tuesday, China Caxton Services on Tuesday, China's 14th National People's Congress on Tuesday, Eurozone S&P Global Services PMI and PPI on Tuesday, factory orders ISM S&P Global Services PMI on Tuesday, more than a dozen states hold Republican and Democratic primaries on Tuesday, Australian GDP on Wednesday, Jeremy Hunt unveils annual budget on Wednesday, Eurozone retail sales on Wednesday, Fed Chair Powell before House Committee on Wednesday, Fed issues beige book of regional economic conditions on Wednesday, Neil Kashkari, Mary Daly on Wednesday, China trade forex reserves on Thursday, Bank of Japan member Junko Nakagawa speaks on Thursday, ECB rate decision on Thursday, jobless claims on Thursday, Fed Chair Powell on Thursday, Fed Loretta Mester on Thursday, U.S. President Biden delivers State of the Union on Thursday, Eurozone GDP on Friday, U.S. non-farm payroll unemployment on Friday, and Fed John Williams on Friday. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. So not bad. Where is it? More stock records. U.S. stock futures are muted heading into the session following a chip-driven surge for the NASDAQ 100 on Friday, with the S&P notching up its fifth record close of the year. Japan's Nikkei 225 surpassed 40,000 point for the first time ever, opening the door to more gains and causing at least one trading app to briefly crash as its customers rushed in. Taiwan's TSMC, the world's top chip foundry, also hit a new all-time high as they tracked the bounce for semiconductors in the NASDAQ and benefited from the optimism on AI growth. Higher stock targets. The stream of index records this year has strategists racing to increase their targets on the S&P, with Bank of America's Civitas Submarinian the latest to do so. Bull markets end with euphoria, but we're not there yet, Submarinian said. Goldman Sachs strategist David Kostin agrees, said that the big tech rally is backed by fundamentals and doesn't resemble past bubbles. Bond traders, meanwhile, are still looking to snap up U.S. debt on the assumption that the U.S. economy will eventually slow. Losses in bond markets since 2021, however, have wiped all but any gains over cash for the last decade. Strong openings. The strength of corporate earnings has also helped the mood, with more than 3/4 of the S&P 500 firms surprising to the upside. Even if NVIDIA took more plaudits, the chipmaker has been the center of the bull run, but warnings are starting to emerge of the risk of seeing stocks as limitless bet on the future of AI. Apple, however, is seeing increased bearishness from an analyst, with Goldman removing it from a conviction list. Bitcoin euphoria. Bitcoin isn't quite at a new record, but it's getting closer, topping 65,000, continuing to benefit off the strong demand of the spot exchange fund, which was launched in January. The blistering rally for the digital asset is caused record inflows into the ETF, with the products from BlackRock and Fidelity attracting the most money and others cutting fees to keep up. Amid that, the resistance to crypto on Wall Street is disappearing day by day. Bro, we did that, man. God bless you. Golden Kappa. No idea what that is still, Twitch. No idea. Amen. China meeting. This one's pretty interesting. Chinese Premier Li Qiang will not hold a press briefing at the country's National People Congress. This is the first time a sitting premier has done so since 1993. That will remove a rare platform for investors to learn about the policy direction of the country as President Xi Jinping consolidates control. At the event on Tuesday, the government is set to announce its growth target and outline its strategies to support the slowing economy, though economists don't predict any bazooka-type stimulus. Isn't that crazy? So he's supposed to speak, but they were like, nah, we good, bro. We good. So, not too bad. Okay, I think we got a little bit more. S&P futures are down by 0.2 Monday morning. Trading comes after stocks finished mostly higher last week, with the S&P notching its 15th record high this year and up for 16 times in the last 18 weeks, something that hasn't happened since 1971. Treasuries weaker across the curve. Dollar index is up by 0.1, firmer on the yen cross, but a touch weaker versus euro and sterling. Gold is up by 0.2. Bitcoin futures up by 3.5, above 66,000 and highest since November 21. WTI is up by 0.2. No big direction drivers in play ahead of Powell and payrolls later this week, as well as CPI next week. Recent support chalked up to inline January core PCE reading following hotter than expected CPI and PPI prints. Also, some focus on sell-side strategists taking their S&P price targets higher on mega cap earnings and more resilient U.S. macro backdrop. AI proliferation theme, another bright spot, particularly with some signs of broadening out. Buybacks and dividend inflation, also a tailwind along with pickup in passive inflows. Fairly busy macro week ahead. Economic calendar features ISM services on Tuesday, ADP private payrolls and job openings on Wednesday, initial claims on Thursday, and unemployment report on Friday. More Fed speak on tap, though the focus will be on Powell's semi-annual monetary policy testimony to Congress on Wednesday and Thursday. Super Tuesday also this week, a non-event for the market, with Trump and Biden rematch a foregone conclusion. Key overseas events include the start of China's National People Congress and ECB decision on Thursday. Still busy on the earnings side of the calendar with Big, Costco, Gap, KR, Ross, and Target, the retail highlights. European Commission fined Apple $1.8 billion for abusing position in distribution of music streaming apps. Broadcom, Marvel, and Oracle, the notable tech names reporting. SMCI and DEC tapped to join the S&P 500, replacing Whirlpool and Zion. Boeing unconfirmed takeover with SPR. AT&T said it remains on track to meet all of its financial guidance. URI to acquire Yak Access for $1.1 billion. Macy's received improved $24 a share takeover from Arkhouse and Brigade Capital. MP announced new $30 million buyback authorization. VSTO rejected unsolicited indication of interest from MNC Capital. In the early 2000s, what's this? In the early 2000s, the U.S. and the global economy experienced a China shock, a boom of imports of cheap Chinese-made goods that helped keep inflation low, but at the cost of local manufacturing jobs. A sequel might be in the making as Beijing doubles down on exports to revive the country's growth. Propped up by cheap state-directed loans, Chinese companies are glutting foreign markets with products they can't sell at home. Some economists see the China stock pushing inflation down even more there at first. Okay. That's a Wall Street Journal one. Beijing is expected to resist growing market pressure for much stronger stimulus to spur the China economic recovery at their flagship annual policy event this week. Analysts have said as President Xi focuses on turning the country into an advanced manufacturing superpower, Japan is considering calling an end to deflation in the wake of rising prices. Kyoto News reported a move that would turn a new page in the world's fourth largest economy after decades of economic stagnation scarred a generation of workers and investors. Israel is basically signed on to a 6-week ceasefire that would be used to facilitate a second round of swaps of hostages for Palestinian prisoners, a senior U.S. administration official said. OPEC extended oil supply cutbacks to the middle of the year in a big bid to avert global surplus and shore up prices. The curbs, which on paper total roughly 2 million barrels a day, will remain in place until June, according to delegates who asked not to be identified because the info isn't public. U.S. real estate inflation is much cooler and tamer than the government data would suggest, as rental ease amid a jump in supply and downtick in demand. Economists insist it's only a matter of time before CPI and PCE start to reflect that reality. Supercore, Supermicro, and DEC will replace Whirlpool and Zion on the S&P. Arkhouse and Brigade increased their bid for Macy's to 21 from 21 to 24. President Biden is struggling to overcome doubts about his leadership inside his own party and broad dissatisfaction over the nation's direction, leaving him trailing behind Donald as the general election contest is about to begin. A new poll by New York Times and Siena College has found, with 8 months left until the November election, Mr. Biden's 43% support lags behind Mr. Trump's 48%. The recent rally has driven the share of market cap in stocks with extremely high valuations to levels similar reached during the euphoria of 2021, but the prevalence of extreme valuations today looks far widespread than in 2021 after adjusting for market concentrations. In contrast, the cost of capital is much higher today, and investors are focused on margins rather than growth at any cost. These headwinds from higher WACC have also weighed on small caps. Quality is expensive and will tactically underperform, and confidence in the inflation outlook improves. However, tighter WACC means valuations of small, unprofitable growth stocks are unlikely to return to their 2021 highs. Womp, womp, womp. Don't worry, we got a little more. Bitcoin retail favorites surge as FOMO dynamic returns to market. Stronger than expected earnings growth, improving margins following layoffs among key earnings season themes. Corporate credit risk premiums continue to shrink. Fund managers flag risk around companies with conspicuously low tax bills. Regional banks fear remains overhang for broader bank stocks. Some people playing down bubble fears despite big rallies in tech and chipmaker shares. Apple continues to significantly lag peers in AI. Apple authorized sellers in China after steep discounts on latest iPhone. Fate of U.S. Steel and Nippon deal may lie ahead of U.S. Steelworker Union. Reddit reportedly seeking valuation of $6.5 billion IPO. Joanne considered bankruptcy filing as soon as this week. Trump leads likely voters by 4 points, reversing Biden's 2-point lead in December. Majority of voters say Biden too old to be effective president. Small but meaningful number of GOP voters would vote Trump in November. Nikki Haley suggests she no longer feels bound to pledge to support eventual GOP nominee. Trump doubled delegate count after 3 Sunday contests Saturday. Consumer brands looking for other ways to boost growth as prices rise. Foreign-born workers may be taking pressure off inflation, accelerating economic growth. China imports could be adding to disinflation labor markets in U.S. U.S. officials say Israel has basically signed off on 6-week ceasefire. Hamas delegation headed to Cairo for talks that could lead to temporary ceasefire Israeli participation. U.S. begins to airdrop food into Gaza. Biden double downs on strategy of realignment on trade with China. Chancellor Hunt warns of long path ahead to cut Britain's tax burden. OPEC extends latest round of voluntary production cuts. Iraq could amend federal budget that could allow resumption of crude oil exports via Turkey. Wow. Not bad. It'll be even better once you like the video. But Chadadonia, I think that's all the news there. A decent amount to start off, but everybody's still kind of in a wait-and-see mode, it seems like. Starting off the Monday a little calm. I got a couple of pre-market movers, so have no fear, my brethren. You still got some plays. If you want more plays, I hope you like the video. But SMCI, they're up 15.6 to join S&P 500. SE is up 12.4 off of earnings. VRT to join S&P 500 up 6.3. Decker up 4.5 to join S&P 500. DoorDash up 3.1. RBC Capital Market upgrade. GitLab 3.1 off nothing. CCJ up 2.9. Potential reactor fuel bill. Micron up 2.8. WDC up 2.6. JSET Group acquires 80% stake in Sendis Semiconductors. VST up 2.4. Hood up 2.3. NVO up 2.3, DNB market upgrade, NVIDIA up 2.3, Mobileye up 2.2, HPE 2.1, IoT 2.0, Crowd 1.9, IP 1.9, Bank of America upgrade, STX 1.7, Enphase 1.7, Eli Lilly 1.7, Confluent 1.7, AKRO up 36%, preliminary top-line results from 96 weeks of Harmony study. ETNB up 35.7, AKRO Sympathy, Macy's up 15, increased cash offer to acquire for $24 a share. VKTX up 9.8. CNBC article saying potential takeover target. Iova is up 9.9. FDA has lifted clinical hold on Iova Lund 202 registrational trial. DWAC up 8.9. AVDL up 7.5. Q4 full-year results provides corporation update. Lyft is up by 7.3. RBC Capital Market upgrade. NYCB up 7.3. AVAV 6.1. OCL 6.0. GCT 5.9. SEMR 5.8. NVTS 5.8. Box 5.5. Sound 4.9. CLBT 4.7. BGC 4.4. ACMR up 4. UUUU up 2.3. Potential reactor fuel bill. SPR 2.0 confirms M&A discussions with Boeing. RNA up 1.9. AOC 1001 long-term data. RNLX up 55%. Unsolicited approach from a large and well-capitalized publicly strategic diagnostic company. SMR up 20. Potential reactor fuel bill. Fun 18.9. FSR 17. Potential partnership with Nissan. BBAI up 15.6. ENCP 15.4. AQST 15.1. EDAP 14.6. Focal One platform granted breakthrough device designation by FDA. NMTC up 10.7. AADI up 10.4. Long-term efficacy and safety data of FIARO. CNTB up 10.2. HC Wainwright initiates buy. HTOO up 10.1. €1 million grant. OCEA up 10.0. MYE 8.3. ARQT up 5.9. MNMD up 5.8. BMR up 4.6 off earnings. GTHX up 4.6 off nothing. CHRS up 3.7 completes acquisition of Chimrelli from Coherus Biosciences. Aren't they the same company? Crypto names all trading higher. Li Auto down 7.1. February deliveries. China smart car sector move on potential U.S. probe. Workday down 4.5, not included in S&P. Flex down 3.4. Race down 2.8. Citi downgrades to sell. KKR down 2.1, not included in S&P 500. Sabre down 10%. Exchange of notes. AMRX down 4.0. Nothing. QDEL down 2.9. UBS downgrade. STWD down 2.8. Bank of America downgrade. Bivy down 44.1, 21 million share common stock offering at $1 a unit. ASTR down 23.3, MTC down 10.2, RVNC down 10.2, 100 million common stock offering, and then COCH down 8.0. And I think that's it. A lot of plays. Some random biotech data. There was one I liked. Which one was it? Oh, there was one I was looking at. Well, I have a couple of plays either way. Chattadonia. Oh, do we have a good time? All right, we'll get back to the plays here in a little bit. I'm going to give you this. I'm going to go to the bathroom. There's going to be a couple of biotechs out there today. We'll see how it all plays out. But, Chad, I love you. Good morning. I hope you're feeling good. I'm going to go to the bathroom, get some water, then I want to hear the plays, and then the day begins. And I already have hiccups again. Wow. All right, I'll be RB.
For sure. You look at Europe, you look at China, even Japan is, going the other way. So this is decidedly a U.S. strength story as it currently stands. So when you think outside the U.S., you do have to envision more aggressive in terms of rate cuts. But there's also this pesky thing called inflation there, too. So, that is a binding constraint for some policymakers. But at the end of the day, we see this as a U.S. exceptionalism story, and I think it'll bear fruit via rates.
It's a very consistent theme, exceptionalism in terms of the dollar, exceptionalism in terms of the cross-asset allocation here to the United States relative to the rest of the world. Thank you so much for being with me, setting the stage. Laurie Heinel, Greg Peters, on your risk map for this week ahead. Coming up, morning calls, and later I will be joined by Bank of America's Jared Woodard. He joins me to make the case for stocks over bonds. That conversation still ahead on this, the opening bell.
I almost made it. It's okay. They hit us with the commercial. Don't worry, Chad. It's great timing. We still got 2 minutes. So, Chad, I got a couple of plays for you. I need to hear your plays. Let's go. A couple minutes till the bell. What is the first thing you're looking at? Post it in the chat, baby. What do you got for me? What do you have for me, baby? What are we looking at? Let's go. AMD calls, SPY puts, GCT, IWM, MPW calls, more Yum China, ZS Coin, TSM, IWM, MSTR, Chillin, ION, ARM, CL, AMD, Hood calls, DWAC, NVIDIA, AMD, Monster, NVIDIA, Chewy, TGT puts, QNRX, NVO, Coin calls, CG250, Long CSX, MU, Snow, Disney, Activision, Mara puts, Tesla, Coin, TGT, Uranium watching, SMCI, Zim, GLYC watching all-time highs, Amazon Shop, James, 226, AMD, Dell, SC, Apple, Target, more FSR, Apple calls, TSM, Pfizer, Bitcoin, Dell continuation, grabbed MES, Pfizer, Tesla, MA, and the final plays. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Roof. Intel, Dell calls, Target puts, Fun, Zscaler, and Bitty. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, perfect timing. I got a couple. I'm going to be watching gold, oil. Keep in mind some of the broader factors. Target as a pre-earnings play. There's even a couple others like Ross, Costco, and Big Lots. Then even SMCI and ARM. We still got the ARM shares. And then DEC 2. Those both got added. Then SPR still in those shares. Then SE, CCJ, that uranium stuff. That is going to be one to watch out for. Then AKRO, RNLX. Those are the biotechs with hype. Perfect, baby. Q puts. Let's go, baby. Let's see what happens. But Chatadonia, I hope you're feeling good. But now the day is about to begin. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. Whether or not people appreciated it, we turn a blind eye to the veterans and what they go through. I hope you know we are very grateful here, and I hope all of you continue this till the day you die, because it is the least that we could do. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to the veterans, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run, baby. That's where it all starts. So thank you and God bless you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. I don't like that horn. Is that just me? Do you guys, can we get a replacement? That's a brand new one, but it don't hit the same. It drives like an EV. Oh, that one don't even work. Okay, I guess. Damn, man. Honestly, these replacements all suck. I'm trying to get a good one in there. So, Chad, it's a little off. I need more. I need to tune it. I tune my horns. I don't know. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. But now that we have my email out of the way, I hope we could like the video. So, Chatadonia, we need 1,000 likes here. Okay, that is our minimum goal. Once, I'm telling you, I could show you the world. Shining, shimmering market. Tell me, Chad, when did you last like the video for plays? A whole new, you know what I'm saying? So like the video. Trust me, it unlocks a whole new world here at the Chad. So there you go. We almost got 1,000. Let's go. We got a minute. You have a minute. Otherwise, it goes up to 1,200. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, man. So let's get it. I have a weird idea to start off the morning. I don't know if I'm going to take it per se, but I guess we'll just see where things lead us. Again, there's a couple of double dips from last week. Oh, wow. We only need 20 more likes? 20 more likes, Chatadonia, in 40 seconds. Oh, and there will be. That's it, man. Just get it. Just get it, baby. So let's go. 30 seconds. Like that video. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Post any plays. And today is going to be slower. Again, this week is actually going to be huge, but it doesn't get that crazy till then. We need one more like. One more like, bro. One more like. I'm telling you. There it is. We did it. So thank you, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed today, and I hope I can show you how grateful I am for your likes. And let's get a good play. We got 8 seconds. So, Chad, get ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. I got my bag on heavy. I'm zoom to the fatty. Round 1. Fight. All right. Oh, that shit already popped up. Damn, they scammed me. All right, I already made one play. You guys already liked the video. So I am glad. It's not an option, though. But wait, I don't see it in my portfolio. Wait, what? Oh, it didn't? Never mind, it didn't fill. It didn't fill. Okay, did that fill? Mara got slapped again. Oof. Okay, that's a bad fill. I'm going bigger on this one. It's not a hype play, but I think this one I'm going to hold for the next couple of days, and I just want to see. I'm even down to get some more, but it's going to be a wild one. Cat X. Oh, Pfizer. Oh, that TD event should be on right now. I forgot the TD Cohen Healthcare Conference. All right, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed CCJ. We're going with uranium today, boys. I grabbed 500 shares at 42.70. It definitely scammed me on my fill. But again, that talk there about that uranium bill and what they're trying to do, I think that one is going to be interesting. Oh, wait, what the fuck? No, I have 1,000 shares. That shit double filled me. Damn it. I only wanted 500. Man, I hate this. E-Trade. I don't really like the uranium plays, but last time there was any sort of like uranium hype with those like bill details, it went crazy. They've dropped over the last couple of weeks, but they're a little higher. I guess I'm going to keep it at 1,000 for a little bit. I didn't mean to. I would have grabbed 1,000. The idea was start with 500 and then average down if it kept going. MO on the low. We do have a deposit. Damn, MO's at 39? Oh, shit. Wow. Bro, MO's down 2.5. And then Pfizer's down 2. Dude, even Pfizer's at 26 flat. Oof. Chattadonia. That's 6.5 on Pfizer. And then 9.8 on MO. Gold flying. I remember from Friday. That was nuts. So let's see. You bought more Pfizer? Hims is going. Interesting. They're down a quarter. Bond's starting to come up. They've been mollywopped all day. I don't know. Maybe we do it. MO down on earn. When is their earnings? They just had their report. And then SPR is flying. I forgot about that one. And CCJ is the only play. I'm going to look at a couple of options here in a second, but I don't know. I'm getting some ideas here. And then MO still dying here. Is that CCJ? No, what was that? CCI? MLI? They're trying to move there. Airbnb just hitting it. BBAI, that one's moving again. I don't know how any of the hype plays have been lately. Celsius back to 82. Meta back to 500. Ay. Trafigura to acquire Green Energy. Announced that Trafigura has agreed to acquire Green Energy's European business from Brookfield Asset Management. And then bonds are going up. CCJ came down. Again, SPR is running. I was getting some steam. I already have that one up there. Coin going. Google. Mara a little bit too, actually. And then NEM, remember, they bounced from Friday. Is that Abivi? Abivi is about to go 180. And then SPY near the high. Hitting a high of the day, but it's still red. Honestly, everything's red except the Russell right now. Ironically enough. Target flushing. So remember, their earnings are tomorrow. Those pre-earnings, I think, are going to be interesting to say the least. Those Celsiuses are still up, believe it or not. Airbnb going. Find it home. Oh, wow, 162. That's great. Again, we talked about some of the plays there on the watch list yesterday. That could be something to keep in mind. Nine, 7, 2. My audio club. No, I'm just quiet. Forgive me, my brethren. TOS. Airbnb looks beautiful. Rivian down almost 4. And SPY coming down. Again, values is getting murked, bro. Airbnb, double check those options. I mean, if there's any cheap ones, you might be able to make a move on that. Bryant, AMD, baby. Amen. Did Vanny kill the rat? No, they did an offering. Again, a lot of these biotechs, they've been doing offerings like almost immediately after any sort of data. All right. I'm finalizing it, but I made another play. I don't know if this one will surprise you guys or not. We'll see. All righty. Chadadonia. I did something. I don't know what price I got it at. $39.52. Bitcoin new high. I know what you did. I think you bought MO. Damn, the video's running. Well, you are right, my friends. I didn't really want to do it, but honestly, that below $40 dropped down 4% in a day. It was screaming my name. I added to the long term. So I grabbed 75 shares of MO, bringing our total to 400 flat now. And then I also have, I added 7 on the YouTube account and then 5 on Colt Sister. So 39.58 shares of Altria for the long term. Yes, I wonder how that's going to increase our yield too. But remember, that has been my goal as of late. So hopefully we get a bounce on MO and then Airbnb takes off. AMD is going through the high though right now. SMCI 52-week high. ARM just kind of holding there below 150. AMD's going nuts. My goodness. Tesla, yeah, MO. I was going to get the Pfizer. Pfizer's very appetizing too, but, you know, this case, I said, let's just get the higher yield while it's lower. I put the whole deposit into Altria. And then, again, we could at least wait out a little bit more for Pfizer. But I'm excited. I don't know how much our dividend went up on that. Oh, wow. No way. I was at 47, 48, 49, 50. That increased our dividend by $400. All right, chat. We're almost there. It's actually, I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. I guess maybe since it's Altria, but pretty much. Remember that goal. The goal is we want to get to like $6,000 a year in dividends. We're at $5,100 now after that. So we need like $900 more of dividends this year. We will hit our goal. APAM on the high. APAM. What was that other one? RNLX. Yeah, and then AKRO. Yeah, RNLX, that one's starting to run up. Again, biotech, there's like rumor of them getting acquired by somebody. We might have just missed stuff. It just had that pop. Folk on the high. We traded that one for a little bit. Pfizer, I think I'm down like 9-10% on Pfizer. So Colt Sister has the best average at 25, but I think on this account, like even the bigger purchases, where is it? Yeah, I'm down 13, $29 flat. Jobs report. Yeah, I did. I messed up. I kept saying job openings are Tuesday. It's on Wednesday, apparently. Private payrolls are Tuesday. Who's buying who? Just a rumor in biotech land. Nobody knows. That's for RNLX. Mara's on the high now. Oh my, are my Brian shares coming back? And then SPR started selling off. Yeah, I'm only down $300 on the Mars now. Why are we tanking? We're not really tanking. I mean, we're just barely down, but it just seems like this morning was all about, just calming down from some of the relief on Friday. Remember, Friday was a very good day as well. So I think we're still kind of in that, react a little bit, cool down, react, cool down, and just get ready till the data. That Celsius contract still moving up here a little too. Interestingly enough. Oh, that's the Baidu put. Oh, old Macy's contracts came back to life a little bit. Ironically enough. Gary Gensler post. Uh-oh. Doesn't that mean something's going to happen? Something bullish for crypto. Tesla's still on the low. Boeing even came down again. SPR was doing very good, but they're chilling out now. I guess still kind of elevated. Apple dying. Again, they got a big fine here too, but yeah, Apple's down 2.5. Apple is getting murdered actually right now. All right, I sold out of my ARM shares, $650. We had those. They went as high as 900, but I'm kind of done with them now. And then they're going to have that stuff in the next week. CCJ trying to move up. I like this CCJ, man. I like it. Again, this one may just be later in the day, but there is some uranium bill floating around right now. Yeah, Apple is like really bad. I'm like pretty surprised. Pfizer down almost 4. Yeah, I was going to buy Pfizer instead of Altria, but then Altria was already down like 3.9. And we grabbed it. Fun moving. HRB. What do we have now in total? Uber is still bigger than Altria. No shit. Hey, man, I'll take it. And there's CCJ. SPY coming up here. FIS on the high and IBM. Again, everything's still down. SPY's closest to going green. Russell has been in the green all day. CRM, that could be a decent double dip. Again, we sold out of a couple of these on Friday. Baidu going lower, about to break 100. JD even on the low. They have earnings, I think, tomorrow or Wednesday. UNH on the high and TLT, ironically enough. Bro, gold is insane. I can't believe it, even from Friday. Gold is about to hit 2,100. SPR. I have a UWMC on Colt's sister, but I sold it for a tax loss and never got back into it, unfortunately. MGNX on fire. Coin on the high still. Damn, coin's at 220? Yo, am I tripping? Do you guys realize that? Am I tripping out right now? Bro, Coinbase is at $220 a share. What in the world? Bro, I swear we have purchases at 220 from like the first couple of months that thing was out. That's insane. My plays so far are CCJ and then long term. I still like I was going to buy Pfizer today because it's going down, but something about MO 4% down in a day. MO's already bounced, and then that 9.5 yield. So again, I got in at 39.56 on MO. ACMR, is that the one that was getting a buyout? EYPT on the low. And then SPY getting a red. EYPT, 2 big red candles down 10%. Check news on that. EYPT. What is that? Phase for Miro. They had top line second phase for Pavia. Clinical trial. That's very weird. I like CRISPR. I like the general idea of it. Like gene editing stocks and gene editing biotech. Those are great. Again, I mean, Pfizer even has a little bit of it. Market rotation in the semis. Once they start to crack, waterfall come next. Maybe, but unfortunately, I do think this year is going to be stubbornly dictated by policy and politics. So, like that rate cut policy and that shift in Powell and, you know, whatever comes about from monetary policy, that's going to be the number one thing that'll move the market. And then the politics, election, and all that other good stuff. SHIB, I don't know. I think my SHIB is break even. Again, Ethereum Classic hit like $35 or something. Like, I don't even know. But crypto had another good weekend. And I showed it on the watch list. This is kind of like making me like, it's blowing my mind. But like, do you guys realize this is the chart of Bitcoin inflows this year compared to every other year? Now, granted, you didn't really have a ability to put fund flows into crypto as much, but oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's like, dude, it's almost 5 times as high or 10 times higher than any other time. Disney, they got a nice price target upgrade this morning. They're hitting 112. What's BHVN? Oh, that sounds very familiar. Target, we'll go over it. Like I said yesterday on the watch list, I think Target has a lot of hype and like people kind of got juiced on that one ahead of time. But I think pre or post, there's going to be a good play with it. Like, I don't think you have to force it too much, but it just all depends on the premium and what they're pricing in. Gold could get close to an all-time high. Again, it has to get above the 2100s, but I mean, it's climbing. Oh, wait, shit, it is above 2100. How did I not get any of that? Come on. Yeah, wait, is this a new high? WSO on the high, SPY coming up. XLI, again, industrials moved a lot last week. Oh, shit, we filled a gap at 5136. You got a little bit more to go. Was that CGT or GCT on the high? High ticker is absolutely running right now. So, again, you got a different set of movers there. EYPT had data. What was it? RNLX, they came down. That was the other biotech. Eli Lilly got a price target raise, but they're barely moving. 10-year-old investing suggests to buy low-cost ETF like SPHT or SPY. Yeah, I mean, get him a little bit. He's young. He'll have time. He'll need to average on those just because they're higher up. But maybe even consider, too, like an account that has good tax incentives since he's young. He could stack up some drip for a while. But same strategy regardless. And then if you're young, you have more time to get that continuation or get that compounding. VLTO on the high. And then Disney still going. Tesla near the low. SPY near highs. Everything's still down. Again, SPY's the one fighting to go green, but it's not quite there. Celsius, yeah, it's climbing. We're still up a lot on those contracts. Remember, Celsius was all over the place on Friday. NTAP, too. Remember, that was the Friday gainer. MMS on the high. CCJ came down. Geranium. Dollar's down 0.8. It's not the best, not the worst. FLT is up 6.3. My goodness. It's my birthday, baby. Mark's 5 years being here. Oh, my goodness. Kurt McGirt, 5 years in the chat with a birth. Oh, my, thank you, my friend, and happy birthday. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Happy birthday, bro, and thank you for all of the years. I appreciate you. Kurt McGirt, baby. 5 years on his birthday. Amen. God bless you. God bless Chattadonia. Happy birthday, Curtis. Even if your name isn't Curtis, I had to add the Ertis to the cart. Dale, you realize you got your first peach? Oh, let's go, baby. Good morning. Yeah, nah, he really is an OG, man. Kurt's been out here. It's day one, baby. Day one. God bless you, baby. Thank you. Happy birthday, Odell. Not Odell Beckham, but Odell. Like, I don't know. I forgot to check. Maybe they added new cheap contracts. Oh, they kind of did. Polyalti on the low. Yeah, Dell's kind of expensive. Airbnb, stay in your home, but go higher, Habibi. You did so good today. So good. There's Vanny still dying. Happy birthday, Frezal. New York Community Bank falls 7% to the lowest since 1996. Oh? AQST, they had data in the morning, I believe, right? Or no, that was AKRO. Yeah, that's the one. Microsoft on the high and CART. Yo, Microsoft launching. What just happened here? Microsoft just woke up out of nowhere. What's up with Airbnb? Nothing. Airbnb just had good earnings from a couple of weeks ago. So if anything, compared to all the other travel names, this is what we've been talking about. Their earnings were good. They got a couple of upgrades there, but in general, the other big dogs in travel, they have not really done too hot. And then Airbnb is just holding up, and they did good. Yeah, Pfizer got mollywopped, down 3.4. So was Altria. We ended up going with them. And Jake from State Farm in the house, baby. Good morning. How you living, baby? How was your weekend? P-Car on the high. And then bonds going up. Again, they had that easy sell-off. Disney hitting is this a new 52-week high? Hold on. Yeah, Disney's at 113. Yeah, but this is subtly. Yeah, Disney new 52-week high. Would you look at that? So remember I told you guys about this level, 113. Or 112.50. This opens up the door to like 114 to 117. No news on Hershey's. There's just the old news from a couple of, quarters ago. Just their earnings kind of leading them to slow down. Bro, what's up with Disney, man? MSTR, 20% float short. Goldman Barclays, get them wrecked. I love you. Let's get it. S-Dub for president, baby. There's a lot that just happened. What just happened? Are you S-Dub? And then why are you on that? He's like, Barclays, are we buying MSTR? What's happening? A and F on the high. Yeah, SMC, again, they got added to the S&P 500. Vulcan, wasn't that the runner from Friday? Gold new high, 2110. Say Fubo, they're chilling. Where's Netflix? CRM again. Bonds went up there too. SPY is yet to go green, ironically enough. The proxy votes are happening. Are they? Oh, I forgot about that. I thought that was in April. But make sure you guys vote. If you have your Disney shares, you should have gotten like a card or an email telling you to vote. If you go to your broker, just look up shareholders action. TLT still climbing. Again, gold is on the high now too. I want to say oil as well. No, oil's finally coming down. Costco, remember, they have earnings this week. Tesla's still on the low. Nvidia came down. I sold out of ARM. I'm glad we did. I dropped $6. 5 at. Is the like button broken? It might be. Can you test it out for me? Just hit that like button. Just make sure it works. Oh, that's WEC. I thought that was WFC. And CCJ still holding on. I'm in Vanny. They're getting clapped. I haven't made like another average since those first couple. So still kind of waiting on that. But lately, last couple of days of bios have not been good at all. But I don't know. I still kind of have a weird hope with Vanny. Vanny and PTN, I just like them. I like the Ozempic in the background. AMD and NVIDIA getting, they were killing it in the morning. AMD's 1.5 still in the green. I want to say NVIDIA is even up. So if anything's even selling off, yeah, NVIDIA's still up 2.5%. Pfizer. Card is on the high, 33.16. Again, I went with Ultra instead of Pfizer for the long term today. AMD reload. Microsoft, that's been going up for the last like 10, 20 minutes now. I guess it's been 30 minutes since market opened up. Eli moving again. They got to. Eli had a price target increase earlier. They didn't really react. BBAI, that one was running. Supreme Court rules Trump can appear on presidential ballots. Oh, no. My criteria for identifying the fear rotation in a TLT. Just actual people buying, like actual fear, first of all. But then it would be like kind of a couple of days in a row of just going up regardless of what the news was. DWAC, Supreme Court rules Trump can. Is that for everywhere? Is that like all across the United States? Supreme Court rules in favor of Donald Trump in his appeal of Colorado ballot disqualification. Yeah, IRM is up. Someone asked me, they're like, what do I do with IRM? I think you just hold it. But yeah, IRM in the long term is up a shit ton. But, you know, I don't think you need to do anything with it. I mean, let that thing ride. I mean, maybe one day we'll get a special dividend on it or something. But, yeah, it's chilling, man. It's chilling. My chat doesn't know anything. They're saying it's bullish. You know I have your whole chat history. So I got a good chat history. You're saying Meta will not hit 470. Whoever said that should not be trading stocks. This is getting weird. Man, I have a lot of these, bro. You said Disney wouldn't go up. So I got your whole chat fat. You know what I'm saying? Just be nice to the other chats. No need to attack people to get your idea out there. Current Meta price $4.98. Yeah, it happens. It happens. I am in coin for the long run, surprisingly. I bought it back in the day when it first came out. I do like Coinbase, but I'm only down 11% on Coinbase in the long term. Isn't that crazy? You played it. That's good that you played it, but again, you in the chat, you were like, anybody who thinks it should go up should not be trading stocks. And then you said something similar. So just be nice to the chat. You'll be good. We bought Coinbase a while ago in the long term. We got it like around IPO. I only put like 1 or 2, I think 1.5 deposits. Dell's breaking out. But we're only down 11. But like, it's crazy to think that has actually came back up. Like, that's actually wild. Yeah, if you average down on it, you're killing it in the long term. I could only imagine. But yeah, I'm very happy with the long term, though. It's been going up. It's been doing good. A lot of these growth names that were dead are coming back to life. I can't even complain. Bro, keeping tabs? No, you were just talking shit to the general chat. So I wanted to know where the hubris came from, and I looked up your chat history. So I could do this for everybody. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't require much. You were pumping Apple calls the other day. You were right on the SPY 475. I hope those hit. That was a good play. Damn, you were even here on Jackson Hole? You've been here for a minute, dog. So yeah, show love to the chat, bro. Why start beef with the chat? I could check everybody's like that, yeah. Kyler, bro, we played your song on Friday. Were you here? We loved it, baby. The long time better than the short time. You bought more Coinbase? Well, good luck with it. It's crazy, man. I'm glad it's up. And, like, this is why, though. Like, in the same respect, like, we have names that are up, and then they just exponentially get better. And then there's names that Coinbase, we were down like 80, 90%. And then, doing nothing and watching that come back. I mean, that's why the general idea is just hold for 10 years. Yeah, CCJ getting murked right now. So that was my only other play for the morning here besides the long term. Yeah, DWALK has, again, Trump just got the ballot stuff. I think more people are posting the headline as DWALK moves. Hum A on the high. Then Cameco fell down. Isn't trading MO against our principles? No, but the moment you try to, like, lump me in there with you and say our, it seems it's starting to smell fishy. If that makes any sense. So I don't join, like, I don't bandwagon on any ideology. Like, this is, you got your own beliefs. I have my own beliefs. There's no we, us. No, don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't drag me into that. But we have this talk every single time. If I buy Pfizer, if I buy Altria, but yeah, unfortunately, it is the hypocrisy of the world. MAS, JP Morgan, bro, another 52-week high. That's pretty impressive. I think JP Morgan 200 watch may be in play. Nike could be selling sympathy to Foot Locker. They didn't report it. Don't they report in the morning? I'm feeling snappy. Well, I apologize. I'm definitely not trying to be snappy. I'm in a great mood, so forgive me if I come off that way. You know what I'm saying? But it's just in the long term. I just want Chads nice to each other. And then, the same conversation we've had, when it comes down to, investing and morality. Like I've always say, if you really are worried about, like, the morality of investing, you probably shouldn't invest at all. So, but forgive me if it is too snappy. I'm not trying. I'm like, woohoo. I feel great today. Good Monday. I got the voice. I didn't even need to warm it up. It was a good weekend. I got some good rest. I added to the long term doing good. So, yeah, no, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. But Airbnb fell away from his home. So that's the only sad part. Out of long term, how much would you say offers yield? Would you believe long term are better off if they offer dividend yield? I think 50-50. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have, like right now, I think I have 50-50. I might even have a little bit more dividends, but I believe it's 50-50. So I don't think you should have no dividends, and I don't think you should be only dividends. So I like growth in the stock market. You can make a lot of money in that in the long run. But then again, having dividends too, it's a nice setup, and sometimes they could be bulletproof, offer income, and then they're ready to go. So I don't know. We just added here to, I would have to do it. But my dividend portfolio is a little weird because these last three, like Disney, Meta, and Baba, these pay dividends, but they're not really like high dividend payers. So these are like growth names that just so happen to offer a dividend yield. But I would just add up all of these amounts. So let me do it real quick. But I don't know. I forgot what it's at. So I got 9.41 plus 13.4 plus 2.92 plus 5.67 plus 2.73 plus what comes after 7.26. What was that? Plus 2.6 plus 1.6 plus 1.44 plus 2.48. So literally, this is where it gets good. Without Alibaba, Meta, and Disney, my account is about 49.5% dividends. And then the other 51% is growth stocks. You with me? But then if you add, so 49.5 is dividends. But if you add Baba, and then you add Meta, and then you add Disney, then we're at 64%. So that's the paradox with all of it. Because like I'm saying, these stocks pay dividend, but they're, Baba is the highest at 1%. These are mostly growth names. If any, we're up 400 on Meta, almost 30% on Disney, and then Baba's break even. So I like them. They play their role. They play their job. Dell keeps ripping. But for now, we are kind of lean more towards value than not. But my idea is the growth names will come back up. All it takes is Airbnb, DraftKings, Uber. They go a little crazy, and then we'll be good. Is Snap good for growth? Yes and no. I think you could. You're just running into the risk. I'd rather take it at like $8 or lower. Koi new high. But remember, Randy, we need you to get high quality. Again, PayPal is probably as far as I could go on that. Got destroyed. I'm getting killed on CCJ as well too, man. I'm down $1,000 on that. Well, it's only 2%. But again, I think for a swing later in the week. Intel running up. Tesla down 4. Fun is going crazy again. This is a Donald Trump one. I got DWalk up here too. VKTX on the high. SMCI just got added to the S&P 500. I am not in gold, no. I wish I was. Supply 512 just sounds crazy. 512.25, baby. Morgan Stanley, banks are going up. Again, fun. That one keeps moving up here. Wild day. Groupon, 52-week high. Again, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, all moving up. Rumble into the high. Can I jump into silver? I'm not really looking to play silver right now. Yo, Rumble's going straight up. Is there news on Rumble? Saying Palantir ripped. Fund suspended. NYCB, there was bad news last week. Remember, was it Thursday, Friday, or was it just Friday when they said they had to fire one of the guys and they said they noticed problems with like some of the internal controls on the loans? So that was the material effect on Friday. There was something they were worried about. Rumble was a big pre-market, then came down. Yeah, Rumble's still moving. And then SPY going lower. Again, bonds, they had their little rally. I wonder, dollar was down all day, but kind of barely. Yeah, dollar's only down by 0.05. A lot of weird currency moves here today. Hershey's. Bro, value plays are all getting murdered today. So it's not like today had any like real safety. Again, I mean, the Dow is the worst on the day. Apple, there was a $1.8 billion fine today. And then people just still some of the negative, just like post earnings and just the vibe of Apple so far, not really being the hottest. Their quarterly loss was revised from $250 million to $2.5 billion. That was for NYCB. Was that like a new update, or is that part of the whole the internal accounting problems they found? Yeah, and then let me see if I could get you guys I'm gonna see if I can get a screenshot of the long term, and I'll post it on the YouTube channel so that y'all can see what's going on with it. I only subscribe to Stock Market Live, baby. Oh, you doing these ads again, dog? I love you, man. God bless you. Yeah, last time it came off as an ad, so I think you are doing an ad this time around. So thank you, but I got my long term. So yeah, let me. Oh crap. Long time better than the short time. Oh, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. I was looking at the long term, and then my eye starts tingling in the corner. It's Bradley Frizzle in the Peach. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your ass up. Peach Nation. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, my gosh. I don't even think that horn does it justice. God bless you, my friend. Bradley Frizzle, how was your weekend, baby? My goodness. Oh, it's the peach, bro. It means a lot of glorious things. It's probably one of the best things to ever happen. Great weekend. Hope everyone had a great one. Let's get it this week. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. We made some long-term additions. That's what I'm getting this ready right now, so we can have this out for y'all. The long term better than the short term, huh? Oh, I gotta redo that one. Oh no, it's by market value. All right. One more. I grabbed MO for the long term this morning. So again, I was going to grab Pfizer. VKTX still running. And now MO is back to the price I got it at. Well, honestly, they sold off here for no reason. I liked an almost 10% yield. I thought I would go ahead with it. Let's see. Oh, Reek, baby, my player. Let's go. I'm posting this. I'm posting the long term. Long term better than the short term. And then Spy's still dancing. I'm queuing up all the long terms right now. I'm gonna post them on the YouTube channel, just in case you guys need them. So remember, when I post them too, they get like hella weird. That's the only problem. Can I post 5 of them? What up, baby? What up, baby? I'm trying to get these out. Try to make sure the world has the long term. Again, when I post them on the channel, it makes it like getting the gigantic versions, I believe, are kind of tough. I can't. It's not letting me post more than one. Going long on IWM. Let me shout it out. No, what am I shouting out? I feel like you got me doing something now. I don't want to participate, sir. If I don't know what I'm saying. Does that make sense? I don't know, but I'm trying to I let me do something here first. So I'm trying to post the long term so everybody could get everything. But for some reason it's not working. Said images fail due to size or ratio. Well, some of them posted. Whatever, that's good enough. That's good enough. Disney and Spy Run. All right, if you guys want, I don't know how it's going to load up. So, like, I think if you go on mobile, like on PC, you can't see the whole thing. It's all YouTube, but I posted all the accounts here. You can see Colt Sister and then the YouTube account, and then you'll be good to go. Ta-da. All right, well, we got that. Then Spy, look at this. Spy now wants to rip off that. Disney about to hit 114. That's actually a huge level for them right there. AMD pop. Thanks for the LT post. I hope it helps, man. I hope. Tell me how it looks up, man. Tell me how it looks up. Like when you look it up on YouTube, does the image work? Somebody taught me how to do it. I forgot. One of the chats said. I think it's like either on YouTube or not, but you'll have it there. It's always good. Again, it's the same set of companies. You know, it's not like we added anything new today. All we added was a name we were already holding. Ex-Trump CFO Weisselberg pleads guilty to perjury and fraud case. Wells Fargo on the high. Is that the SPY breaking out? I feel like it wants to. Again, Disney just hit a high as well. I posted on this channel on the trading, or on, the Stock Market Live on the YouTube. So if you just go to like literally the channel you're watching on right now, if you go to the community tab, that should have it. So here's the channel, right? Here's the video you're on now. If you like go to the channel and then go to community, it should be right here 1 minute ago. So again, I don't know how, like, I think it's like when you load it up on the, yeah, I don't know why it does that. There has to be a way to like see the actual image. Options on coin. I don't know. Do you guys realize how crazy Coinbase at 220 really is? So I could only imagine those options, but like, dude, that's huge. 220, the valuation, how much it's ran up, how much that thing was down by. I think Coinbase 220 is mind-blowing. Again, it's either we really start watching crypto go crazy there, or the crypto stocks, or it just falls up. But that's pretty mind-blowing. Fun again, literally ever since the Donald Trump Supreme Court thing. Tesla's at the low. Airbnb is fighting his home. Wells Fargo 2.27, $56. But they keep going up. Again, Disney came down. Watch if that ends up coming up. Bro, I think JP Morgan, man, I don't know. I don't want to be too early, but we maybe start talking in about 200 on that thing real soon. Who's this? Google. I don't know why they're so low. It could have been either AI stuff. I think I read something, though, on Google in the morning. Bank of America, again. JP Morgan, once again, too. That one's pretty wild. I posted the long term on this YouTube channel. So if you go to this channel and just click on the, so again, if you're on Stock Market Live, just click on like the channel. So like right now, click on the channel and then go to community. And then you should have the link here. This is the big account. This is the one with 107. It has all the values there. This one I believe is Colt Sister. And then this is Colt YouTube. It works better on mobile. Fun still going. JP, Spy still holding up there too. So many down. Let's see, actually. Is Colt Sister's hot, though? I mean, her account is pretty hot as far as, like, my sister being hot. I mean, it literally looks like me with hair. So, it depends. I don't know. It just depends what you're into, really. Some of you would be down. I feel like the guy who asked it might be down. You know, usually the one who asks it is usually down. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like, as if you weren't down, you wouldn't have asked. But you have long hair? Yeah, but, like, it's just different. I have a receding hairline. So right now, oh, I just clicked out. So right now, you have Dow Jones, 15 names red, 15 names in the green, roots on the high. NASDAQ 100, 45 red, or 45 in the green, 55 in the red. And then S&P 500, 218 red, 285 in the green. So today's very 50-50. So you do have some names down, but it's still like it's not really decisive. Damn, SPR flipped red? What the hell, SPR? FMS on the high. My favorite of the long terms you got today? I only grabbed one. I only grabbed Altria. Yeah, Groupon Root is going nuts too. And then SPY new high. Apple is literally down 3% though on today. So you could probably thank SMCI and other things holding up. But my goodness. Bro, and then ARM came right back down. Booking buyouts, you just need the agreement. So it's one thing about actually like them agreeing to a deal, and then it's going to come down to what's it called, like the deal actually closing. So it could take months, but to get the final like update could be a while. I'm surprised though, SPR was in the green, so it was only good headlines regarding that situation, but they started to slip right here, which I think is interesting. Qualcomm on the high, Ford and Broadcom. Broadcom, 52-week high. DraftKings coming up. Where is it, DraftKings? Yeah, the Celsius, those are still up, surprising. We ghetto spreaded them, so you don't have to worry too much about risk. PayPal below 60 again. That if I didn't have so many growth that I'm waiting on, that could have been another pickup. A lot of names just got murked though today. Again, I think in terms of who got added and not to the S&P, and then a little bit of the hangover from Friday being near all-time highs. Because remember, wasn't last Monday the worst Monday in a year or two? So Mondays do start off different, to say the least. But on that note, Chatadonia, We've been here for about an hour, so don't worry. We got a lot more time left to go. Volume pretty low, 8.8 million. Still near all-time highs. Market not going too crazy just yet. We added to the long term, but I need to go to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you all. God bless you. Like that video. Glad to see you here. And I will BRB. I will BRB.
Economies in the world need to trade with each other. Our inputs on furniture, consumer goods, toys, footwear, clothing rely on China's manufacturing process and these 4+ decades worth of supply chain relationships. That's just not ripped apart overnight.
And that's a good perspective to hear there. And of course, let's talk about, like you said, you're hovering around 50% right now. That is down from 57% over the next few years. Maybe we get into the 40s. What other countries have sort of stepped up? Trade has stepped up with those countries to fill that void.
For us in the Trans-Pacific marketplace, Katie, Southeast Asia nations. Vietnam is on the rise, Indonesia, Thailand. And what we're seeing now is continued emphasis on how supply chains can connect. These will be longer transit times, take a long time to get the ships back, and in rotations of vessel services that need to be on a fixed weekly basis. But so encouraged. I was in Southeast Asia in January, along with India, who has eyes on increasing manufacturing, developing further on its infrastructure plan, and being a player in supply chains, which is also very important. So we'll see how continued investment looks, but we're positioned very well, I believe, right now to make sure that the multimodal cargo business that runs through the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles can reach American factories and consumers better than ever.
Well, to meditate on China for a bit longer, and this is a concern that you're very familiar with, that is that there's an over-reliance on cranes that are made by China. You had a top trade official from the Department of Homeland Security testify last week just about that issue, and you told Bloomberg Television about 2 weeks ago that those cranes, they're collecting information, they're collecting data, and I want you to just put that conversation in context. How reliant is America and the Port of Los Angeles on those Chinese-made cranes? Are there any U.S. companies or U.S.-friendly companies that are producing cranes of that scale?
Yeah, this conversation is also complex and it's nuanced. While we rely on China as our largest trading partner, there's a watch out here in a bigger picture on cybersecurity. Answer your first question first. Out of 82 of these big shoreside cranes at the Port of Los Angeles, 39 are manufactured in China and by ZPMC, a very strong company in this marketplace worldwide. The call is for diversification and more competition, hopefully better pricing in this area. On the cyber front, the Port of Los Angeles, back in September of 2014, in partnership with the Department of Homeland Security, started the first cybersecurity operations center of a port in the country. Last year, that CSOC, as we call it, stopped 750 million cyber intrusion attempts. That awareness helped us create, along with IBM, one of the world's first cyber resilience centers. And this brought in the private sector for the first time. Think of railroads, trucking firms, terminals, shipping lines, and even our dock workers from the International Longshore and Warehouse Union. Thus far, after about 16 months of operations, we've stopped 6 intrusion attempts to private sector interests that they were unaware were coming. So we've got to heighten that look at cybersecurity and resiliency across the country at the nation's ports. And I think that's the message the executive order from the president put out.
Well, Gene, I only have about 45 seconds left with you, but that number of cybersecurity attacks in
2040, I said we're done. Not bad, not bad. SPY's still going again. We are still red, but barely. VIX is actually up this time around. My goodness. Yeah, the cyber cranes, bro. People were worried about them. They were saying it's a risk. All of our cranes are Chinese. German finance minister, we see hybrid attack from Russia. Oh. The leak of Bunzweiner recording is a wake-up call, shows Germany is in Putin's sights. Now your first long-term Pfizer dividend, nice. I think we got ours a couple days ago. Or yeah, you should have. I think you were right there with us then, huh? I think that was the last dividend I got filled with. I think, yeah, dividend 155. Pfizer. On NVIDIA, TSM, yeah, they hit all-time highs. TSM 4.9. I mean, again, a lot of chip makers. I sold out of ARM today. They're holding AMT on the high. Qualcomm 52-week. Bro, this is still, once again, just chips. Last couple of weeks been kind of unreal. Oh, Weight Watchers. I forgot about that one. HPE went up 7. That is a great continuation. Even Dell's actually break even. Are tech stocks too risky for the LT? Yes and no. It just depends which one. It depends on your balance and setup. And even if it is a higher price tech stock, as long as you are willing to commit to that stock, I mean, I'm sure you'll find your average. So that's like all I've been saying this year is just like go for the value names, go for the names that don't have a premium. But like if you already have your portfolio built out and you want to go after some of these names that are really running, you can. And if you are going to do it, just be mindful that if it is near an all-time high, it's either going to get a lot higher and you're going to love it, or if it comes down, you are going to have to buy again. Otherwise, you could be down 10, 15% on some of these names very easily. Pretty much like NVIDIA could drop 10, 15% and still be up 40, 50%. So that's the only issue about top ticking. So for me per se, I prefer for the long term, I'd rather just go with the names that are down. I haven't FOMO'd into like a expensive one yet. If I was, though, it would probably be Eli Lilly or NVO. Today, I added Altria to the long term, MO. We added it to all accounts. Cold boils on the high. You get natural gas. We got numbers coming out. SPY climbing up here a little bit. Still been doing that for the last like 10 minutes. Again, we got like just under an hour till Euro close. Snap, maybe eventually, but like I already have a good amount of Snap. We have a good share size with it. We've made money back on covered calls. So it's like it plays its role in the portfolio, but unless it gets like really cheap, I'm probably not. The only growth name right now that is like cheap that I like is PayPal. And I haven't bought that one in a while. And then all the other ones are like 50. Like Baba is like a growth in dividend. Disney was like that too. But then Disney, we're up almost 30% on Disney. So if anything, PayPal is probably my only growth name that that's new. Otherwise, we're riding the rest of our growth names and hopefully they come back up for us. So like literally like Coinbase, DraftKings, we're almost green on those names. So those are about to be growth names in our long-term working for us next to the Ubers and the Abivais or the Ubers and the Airbnbs. So kind of excited about that. But other than that, PayPal, that's the only growth name. Other than that, I'm just buying dividends. Like I said, my goal, we started off this year with like $4,000 a year in dividends. Right now, I'm sitting at like $5,100. My goal is to get it up to $6,000. My goal was to try to increase my dividends by 50% this year. So I'm probably going to focus on a lot of dividend payers as we move forward. AMAT on the high. Do I like ET and Sun? No, I don't really like energy plays. Whether it's dirty energy or clean energy, not too much of a fan in those for the long term. Alibaba or PayPal, that one's tough. I think Alibaba has more upside in a weird way, but then more risk to the downside. And then Alibaba is foreign ADR versus PayPal, domestic growth company, and then Alibaba pays a dividend. But I do think Alibaba is kind of like a growth stock, even though it pays a divvy. I like Nike. I like Nike a lot, even at $100. This was one that we said we could potentially add to the long term this year. Hershey's, Nike, Starbucks, SMCI about to hit 1,100. Oh my goodness. PayPal has more upside. I think PayPal just has to they have to grow, and they're not really growing in the same pace. Whereas like China, Baba, they could surprise with a lot of upside, but just depends. Remember, both of them were trading, hundreds of percent higher than where they're at now. Broadcom, I think, good to trade. Otherwise, it's caught up with all the other chip hype right now. I don't think MO had news. It was just down. That's why I picked it up. I said, yalla. And then SMCI is about to hit 2,200. Or, excuse me, 1,100. What am I saying? 2,200. IBM on the high. 1099 on SMCI. And there it is. There it is. It's about to do it. 199.27. There it is. $1,100 SMCI. Crazy. Welcome to the S&P 500. 20% increase. My goodness. Whirlpool. Nah, they just got removed from the S&P, which kind of is unfortunate. Depending on where they go, that one could be one I'd keep on the list. But as of right now, no. Like I'm saying, some of the stuff I already have now, like if the way I grabbed what I like right now, Altria, still near a low. I would have grabbed Pfizer, Ultra. Those are the ones I'm really liking right now in terms of like dividend and value. They pay a good dividend. They have upside. They're both near pretty decent lows. So those are my dividends for now. Otherwise, I'll probably buy the Hershey's or the Starbucks or Nikes if those other names go up, and then we don't have that opportunity anymore. I never had a Dell call. Apple or Google, when they drop, just like when we bought Meta or Netflix, it may be a long time before we get that opportunity, but ideally on an individual when they go down. And then if I ever build out, like let's say all of our value, all of our growth just starts running, and then I'm like, well, shit, I want to go for a FOMO play, I'm probably going to FOMO Ozempic rather than like an Apple or a Google or even a NVIDIA. Crazy to think Tesla. Are they? That's good. Because then we don't have to wait too long. But earnings is like, it's ended and not, but then just like the schedule, depending on which company reports and when. The Pfizer should have already happened. I saw it was today, this morning at 8:30, but I didn't get any headlines. Maybe that's why they're down, though. Pfizer maintained 45 Cantor Fitzgerald. Yeah, I don't see any headlines from TD Cohen. Let me see if I can pull it up. I think SMCI did replace. Oh, so it's my time, 8 o'clock? Can y'all hear me? You hear me? Yeah, it begins in 20 minutes, actually. So the Pfizer thing hasn't even started yet. I swear, I guess 8, man. I'm just bad at my My time zones. Do you guys hear me, or am I still cut out? Wait, what? Oh. I was like, what price did that just fill me at? You could hear me? That's good. That's all we needed. We talk about the criteria to be added to the S&P. It's up to the people who manage the indexes. It's literally just up to them. And depending on how things change, the idea is to have a group of companies that represent the economy. So depending on how it's used, how much they've grown, they just make additions. Or if the stocks move a certain amount, they balance them up. But there is a criteria, but it's also pretty subjective when it's all said and done. But I did make a play, Chatadonia. So this one's kind of risky. I'm only willing to put $16. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Pfizer March 15th, 27.5 call. I grabbed 2 of them for $8 a pop. Yeah, idea is they have this conference. I have it up here. It starts in 18 minutes. And maybe we get lucky. Otherwise, you will get clapped. Harker in 8 minutes. I said Pfizer. PFE. Airbnb lives at 160. $8, like 8 cents, 0.08. So $16. I mean, it's a slow mover, but considering, I mean, it is cheaper than buying one share. I think it was at 27.5, like what, 2 days ago? 3 days ago? Yeah. I guess last week. But this is just you get lucky off of they announce something at this TD Cohen thing, start talking guidance, getting everybody all hyped up. Yeah, March 15th, so next week. Bitcoin running up now. All the Bitcoin ETFs, 52-week high. SPY getting a little bit of a red candle here. AMD, SMCI, they took a red after ripping. JP Morgan, no, that's good. Intel all day, man, and DraftKings. Shit, man, even Coinbase about to hit a new high, 223.75. Ex-Trump CFO Weisselberg pleads guilty to perjury and fraud case. Abercrombie, 52. I feel like we've seen an Abercrombie 52-week high literally every single day. DOJ issues statement on JetBlue Spirit Airlines. Oregon to 10. J-Nug, gold is breaking out. Oh, my dude. Gold is disgusting. Gold's at 21.15. This is all-time high, right? Am I tripping? Or is my chart just not loading up good? Yeah, this is an all-time high on gold. Dude, out of nowhere, those last 2 days. It just, oh no, gold hit 21.52 on that Fed day or a little bit before. But yeah, gold, if anything, it's following behind big. It's not there, but it's getting close. And then silver's at 23. So silver hasn't broken out to the 25s yet. That's where it was at 2021. YouTube clapped. No. That's what the Twitch said. It should be good. Am I in any good plays breaking out? Not really. I mean, we have like a couple of old plays like AMAC coming back up. I got worked on CCJ this morning. But no, not really. Bonds, that's about it. But even then, they got a little bit of clap in the morning. SPR, but that one also going back and forth. ARM, yeah, we sold out of ARM. That was good. What happened to the live? People are tripping out on YouTube. It's going 50-50. Intel looks great. Again, we don't have any contracts that went crazy, but remember I was talking about those earlier after the NVIDIA earnings. Actually, no, our Intels are coming back up. One of those Intels are break even right now. And the other ones are still down. But actually, yeah, some of those Intels are working. GLD. We don't really have data today, no. We got, again, you're going to get like the health conference for TD Cohen, Pfizer, and a couple of others, but I don't think there's anything on the schedule for today. Yeah, there'll be like Japanese stuff tonight. There's a 3-month, 6-month bond auction, but I think we already even got those. Or no, those are going to come in. Oh, no, this is Eastern time. Yeah, those already happened. Is gold signaling the end? I mean, people have been talking about some of the issues it's highlighting with like debt and then even looking at Bitcoin going up too, but it could be. It's definitely in the last 2 days, gold kind of out of nowhere. I mean, it's kind of hard to ignore. It could be saying something big or saying nothing at all. Baidu puts came back up. Yeah, I think they're at 100, or Baidu itself is. So that we either hit or not. Those AMATs too are up. Where is it? Amazon, Tesla, SPR. What was the other one? CCJ. We got no love. Yeah, Celsius. Remember, Celsius had a bad day on Friday. So just kind of recovering all of that it did the other day. Oh, yeah. You said, is there Harker? Via MasterCard. Boeing wins new 737 MAX order as part of American Air deal. Bobo. Oh, Bowen popping on that a little bit. Good call out on that news, Troy. Troy has that one a little early, it looks like. You're getting a reaction if that keeps going. American Airlines announces order for 260 aircraft. Boeing, you're getting a pop on that. Got that one early. Yeah, see if there's a follow-up. Again, either nothing happens or you're going to have like 2 minutes of dancing candle and then it go crazy. The calls got a little bit of a bid, but they haven't gone like absolutely nuts. Good source you could buy gold from. Just go look up like an accredited gold dealer in your area. Where do you live? ERJ. Yeah, American expects to remain within previous guidance. Capital expenditures, American Airlines will retrofit its A3119 and A3020 aircraft, increasing number of domestic first-class seats. So Boeing, watch for the follow-up there, but that's big news for now. And then Harker, I don't think you're going to be able to listen to the Harker one. I think you have to be, it says you have to be a president of like this society. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Try to get filled the bar. Oh, yeah, they just went crazy. I just saw ones go from 60 to 70 they held and then 90. But it's starting to get moves. Check even UAL too. And then watch any of the other names. Nike, anything below 100. I'd like the low 90s, but I could kind of get behind that price it's at right there. Amazonian. Tesla down 12. Yeah, Tesla was doing good last week, too. It's below 190 again. Even the price, isn't it crazy? Like, you know what news didn't really get a lot of attention? Elon bought the shares. Remember, we made a move on that, but even Elon buying into his shares, that news didn't really get circulated too much, but it's now trading at a price lower than that, which is crazy to think about. Ricardo, accent, baby. What up, man? Good morning. Google on the low. So, meanwhile, not everything's moving. SPY's near the high. Couple of more names pulling to the high than not, but you still got a little bit of downside in certain areas, too. It's just reshuffling shares. He didn't buy any. Yeah, I didn't actually buy the shares. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Up $1 on the Pfizers. Yalla. Again, I have the event up. I want to listen to it for a little bit, but it's not started yet. But their Pfizer event should begin in 5 minutes. Again, gold is on a tear. Gold is about to hit an all-time high today. It's like $20 off now. And then Google's at the low, down 3.3. Again, even Apple is down 2.7. Those are pretty big. Yeah, NVO, I started seeing that one work up here. NVO did actually have a 3% pop. Again, Eli Lilly, a bunch of upgrades today, but barely moving. Pfizer, Tesla. Oh, where's Disney? Disney's still 113. Even DraftKings, too. That's been an all-day runner. And CCJ getting murdered, bro. Where's the other one? I think all the uranium plays. They got no love on this. Jumia, yeah, it's been going crazy lately. Yeah, last couple of days. Remember, they were kind of in the gutter. I think, was it Citron who likes them too? Well, yeah, they've been waking up here out of nowhere. This week, jobs report, and then Powell, and then jobs. There's several jobs data, and then Powell. China, well, they have this, like, big thing on Tuesday, but, like, the expectations are that Xi Jinping's not going to come out with a bazooka. They don't think he's going to stimulate a lot, and then on top of it, they got rid of the premier Quang. He's supposed, like, pretty much the Chinese premier is supposed to do a press conference after this, and he's not doing it anymore. And that would be the first time since 1993 that they're getting rid of it. So just if anything, people are kind of expecting, right, you know, China's been holding this shittiness already, and, like, they've been government buying, holding a floor, but, like, everyone's still kind of a little worried that this, like, presentation, there's not going to be that much support, and that things are just still going to, just keep dribbling along rather than, like, bouncing and picking up heavy. You know, Baidu, I've been a long time coming with that one. It reminds me of Oxy. Every time it would go green. But I do like the upside. That's why I would get greedy with that every time I would go green, because it's like Baidu has a lot in the tank. Yeah, Bank of America, that one, can't believe we got out of that one. All bank crisis. But then again, everyone loves bank crises now. So I don't know. Tesla's down 6. Lulu down 10. I think they had one bad earnings, no? I think one of their earnings so far, either end of the year or beginning, wasn't that hot. Yeah, Jumia's still on the high again. Pfizer's trying to tick up here. I think the presentation starts in 2 minutes. There's no Pfizer news. There's just a Pfizer conference starting in like a minute right now. Wendy's. I feel like, I don't know, were you not here? I feel like I've been asked about Wendy's in the long term once a week now. It's kind of odd, but I think the company will be here in 10 years. I think that, and then if they could come up with like a viral marketing campaign, it'll be great, but otherwise I'm not against Wendy's, but I'm not sold on it, if that makes any sense. So it's like, I think they'll be here in 10 years, and like if they get really popular for some reason, that could happen in the space, but other than that, I don't think they're going to be like too insane, let alone too bad. It's live, the presentation, is it? It's 11:10 Eastern.
Secondly, we're very focused on innovation. We've reprioritized and really leaned into innovation from an R&D perspective. We're very focused on that, both from an oncology perspective, as we've now closed the acquisition of Seagen and begin to make oncology one of the many core areas of emphasis for Pfizer long term. And then finally, we've launched a fairly ambitious cost savings program across the enterprise. We're very focused on making sure that we deliver $4 billion in savings by the end of 2024. We're well on our way with that. Secondly, also very mindful of capital allocation. Our focus is to, one, invest appropriately within our business to drive innovation long term, but importantly, support the dividend from an investor perspective over time to both maintain and grow the dividend over time. Third, if you haven't had the chance, we hosted an Oncology Day from an innovation perspective last week. That replay of that 4-hour event is on our website. I encourage you to take a look at that. It really shows the integration of Seagen, but importantly, the innovations that we're making in that very important space long term. And then finally, just a little note. I continue to get asked about the phasing of sales for our vaccine Comirnaty from a COVID perspective. If you've seen our disclosures recently, we said more than 80% of the vaccine revenues will occur in the back half of the year. I would expect that to be 80 to 90%, so probably even higher from a timing perspective and a cadence perspective. That implies that the first half of the year, the Comirnaty vaccine revenue will be very minimal from that perspective. So I just want to make sure from a cadence perspective, investors have asked me a lot about that, so I want to make sure that you had a good explanation of that. So with that, thank you again. Steve, back to you.
Great. Thanks, Dave. And let me just reiterate that we have questions, but also we'd like to answer your questions, so please feel free to ask any along the way. So Dave, you've been CFO of Pfizer for nearly 2 years. You certainly had some expectation when you walked in the door versus what you know now. What have been the positives that you encountered, and what have been the less positives that you also encountered?
Yeah, so we'll start with the glass half full. I do think that if you look what's happened over the past several years, even before my tenure, Pfizer has taken, I'll say, the dividends created out of the COVID franchise, and we've invested them back into the business. And we invested them with an eye to growth in the back half of the decade. So I'd say let's almost check the box in the sense that those investments have happened. I think we have line of sight to performance in the back half of the decade as we think about revenue performance and corresponding cash flow performance over that time frame. Clearly, that has been a little bit at the detriment, if you will, of near-term performance. So I think we've solidified long-term. Near-term has been somewhat weak, and we're focused against improving near-term performance as we talked about some of the issues or programs that we have underway at the moment. I think what's been challenging, very honestly, is COVID. COVID's been very unpredictable and really hard to understand the performance and the cadence of those programs over time. I think the good news about it, despite having it be very unpredictable as far as how it's going to come out in the marketplace, is that COVID provides important cash flows for the business that can be reinvested back in the business to support our growth platform over time. So I think that's been, I'll say what's been difficult for us is to manage that very volatile set of products around the COVID franchise.
Great. And Dave, you're kind of unique among senior leaders within pharma in that you have experience in different industries, both services within healthcare, but also non-healthcare positions. So what do you see as the structural inefficiencies in pharma today, and what is the path to realizing greater efficiencies on those points?
Well, I think what's interesting, if you step back, and we were talking about this before the session started, if you look at the healthcare landscape, the pharma industry has not been consolidated, but much of the payer market has. I think something like 95% of all prescription drugs dispensed in the U.S. go through one of three either PBMs or insurance carriers. And I know that space well, coming from my background. So I think that's just an inefficiency in the marketplace to some degree. I do think it's an opportunity for pharma to really lean into and partner more deeply with those players in the marketplace, because as we all know, good utilization of appropriate pharmaceutical medication drives both cost savings and better health outcomes. So I think there is a big partnership opportunity there if we can get it right, number one. Number two, I'm just struck by the sense that innovation takes a long time, and pharma is a long cycle business. I do believe that the investments in the focus on using technology, using generative AI can be an area of which we can improve and shorten the cycle time within the business models.
This
And I think
motherfucker
that's
said
a real
AI.
potentially unlock, probably
That's
not
it.
in the really near term, but certainly
Even
over
Pfizer
the next
involved in the AI, bro.
I'll say medium to long term that can
That's
really
crazy.
change the playing field of this industry. So I do think that's a big unlock.
So those are both really interesting possibilities. Let's drill down a bit on the first one. Give us some examples of how this partnering with managed care might look.
Yeah, well, I think there's been a lot of discussion around how can you partner such that you can drive outcomes. So, either lower costs, improve adherence, or improve healthcare status. I think there's a big opportunity from that perspective. Now, listen, that says hard, that says easy, but kind of does hard. So I think there'll be baby steps there. Secondly, I do think just as you think about ways in which you can take some of the friction out of the marketplace, I think there's a lot of concern about transparency in the marketplace. I think that we, along with other pharmas, along with the PBM industry, can create more transparent, let's say, cost-plus arrangements over time might be impactful to the market so that people can understand and the ultimate payer can understand the cost of healthcare. I think that's a big opportunity for us, and something that I discuss frequently within the walls of Pfizer and with the walls and within my partners in that space.
I can see how that would be great for pharma, but what's in it for a PBM or another managed care organization? I would think that they would not necessarily want those things to happen, especially kind of the elucidation of what actually is happening.
Yeah, well, I think, listen, I think those, if you look at the PBM space, they're under tremendous pricing pressure as well. So I think, to the degree that we can create more transparency, they can go back to their clients and make sure that their clients better understand what they're paying for within the marketplace, I think is a benefit to them. And listen, making sure that we're all held accountable for delivering quality outcomes. This is not we're not trying to create a free pass for anyone in the marketplace. What we're trying to do is create incentives such that if we do better, either from a health outcomes perspective or a cost management perspective, or they do better in those perspectives, we should get rewarded for that. And I think those incentives today are not necessarily as clear and aligned as they could be. And I think if you could get the incentives aligned more appropriately, I think there's a big opportunity to enhance the business model around healthcare.
Questions from the audience? Yes, Alan.
The AI it's hugely capital intensive and you need a lot of data. Does that favor?
I can't hear him.
Compared to the smaller companies, because in the past, a lot of benefits have come from smaller companies that are looking at specific things and you bought them.
Yeah, Boeing's starting to break out a little bit more. Spy right at VWAP. We haven't filled the gap yet, but still same situation as the morning.
Yeah,
Ultra on the low.
Let me just paraphrase the question. Yeah. So the question basically is, are larger companies better able to leverage AI than, say, a smaller company?
I think that the answer is
this is so weird.
Yes.
We're
I think
talking
larger
AI.
companies should be more enabled to capitalize on
guess
that
it's
with
good
one
to a
caveat.
degree,
They
but
have
my
to
goodness.
leverage it and be focused so they can
M's
be
pop.
nimble with it. I think what can happen is a big company making a lot of investments but being encumbered, if you will, by procedures and policies and bureaucracy. So I think you have to do it in a way that you can unlock that innovation cycle. If you don't do that, the capital is not going to solve the problem. But I do think that just the richness of the data that we have in our history, as well as the ability to incrementally invest into AI, should allow us and other big pharmas to be successful from that standpoint.
And then Boeing going up.
Other questions in the audience?
And UAL. Bro, airlines are getting murked.
Is that,
how should investors think about the monetization potential of assets there?
I think it had to do with their guidance. So they talked about Boeing planes in there,
Monetization
but
of balance
I
sheet
think
assets.
AAL and all the airlines now are
I'll
going
say
off
even
the
the health
guidance
of the balance
comments
sheet.
related
Today,
to that.
as we've closed Seagen, the leverage of the company has gone up. The balance sheet is probably more constrained now than it has been in the past. Is our intention from a capital allocation perspective, as I said earlier, is really to support our dividend, but also begin to delever over time. With that, as you know, we have a stake in, particularly I think probably your question is really leaning into Haleon. We have a stake that we've said that we are going to monetize our stake in Haleon over time. We still plan to do that, so nothing has changed from that perspective. That will, as we monetize that will help us delever the balance sheet to some degree. And we're going to exit that in an orderly, consistent manner to, I'll say, maximize value.
Other questions? Yes.
Hi, my name is Jack. I wanted to ask if, given some of the just near-term balance sheet constraints,
These quiet questions, bro. Come on, TD Cohen. Spotify 52-week high again. American Airlines, UAL, Delta. It was AAL that came out with the Boeing orders, but they also included guidance
Question has
within
to do
there.
with M&A and
now they're
whether
reacting to
bolt-ons
that.
are still likely or possible.
Big bolt-ons are not likely. Maybe smaller bolt-ons could be a potential, given the constraint of the balance sheet at this point in time. Yeah.
So you talked about COVID a little bit a couple of minutes ago. Investors tend to be kind of a skeptical sort, and when we hear things are going to happen at the end of the year, we start thinking about, okay, not this year, it's next year. So how confident are you that while things will be pushed out, that $8 billion number is still attainable for 2024?
Yeah, I think as I said earlier, the COVID franchise, just by its very nature, is less predictable. What I will say, and importantly, the COVID franchise is now a seasonal business, and the vaccine season, the immunization season is largely late Q3, early Q4 of every year. So I think this is going to be an ongoing cadence of revenue yield in that franchise over time. So unfortunately, I can't do much about that. Having said that, I will say if you look at our COVID projections for 2024, and you think about vaccination rates as a good example, in 2023, the people who got vaccinated are likely to get vaccinated in 24. Those people heard a lot of political noise around the vaccine, but also heard all the benefits of the vaccine, and they chose to get vaccinated. Our expectation is those people will get vaccinated in 24, just like in 23, but we set our guidance below that level. So I think we've tried to be very appropriate and conservative and reasonable as we think about our yield in both revenue and Paxlovid in 2024, based again on the uncertainty of the marketplace. Yes, sir.
How much below that level?
Yeah, we haven't disclosed that, but what we've tried to do is, again, given that there is a lot of volatility in this, we wanted to make sure that we gave ourselves a little comfort room there. And then secondly is we do have agreements with the European Union that they're going to buy a certain amount of vaccines for us in 2024 with some ability for them to toggle up or down depending upon demand. So that gives us some comfort around some portion of that revenue expectation in 2024.
Maybe we can move to RSV. So what is the path to Pfizer holding 50% share? I mean, kind of in an economic textbook,
GLP-1.
one would think Pfizer would be at 50%,
Spotify's going
but
insane.
It's just not.
Yeah, I think
SPY's still coming down
the
here now.
reality is we have
little
to
by
make
little,
sure,
we're like right a
maybe
little
back
bit
to
above
my,
the opening
your,
candle.
Opening question is that making sure that we're partnering with other healthcare players, i.e. the retail pharmacies, more deeply and more appropriately as we cycle into 2024. I think there's a lot of value that we can bring as we approach the marketplace and approach those dispensers of vaccine, administrators of vaccines. At the same time is that, we historically have been a really strong commercial engine in the vaccine
Google
space,
is still
in
selling.
the primary care space.
Google's
and other
down
spaces.
almost 4
I think
again.
We just have to get back to basics. Again, back to the year of execution. We need to lean in and make
Boeing's
sure
still
we're leaning in to
rocketing
make sure
up.
that we capture, again,
Still hasn't broken
our
out
fair
from
share
intraday
or
high
greater
yet,
than our
though.
fair share in these markets.
So you see a path to that 50%. You know what needs to be fixed. How far along are we in that fixing process?
Well, I think, again, this is some of this is a partnership in how we engage with those retail pharmacies, and we're in active discussions with them as we speak.
Okay.
So that cycle, that contracting cycle, happens through the first half of this year as we think about, again, the vaccine season being largely back-end loaded.
Okay. Questions from the audience? I believe one data set for vaccines that we're still waiting on is the quadrivalent flu vaccine, the saRNA quadrivalent flu vaccine phase 1 data. I think, if I remember correctly, it was supposed to come at the end of last year. What's going on with that?
We're still probably not much more to say about it. We're still actively working on that program in the clinic. So more to come, and we have more data, more to come on that.
Okay. Sure. Okay. What's the path to Pfizer winning in obesity? It had a lot of momentum, and then took a little bit of a setback, but there's still an effort there. So what's the path to winning? Yeah, well, keep in mind maybe a little history lesson here for Pfizer. We had 2 assets in the clinic in kind of late phase 2. We now have 1 asset. We're going to, at the end of the day, science and data is going to guide us on how we potentially could play in this marketplace. We still have 1 asset today, danuglipron, that is in the clinic today. We're working on a once-a-day formulation of that asset, and we'll have more data about that by, I'll say, mid-year this year, and that will help guide us on the pathway forward. This is drug development. Drug development's not certain, and we'll see what the data shows, and then based on that data comprehensively, we'll figure out how we move forward. Is obesity a market in which Pfizer is determined to win? So if danuglipron is not all that you want it to be, would you pursue other means to be involved in this, or is obesity a nice market to participate in but not critical? Well, obviously, it's a great market, and just with the forecast of the size of the market, keep in mind we have assets that are in early stage development in the same space as in weight management, weight loss. So again, it's a market that's attractive.
Tell them. You said we still got some stuff we cooking.
Again, we have to make sure that
even
we
though
have
they
the
haven't
right
really had
assets
good news
and the
on the
data
topic
and the science behind it, such that we can compete successfully in that market. And
that's what I really want to hear about. But then again, those
the
cancer
data that we
drugs
produce will kind of give us our path forward from that perspective.
Okay. Questions from the audience? Let's move to another very successful product for Pfizer. That's Vyndaqel. But it does have some patent expirations coming up, U.S., EU, and Japan. How would you advise investors to think about these patent expirations, when we should start assuming sales are going to start ebbing down? What should we think about this franchise?
Well, I think importantly, if you've seen some of our investor presentations really over the last year, you realize that, again, in the back half of the decade, we're facing a sizable amount of LOEs, several products losing patent protection. We have, through our pipeline in our current launches as well as BD, we have covered that LOE exposure and added growth on top of it. So I think there's nothing new that
just while this is playing,
I guess investors should.
And this is Pfizer. Those
concerned
contracts
about
went
in
up
the
a
sense
little
that
bit.
we realize this is
but
happening.
It's push-up time.
We have many products that's going to happen.
So you've been here
pretty
for
well
2.5
disclosed and
hours.
documented when
Get
it's
your
gonna
body
happen.
moving a little bit,
and we've
okay?
been investing to overcome
there you go.
those.
Just relax those
as we
trauma
think about
traps,
the back
man.
half of
Happy
the decade.
Monday.
Maybe we can chat about IRA, and I won't ask you what is the proposed price on Eliquis, but other companies have said that while the the proposed prices on their assets are a hit to their business. They seem entirely manageable hit. Is that how you would portray the Eliquis situation? And I know this is more Bristol's initiative than Pfizer's, but is that how you'd portray it?
Well, maybe just a couple of statements. From an IRA perspective, one, there is an opportunity to close the out-of-pocket exposure for many patients in the marketplace, so that should drive adherence improvements over time. So the IRA is not all negative. That's actually a positive development for the industry and a positive development for Pfizer. Because as we all know, when patients have large out-of-pockets, utilization and adherence typically goes down. So the IRA will begin to solve that to some degree. Secondly is if you look at the IRA and its implication on at least Pfizer's portfolio of products, many of those products that are at risk in the near term are products that are losing exclusivity within a few years. So while it might be painful in the short term, I always say the net present value of the IRA on Pfizer is relatively modest, because you don't have a product sitting here that's recently launched that has 9 or 10 years of exclusivity. We have products that are nearing the end of their life cycle, and therefore the impact of the IRA over time would be modest. And listen, that year that the IRA hits will be obviously a headwind to us, like many others, but we'll work to manage our way through that.
Great. Investors speculate a lot on what drug companies could do to blunt the impact of IRA. What is Pfizer actually doing in this regard?
Well, I think a lot of investors ask, okay, are you changing your R&D priorities and focus because of the IRA? I think is really the essence of the question. And I think the reality is, just with our investment in oncology, we're actually moving to more biologics over time versus non-biologics, which will actually help from an IRA perspective over time. But realistically, you don't pivot R&D programs overnight. These are long, multi-year decisions, and you're not going to probably pivot your programs in the very near term based on the impact of the IRA. You're going to kind of work to manage your way through that.
Okay. Investors spend a lot of time thinking about drug prices and taxation in the U.S., but of course, we live in a big planet here. So what's going on outside the U.S. relative to specifically taxation, and what do you think will how will Pfizer's tax rate evolve over, say, the next 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, I think realistically, the international tax environment is becoming more challenging. Think about it largely with Pillar 2 as an effective minimum tax rate across the globe of roughly 15% rather. My expectation is that Pfizer, like probably many multinationals, would probably hover around that 15% rate over time. And then importantly, I think just the amount of regulations, the amount of disclosures that are going to be required for big multinational companies such as Pfizer is actually increasing pretty substantially. So you'll see many more disclosures from a tax perspective over time.
Questions from the audience? Yes.
A quick one on, you mentioned year of execution. So why should investors have conviction this execution and tied to the cost cutting? Does that just make it harder for you to execute with maybe less resources, or why is that not the case?
Yeah, so I think the question is execution at the same time, cost cutting. Can those work in tandem together? I think the short answer is yes, they can. I think the cost cutting has allowed us to be a lot more focused and directive around how we're to deliver in 2024 on our business plan. Number one. Number two, if you've noticed, we've actually reorganized our business into kind of 3 components. So we've taken 3 very senior leaders and given them components of our business. So we're actually pushing accountability and focus down in the organization so that we can make sure that we're delivering on each of the business priorities that we have for 2024. So it's a combination of both of those things. that is allowing us to focus and deliver on our expectations. Yes.
Yes.
You went to a DMD program.
Yep.
You bring us up to speed with where you are on that.
Yeah, the question's DMD. We still have a DMD program, and I think this year we'll have more to say based on the data that's coming out of that program. So I think sooner than later you'll have the next wave of data that will come out of the program. Yep.
Parker didn't comment on monetary.
We're actually out of time, but please allow me to ask one last question, and that is,
Airbnb
you know
starting
what
in fall.
investors
We will launch
think about
listing
Pfizer and the outlook.
verification in 30
You
additional
know a whole lot
countries.
more about Pfizer than we do. So what do you
Have I
think
been
will be the
verified?
biggest surprise to people like us over the next 5 to 10 years? What does Pfizer deliver that we don't see?
Well, first and foremost, I feel like I'm kind of out of surprises, good or
Yeah,
bad.
21,
I don't,
26,
we're
new
not
high.
a surprise company. I think what we're about is
crazy,
focus
man.
and
It's crazy.
execution. I think what you should see us and
I think
expect
gold
us
is doing
to
better
do
than bonds.
is execute flawlessly against our business plan and deliver on the expectations that we
Tesla
set in the
flushing,
marketplace.
189.
Secondly, invest in with really hard scrutiny around R&D, particularly with the focus in oncology, given what we've done from an investment perspective around Seagen. And then finally, make sure that we're good stewards of capital and make sure that we're delivering the
Again,
balance sheet
Euro
and
close was
appropriately
6 minutes
allocating
ago.
capital in a way that can drive significant shareholder value over time. And so again, a very consistent, methodical delivery mechanism that we think Pfizer can deliver, both here in the short term, but importantly in the back half of the decade.
Great. Thanks so much, Dave, for your time, and thank you, everyone, for listening to the session.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. It's kind of whack, honestly. Nothing really new there. I mean, he talked a little bit on, again, purchases, deleveraging stuff, but that's stuff they've been bringing up. Talked a little on the pipeline, but nothing too crazy. NVO on the high, that one's still breaking out. I think there's going to be a couple of companies, though. So, TD Cowen Healthcare Conference, I don't know the lineup. 44th annual. I don't know if that will load. Bitcoin $2,000 away from all-time highs. That is insane. IMRX Healthcare Conference, 12:50 p.m. That's tomorrow. Mara, I'm still holding it. Man, gold keeps coming up. Mara, I'm down 500 though. I was only down like $200 earlier, so that thing's been moving around. But overall, killed since I made the play. But I still love Brian. There's no hard feelings. I love him. Where is it? TD Cowen. I'm trying to get like a full lineup. So they're just random companies who have announced that they're presenting or not. Yeah, BioLife, BLFS, IMRX. So just I have random companies on random dates. But Pfizer, again, they didn't really even say anything. I'm sure somebody, at least one random biotech, is going to have something big. But you got to find the needle in the haystack. BLFS, that's another one. They're going to be at the conference. Enphase on the low, kind of flushing. And then SPY bouncing back up. You are now above where Euro close was. Again, that happened there 9 minutes ago when I told you to do push-ups. Where are the airlines? They bounce back a little bit. So again, Boeing gets more planes. UAL announces guidance. UAL's getting more planes, buying them from Boeing. SPY about to break out. Well, we haven't filled the gap yet today, but if we start making moves there, I mean, nothing to stop us. Again, today's theme in the morning was all about just chilling out from last week, PCE and all of that, but we haven't filled the gap, but we are still elevated. I mean, 51.33, you know, you make a little melt up, go another 20 points. I mean, before you know it, you're knocking on the door of 5,200. And again, over the weekend, some people did raise their price targets. Who was it? Submarinian, Bank of America analyst. He raised his price target on the S&P to 5,400. So we will see, man. We will see. Again, there's actually a lot this week. So today is calm, but don't let the calmness fool you, because you are still going to have quite the week. Mara flushing, gold still at the high. Where's oil? Oil's down. JP Morgan pop. SPR came up. Where's JPM? Coming back towards highs. Watch all the other banks. Literally Wells Fargo at a high. Bank of America, even Goldman. So JP Morgan's actually lagging behind all those. But all the banks are doing amazing today. Quite interesting. Even regionals up. No, NYCB I don't think was doing too hot. SHIB new high. Oh my goodness. I think Shiba, I think it got back to the price that we bought it at that one time. You had the best steak of your life on Saturday. Chateaubriand. It was the cut. Did I say that right? Chateaubriand. I can't even say it. I would have felt like they were scamming me. I've had a bad experience. Bobo new high. Oh, I got two of those up. Chateaubriand. I still have the old SHIB, I think, in the Coinbase. I got every old little crypto that we got. But like I said, I saw, dude, Ethereum Classic, I think, hit 35. That blew my mind. Let's see. Yeah, Ethereum Classic's at 34.72 right now. And then that Shiba, I think we are up on it. Let me see. But I still have it, yeah. Oh, whoa. What? I think I'm up 100% on it. I don't know. It's not really. Yeah, I invested $300 into it, and now I have $1,100. Yeah. What the hell? So, yeah. Nice. Yeah, so all that Shiba, we're up on it, apparently. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? That's cool. Yeah, I'm down, though. I don't think I'm going to sell it. I'll just keep it in there. Whenever I sell out of anything else, we still got a little bit more work. You sure it wasn't 1K? Yeah, I thought I did put in 1,000, but that's all it's showing me, unless I probably used it. But it's saying I have $1,100 in. But I thought we did buy $1,000. I remember we were like, let's throw 1,000 into it and see what happens. But it says I have $1,100, but it says my net investment was $326. My, oh my. Either way, we'll talk at new Bitcoin highs. Because if the altcoins do go crazy after that, Let's see. Let's see if Bitcoin goes to 100,000, and then we'll talk about getting rid of them all. That'll be fun. MO, I have no idea why it's down. I think a lot of value names got hit on the head today. Some people brought up some stuff related to MO. I forgot what they said. But I checked. There wasn't really any news on it this morning. Where's Bud? No, even Bud did good. Could be part of their, because they have a stake in Budweiser, but other than that, I don't see anything else. Geo. Abbott law enforcement officers in Texas are now authorized to arrest and jail any illegal immigrants crossing the border. Is that really a catalyst for Geo? Is it they kind of got a volume candle on that? That's amazing. And then SPY coming back up here. Again, Pfizer did not do much since the event. Is Coinbase down again? I mean, Bitcoin is about to hit another high. And, I mean, I don't know, even gold's going crazy too. And then Boeing still at the high. Spirit there. Coca-Cola. Philip Morris on the high. Wait, so MO's down today, almost 4%. And Philip Morris is on the high. Bank of America, again, we were just talking about those banks. JP Morgan, the only one not at the highs, but it was just near there. Gold's still going up. And Tesla's still dying. And Mara dying too. And Clean Spark. I think all the Bitcoin plays, literally all the Bitcoin plays except Coinbase. Coinbase dropping, but it's still up 6%. And then S&P still, slightly above Euro close. Spotify to another 52-week high. The logic behind the MO play. I like the yield discount. Wanted to add it to the long term. So that play on MO, that's like long term. I don't plan on moving that play for like minimum 10 years. So it helps me. It got me closer. I'm now $900 a year from getting my dividend to the goal that I was looking for. So that was just a long term, get the yield, call it a day play. PM got the Zin. So I don't know. I saw a TikTok. I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently there is Zin with caffeine. Is it? Or I guess it's not Zin. But they have caffeine pouches. Yes. I've never done a caffeine pouch in my life. But I saw a TikTok about them. I said, wow. That's amazing. How much do you have to have? Well, my goal isn't to get 6,000 in dividend on just MO. My goal is to have 6,000 a year from all of my stocks. So here's the long term. So pretty much right now I have $15,728 of MO. That pays me $1,500 a year. So if you add all the rest of my dividends up, I get about $5,100 a year. So I want this amount to go to $6,000 by the end of the year. And if I do that, that'll be about 50% increase from the year prior. There's a lot. These are all of them. I mean, I just posted everything on the YouTube channel. So if you guys go up to the, if you go to the community tab on this channel, you should be able to see all of these. But I think there's like 20 something. And again, Colt Sister, that's a smaller one. Why 6,000 specifically? Because that would be 50% higher than the year before. So ever since we've kind of made this portfolio, we've kind of been on that pace. So I want to try to increase my dividends by 50% a year. Wow. Because again, early on, and then if we plan to hold for 10 years, the higher the dividend, the more compounding. the easier to recoup some of that money in that 10-year time frame. So ideally, the more dividends, the better. And then we have a lot of growth too that could take off for us. Would have been higher, yeah. It would have. Walgreens did have the cut. MO's just down today, though. I can't really pinpoint it. IBM's still going? No, well, remember, the last couple days, it's been about broadening out. So if big tech is down and the Qs aren't, I mean, remember, Russell, I want to say like 4 out of the last 5 days, if market has showed any downside, Russell has showed a little bit of upside, if anything. But IBM's going up. Bond's trying to pick up. Same with SPY. Toyota at the highs, too. Damn, Toyota's at 243. Wow. MO's dividends will be good unless it cuts. So, again, I was going to just buy Pfizer today, too. That one dropped, but I really, again, it was like a 3-4% discount on MO. They were both a little lower. I said, you know what, might as well stack up a little bit. And then that way, too, I'm able to make... Altria, it's the 4th largest in the portfolio for now. I thought it would compete with Uber, but I guess not. For someone starting the long term, how should they start? Same plan as ever before, baby, with the value. There's a lot of things that are expensive right now in the market, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that are cheap. Even myself, I have a pretty... mature long-term to a degree. We've had it for a while. There's a lot of names that have a lot of premiums and not, but, I'm going for the names that are cheaper. Today I picked up MO at prices that were last seen in 2020. So there's names like MO, Pfizer. We talked about Procter & Gamble. That was cheaper before it ran up. Even names like Coca-Cola, they're still below where they were last year. There's a lot of good value, and then even growth names too. All depends on the level of risk. But if I was starting the long term right now, I'd definitely be going after the value plays, like names that are going to be here in the next 10, 20 years, make lots of money that you already know about, but are just trading at kind of a lower valuation or have not been getting the hype and attention as some other stocks. Coke, Verizon, Hershey's, Nike, Starbucks. The list goes on. I don't have any Ford. I could consider it, though. I have some that I've swung for a while. It's kind of like a pseudo long term, but I've never really added it to the long term. Fastly on the high. Fastly kind of breaking out, 4.9. Check news, FSLY. Oh, come on. Wrong letter. I'm checking news right now. Fastly, FSLY. Oh, I don't see anything. It keeps moving. Fastly. I don't see nothing. Are we going to ignore DraftKings? Nah, man. I put it up here earlier. I was saying that thing's been running all day because I'm only down 5% now in the long on that one. But no, them and Coinbase definitely got my attention. Yeah, I don't see anything on Fastly. SMCI is going up. Fastly had that crazy candle. SPY's working its way up, but literally SMCI, S&P news, another high, 1140. My goodness. It's a good guy. Good guy. Yeah, SMCI is going nuts. Even old Intel contracts are up 20%. So remember we did two. One set is down, the other one's up. Bro, Fastly's still kind of moving around. I guess, why does my one chart of Fastly look nuttier? Palantir, SMCI, Boeing came off the high. Bonds are coming up, still down on the day. I mean, SPY's still down, NASDAQ, and the Dow. And then Russell's up 0.47. SPR climbing. Gold still, dude. Gold is still holding up highs. Where's the dollar at? It's not like the dollar even went down. See, that's what surprised me the most about the gold move is that the dollar is like really, really strong comparatively. So we may get something. Maybe we'll find out with the China stuff. But gold, man, kind of crazy because dollar is still extremely elevated on the year. And then now gold is breaking out again. SMCI doing it again, about to hit 1150. Boeing coming down a little bit. Is Apple still down? Yeah, Apple's still down 3. Microsoft 0.07 green. Google is down 3.5. MP Dubs is down today. Riley on the high. Didn't they have a bad day on Friday? That thing's up 28%. My goodness. Biotech from earlier. Philip Morris. Dude, Philip Morris on the high while Altria is getting smashed. So what scenario comes from high dollar and high gold? People probably worried about like crisis, fear. Some people have been bringing up the debt, and that could be it. Again, national debt, government debt, credit, all of this other stuff. This could be kind of showing some of those fears. Other than that, it's hard to say, but definitely more on the fear or, again, thinking kind of weakness in other factors, in other areas, broadly speaking. Broadcom might go crazy on a stock split. Even in general, again, wasn't their earnings and they just had something else recently they did good on. Intel hitting a new high. Intel's up 4% today at 45.50. So one set of Intels is down by 50%, but then the other set is up by 30. Gold up on NYCB. Yeah, but bonds aren't catching a bid either, though. That's the weird part. So again, like your bonds, dollar, and gold, I mean, they are all in different parts of the universe. That's why it's like, I think the gold move is quite interesting. Like, I don't know. I think it's either weird or was it debt debasement concerns? But it's not. Like, we'll see if it hits all-time highs and when news happens. Again, we do have Powell and data this week, but for the most part, gold with strong dollar and then, even bond yields a little higher. It's quite the interesting factor. JD, they have earnings on Monday, or Tuesday, I think. Tuesday or Wednesday. Bond's trying to catch a bid. SPY too. SPY's trying to go green. I mean, the irony of all of this, SPY is about to go green and then still be right near an all-time high. So no matter how today feels, even if it's like calming down or whatnot, I mean, we are literally right near all-time highs. Lee Auto, I think they had bad earnings. I'm going to England in the summer. Is it a good time to go exchange some pounds at the bank or wait? I don't think it'll move too much. It's not like it was a couple years ago where the currency was like moving too nuts. But I mean, you got a couple of months, and then I mean, it kind of depends on Powell. Do you think we'll have higher for longer or not? That's probably what's going to change those the most. Bro, gold is about to hit a new high as we were talking about this. So literally, gold is about to hit a new high. SPR going up here a little too. Intel near the high, and the bonds and the SPY. So pretty much everything, even CART, $33.90, $34. Riley, that's up 28. Am I going to pick any AI growth stock for the LT? Probably not until they come down. So maybe one day there's a good growth stock for the LT that I end up picking up that has AI, but for now, just kind of focusing on the value names. And then hopefully, I don't know. We have Pfizer. They said they're going to incorporate AI, so we'll see what happens. That was a trip. The Zoom scalar options, no. Not yet. Remember I told you guys to give it a couple days. It needs to kind of find its home. So even tomorrow, it may gap up and then close around here. And then if it still gaps up and holds, then I'd be down to buy it. But remember, this is kind of that setup post-earnings we're talking about. I don't know why gold is running. Like we were just speculating on some of the reasons that could be factoring into it, because gold is kind of unusual that it's moving how it is right now. NYCB big off the bottom. It's still down 11. Big bank's doing good. I mean, regionals, even with NYCB going down, I mean, they're doing good. Bonds coming up again. I think a lot of big banks are doing good. What's this? Atlanta Fed Bostic inflation is on track to slowly return to 2% target, but too early to claim victory. Need to see more progress, gain confidence on disinflation before reducing policy interest rates. Still expects 2/4 percentage point cuts this year. You got Bostic, would not anticipate that cuts when they start would be back-to-back, but will depend on the response. Bostic's strength of economy, job market means Fed has the luxury of proceeding without urgency. Bostic soft landing hardly assured given level of uncertainty. Bostic, it kind of sounds a little more hawkish, but generally the same. United Steel, and the pawn steel exec to meet USW head to seek support for U.S. Steel deal. Bostic inflation still widespread with prices far more than usual. Shares of items increasing above 5%. Trimmed means stuck at 2.6. Bostic says return to price stability without significant economic pain would be a resounding success for the Fed. Bostic January hiring, including breadth of hiring, is a fresh sign of strength for the labor market. Fed Bostic businesses are not distressed, ready to invest and hire when the time is right. Bostic pent-up exuberance in economy and upside risk to inflation that bears scrutiny. Bostic risk to inflation employment have balanced out. Bostic clear places like housing and real estate where monetary policy is having an impact. Bostic. Fed Bostic. The bonds. Oh, they just they could be dying off his comments. Honestly, like I said, it sounds a little more hawkish. I said markets aren't responding, but bonds kind of did a little bit. But then again, they were already clapped all day today. Bostic says there's stress among lower income consumers and it's expanding up to distribution. Bostic's strength of the economy is pretty clear for many businesses. Bostic not seeing degradation of job market in any meaningful way. Fed has some time to be sure inflation returns to target. Bostic hopeful that Fed can continue the current pace of balance sheet drawdown as long as possible. Bostic, as long as overnight reverse repo is active at significant volumes, balance sheet reduction can continue to reduce pace. Bostic service inflation remains higher and it may take longer for adjustments to occur. What is this guy? Where is he speaking? I don't see him. Again, he sounds a little more hawkish, but it is generally the same. He did say on that quantitative tightening, what did he say? He said significant volumes instead of zero in regards to quantitative tightening. Why are we falling? No real reason. It's kind of being seen as the breather from last week. Remember, Thursday, Friday, we had 2 good days on the market. So today was kind of just seen as a breather. No real crazy developments over the weekend. Crypto stocks still selling off. See if TLT and bonds, see if they give up any more. Stocks still kind of holding up near the high. It's only 9 though. Let's see the volume. Bright and early. 15 million in volume. Honestly, not that much. I guess an hour and a half. V and MasterCard starting to bounce. A little bit off the bottom. If those could go up, that'd be good. I think AXP is the only one that didn't move as bad. Why is no one looking at the legitimacy of SMCI's moves? Move worse than the GME? What do you mean? Like the stock price, or because I think the only thing with SMCI that like it even blew my mind. One, I mean, it's getting added to the S&P, but it's still like their market cap's not that crazy. So $64 billion. SMCI is half the size of Airbnb. So, like, I don't know, other chip makers, even then, Qualcomm, it's a third of the size of Qualcomm. ARM, it's half the size of ARM, and ARM is an IPO. So, you could kind of go down the list. It's 10 times the size of GME. I guess so. GME is still worth $4 billion, my goodness. They may do a split, but it just, again, it is a low float, but it's like, it's not as if their market cap, it's still extremely high. I'm not saying 60 billion isn't a lot, but it is like, you know, in the grand scope of things, they're making a lot of money. They're attached to all of the hype, but it's not like their valuation has gotten like very, very extreme, if that makes any sense. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. Bostic, no urgency to cut interest rates given U.S. economy strength. GLW, Intel's still going. Again, those contracts are picking up steam. I don't know. Maybe we do pump it up. Gold came down, though. Gold's selling off there, down $4 from the high. But my goodness, man. You know, I think it's time in honor. In honor. It's funny, man. I even, yeah, hold on. I need a good one. I need one of really, there you go. That was a good one. That was a good one. I took off the other day. I had a Pamp Suisse bar, and I finally took off the, like, plastic, like, shrink wrap above it. Not like the hard case, but like I peeled back the like plastic thing on it, and it looked really good. It like blew my mind. I was just staring at a Pamp Suisse bar over the weekend for like 2 minutes. I didn't take off the hard case, just like the like little like, you know what I'm saying? The like the plastic thing you could peel off on it. You did the same thing, really, this weekend? Yeah, I was just already peeling off, and it was there for like 5 years. I was like, all right, let's get this over with. And then it looked good. I liked it. I put it up. I put it next to one of my collectibles. It looked very nice. I was like, you know, it looked like jewelry. I got good use out of this Pamp Suisse bar. Thanks, Pamp Suisse. And then SPY still holding. Bonds gave up a lot of the gain. SPY's like, what, 2 points off of filling the gap? Snow on the low. Snow. Oh, man, so look at that one. Kind of had 2 days of recovery, but they gave it up pretty bad. Ay. Instagram can now save your favorite stickers and reply to messages with stickers, GIFs, videos, photos, and voice messages. Can now edit messages up to 15 minutes after sending. Welcome to Instagram. Dash high. Where's Uber? Uber 81, man, very impressive. And then again, bonds came down. SPY still holding. X had some of that Nippon Steel news. Didn't move too much. Mara, she's getting taken behind the shed. So, dude, Tesla's down 6.5. That's like a lot. DoorDashian up 5.2. They're killing it. Meta, where is Meta? Meta 501, man. It was just at 504. Snap got killed today. And then they came back a little bit, but still overall red. BNB, go to your home. He's still moving in. I thought he was moved in over the weekend, but I guess not. And then Intel. Let's go, Intel. It sucks. We're up 40% on one, down 40 on the other. This week we'll have bearish potential. I don't know. Well, gold kind of creeping up. Maybe some fear gets in there, but, I mean, you got Powell, you got data. I think the one thing we're forgetting about with the jobs report this week is that last week's jobs report was a major surprise. You guys remember that? Nobody? Where is it? Fed Chair Powell testimony. You guys forget about that one? You guys remember the last jobs report was expected to be 170 and came in at 353? So we'll see what happens this time around. So again, this will be, we're entering in March, so this will be for February. Yeah, it says right there. But they're expecting 195 to 200 still. But last time too, though, what day was that? That was February 2nd. Didn't we still rip? I remember the market wasn't that bad. It got a little choppy, I think, and then we ripped. Oh, yeah, you actually were up, and then you went up since then. Stagflation, baby. Yeah, Intel. Only one of them did. So I did two of them. I had one like before and after. The ones before are still down, but the other ones are looking good. I mean, we got 1 week, and then, I don't know, one set's about to be in the money. I guess you still need $2. Still a decent amount. Thank you. For real you are. Best teacher. God bless you, man. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day. And I hope you got the long term. The long term is glorious, man. Long term is glorious. Oh, SC, I forgot. SC had earnings this morning. And I think they did good. They gave up, though. They may come back. Just earnings. Sometimes literally has good earnings, goes crazy, and then everybody sells it off. Give it a couple days, but as long as it's holding up still, that's good. But now it went from moving outsized to pretty much moving what was priced in. What Kennedy will say to Powell, I have no idea. So now, do you think raising rates helped out Americans? Exactly. You want it to hurt them. Is that what you say? Oh, so now you don't mind if people lose their jobs. You don't have a question about that? Mm-hmm. So if Peter Pan is employed, you don't care about that? But Janet Yellen wants to know if I send my niece $2 so she can buy a Snickers. Exactly. Yes, and the Snickers bar is $2. It's no longer 99 cents. Mm-hmm. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. That's all I can imagine. That's all I could. Something along those lines about employment. I don't know. I can't wait, though. He'll be a blast. He will be a great time. He will be a great time. Can't wait. Can't wait. Intel, a gun, $46. Yeah, Instagram, they got new updates. Q-Tech. Tesla. I do want Airbnb at its home. Airbnb was at 162 this morning. That was a lot of fun. ARM came back up. I'm kind of down to double dip. We sold off pretty good this morning. If we really wanted to go after it again, we could. Those Intels, yeah, they did good. The other ones. Once the other ones go green, though, we could sell out of those if we really wanted to. Got a little bit of time, but finally we got to post NVIDIA play. I do have SHIB, but my SHIB value, I think it's because I spent some of it. I think I spent some of it on Rubit, But it tells me weird stuff on my Coinbase, but I still have some of it. Yeah, that was the sum we bought on the Chad. X moving, Nvidia, Intel, ARM. Yeah, a lot of things are actually surprisingly high ticker and low ticker balancing out. Oil is dumping right now for some reason. Oil on the low and a bunch of other random names. Rumble, that's part 2. We saw that one earlier, but again, Nvidia 52-week high 850, SMCI almost at 1150, and then again Intel going nuts. Intel above 46. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big level, I'm pretty sure. This is like middle of no man's land. Fill the gap at 49. So that could actually be nice if they go crazy. Celsius still up too. Hey, yo, we have an AMT call up? What the hell is this? Yo, AMT, we have 220s for March. These things are up 100%. I'm just going to sell it and get my 100% on this. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. All right, sold out of AMT. I think that was post earnings. If you're down, you get $15. That thing could probably go up 1,000%, but that's on you. DLR on the high, Nvidia and Intel still. I think a week or two ago for earnings, yeah. Coinbase will calculate all your transactions. Well, I don't know. All I know is that it says I spent $300 and now it's worth $1,200. But I swear we put in $1,000. But even then, it'd still be worth $1,200. But it says my average price is 0.0000000000912. So I don't know what that means. ARKB on the high. And Global Foundry still claps, or did they come back? Oh, they came up a little bit. That was still ugly. Or not Global Foundries. Which one was it? CCJ. I'm tripping. No, that one is still ugly. I sold out of Global Foundries earlier. AMT's fun to read filings. They got stuff everywhere. Yeah, I mean, cell phone towers, right? Coinbase Insight. Bulls say Shiba has cultivated a sizable and devoted following that actively contributes to product growth and helps to drive broad awareness. Bears say Shiba is referred to as a meme coin that's inspired by an internet meme and started as a joke. Its community-driven design does not foster the same technical something. I didn't know Coinbase has that. I still have CogT, yeah. They got a couple of things coming up too, but I'm down on CogT. Crude oil, CL, yes. Celsius, remember, those hit 1,000% the other day. BitX, Bitcoin's going up. Google, yeah, a little bit. They're still down 3.3. Very bad day for them, Habibi. Then Nevada. ARM is kind of climbing a little bit. Bitcoin 67,000. That's it. Is it about to hit an all-time high? Bro, I'm surprised considering it hit 65,000, did the flush. I mean, you're already right back up. Yeah, 67,800. $2,000 away. That's it though. Last time, what price was that? 67.5? So 67,500. Yeah, you're above that. No. Any other time you've kind of wicked into here. That's pretty amazing. Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. That's 69,000 will be the next spot. So keep your eyes on Bitcoin. Again, the Bitcoin plays except Coinbase. Coinbase seems to be the only one that's like actually doing good out of all of them. Again, Mara, Riot, every single one of those. I think MSTR, they're up a decent amount. They're up 20%. So they're actually benefiting off of all of it. Yeah, MSTR and Coinbase, those are the ones going nuts. Bowen, yeah, the ETFs, the futures, all of those are killing it if you're attached to the price. But like Mara, Riot, CLSK, any of those miners, they're not doing as good. AMT's still going. I just got out of that earnings play. And Intel too. Intel above $46. That's a big deal for them. Amazon barely green. Google still in the red. I don't even think Microsoft barely green too. You're not really getting any love from big tech. Meta barely green. Netflix barely red. Nvidia. This is all chip makers here today. Consumer sentiment. Well, consumer sentiment doesn't matter as much as the jobs report. Again, non-farm payrolls, and then you get CPI after that too. So you got a lot to digest here moving forward. But I do think jobs and then Powell on Wednesday, those will be our main catalyst. STX on the high, 52-week high. Again, another thing in the chip space there. Chip semiconductors, NVIDIA on the high, Datadog on the high. XLK, is that the dollar? No, it's USD. Chips, I think it's all because of SMCI getting added, and then again, just more of the hangover from a lot of those positive earnings there last week. Because again, wasn't Broadcom and a couple others last week too? And then Bitcoin and crypto. Sure, that's part of it as well. SAP on the high, SPY 513. So you are now green on this SPY. Again, Bitcoin still holding near highs, but you have filled the gap. SPY green, Russell the only other one green, Dow and NASDAQ red. You're 2 points away from a new all-time high. So again, if we go 2 points higher today, in the next like 3.5 hours or so, you are going to hit a new all-time high. Welcome, Chatadonia. Welcome. Honestly, on that note, I think this might be good timing. I'm going to go to the bathroom. SPY going up. You may hit a new all-time high while I go pee, but I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning. I'm glad to see you here. We still got a lot of hours. We even got push-ups coming up, so get ready to move the body. You could start early if you like, Come on. 5 minutes ahead. Move the body. Relax the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Let's go, baby. All right, I will be right back.
Towards tech. However, we do expect to see some large consumer names, some financial names. So kind of keeping with that mix that we currently have. And that really makes sense to what we see in the IPO market in a typical market, where these are the types of sectors that are producing the largest IPOs. So ultimately, for a fund that is looking at the top 80% of a group by market cap, those are the sectors that are going to be most heavily represented.
And could you talk a little bit about when you buy it? Because, people think when an IPO comes out, sometimes it's bid up and people sell it the first day. There's a lot of volatility. How do you manage that so you don't lose any money on those first couple days?
Yeah, absolutely. We do not participate in IPO allocations. That does not align with our methodology. So we're really operating in the aftermarket, but that is where most of the trading happens anyways. Our methodology allows for stocks to be added, the rebalance after they go public, given some buffers in that time frame. The initial trading is important, but that aftermarket performance is just as important as well.
And Avery, I mean, looking at the portfolio right now, you have 59 holdings. And like you said, I mean, you hold these names for 3 years, but I don't need to tell you that the IPO market, it's been pretty dry over the past couple years. It's expected to pick up a little bit this year. Of course, you have the Fed cutting rates, et cetera. But what is the game planning around if there isn't an IPO pickup and some of these names start to drop out? I mean, how much could the portfolio shrink, and what are your plans around that?
Our methodology does account for if we were ever to encounter a serious IPO drought. We do have safeguards in place that provide a minimum number of holdings so the fund doesn't get too small, too concentrated, possibly pausing deletions if it were to drop below that number. That hasn't happened to date. Even with the last 2 years of a slowdown, we've still had some large IPOs come to market, and those are the names that are making their way in. You see Kenvue and ARM, but the universe has stayed robust thanks to that boom in 2020 and 2021. So yeah, if there were to not be a pickup like we are expecting, we do have safeguards in place to prevent any serious concentration in the fund.
All right, Avery, got to leave it there. Really appreciate your time. That is Avery Marquez of Renaissance Capital. And if you just can't get enough ETFs, reminder, you can listen to Trillions by Eric Balchunas and Joel Weber. But that does it for us on Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Katie Greifel along with Scarlett and Eric.
AES is the largest seller of renewable energy to
Whoa. Calm down. Calm down, AS. AMT still going D insider buy. SPY insider high. Bitcoin insider high. I like saying insider high. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm still right in the Celsius, yeah. It may, again, I'm waiting for it to like go a little nuts, but here's the thing. Celsius, I have already ghetto spreaded it. So just make sure you guys keep that in mind. Like you could ghetto spread that play and lower your risk dramatically. So I don't care what happens with the Celsius. Is everybody with me? Because like that one, we've already ghetto spreaded it. So even if it expires worthless, and then the Intel, those are, one of them's up 100%. The other ones are coming back to break even. So the idea with the Intel, I mean, we could sell the one with the profit and hold the ones that were down, or you wait till the ones that were down come up and then sell those. But I'm still holding both of those. But those are the plays post NVIDIA earnings. Remember, we got time on them, but then they didn't really move. I took 2 dips on that one, but now they're coming back up. You're hearing Coinbase is down. Someone asked earlier, I just used the Coinbase. I am positive. I think I'm positive on SHIB. I mean, I have it in the Coinbase, and it says it's up. So, inshallah, habibi. $500. Yeah, I see 789% on the Celsius calls. So, again, we bought them for 20 cents. They're going for about 178 right now. Again, they did hit 1,200% earlier. Friday or Thursday, and then they came down. DCO buys 1 million. SEC filing, damn, that's a lot. SPY going up 513.10. I believe we are hitting a new all-time high. No, 1 point. It's so slow. You're like right there, just hugging the highs, but technically we have not hit it. Yeah, Powell, March 20th, man. That's going to be a big day. Save the date. MSTR over 1,300. When is it time to sell SHIB? Oh, whenever your heart desires. I mean, I think with my altcoins, I'm going to wait till like possibly the next Bitcoin high, maybe after the halving. But I do think that, if like Bitcoin hits like 100K, maybe 120, I'll probably be looking to sell my altcoins. So we'll see. But otherwise, we got a huge trash pile that's kind of came back up. It's not bad. The trash pile is coming back to life. I think it's because of the halving, as well as, all this money on the sidelines, the ETF, and then, even all the currency issues. There's a lot of reasons for Bitcoin right now. Again, even a lot of reasons why it's surprising it went up how it did, but definitely just a lot of broader factors, I think, feeding into it. And then, of course, the halving. 513936, 1 point away from a new all-time high. Again, NVIDIA, 52-week high. Intel started to calm down a little bit. And again, this is a broader part of the rally. This is a day we're hitting another all-time high right now, or about to. And this isn't with, again, chip makers. NVIDIA's taking over, but your other 7 stocks are not necessarily the big leaders. The halving is in April. Yeah, bro. NVIDIA 861. That's insane. 862. So NVIDIA's kind of had a good earnings. Remember we talked about earnings and the run up. We hit those shares there right when that came out. But bro, 861 is huge. This thing is still rocketing up. Once your niece tells you about crypto, you're out. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense, honestly, because it's still kind of quiet. We are $2,000 from a record high, and you don't have nearly as many people talking about Bitcoin as you did last time it was anywhere close to here. So we'll see. I do think that could be a good sign. And you start finally here, once your coworkers start telling you about Bitcoin again, then you know. Airbnb, you made it back to your home. Target, and there's a lot of earnings here today or this week. It's all over Facebook now. Yeah, but I feel like you don't see it like I'm telling you, coworkers, Uber. How about that? Everybody, let's do that. We could support our stock too. Everybody get an Uber today and set your preference to talk to the driver or whatever. And everybody go order an Uber today and just see if the motherfucker tell you about crypto. That's it. That's how you know. Once you get in an Uber and they tell you about crypto, then you know. And that's how you know it has reached the top. Until then, that's it. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. If your Uber driver ain't talking about it, then you ain't. I think this is there's still a lot of upside. That's saying coworkers would also be a good indicator too. When my mom asks me, yeah, that could be a good one. We'll see. All I hope, bro, I hope that crypto stays this high by November. That's all I care about. Why? Let's see if anybody knows. Into the mind of Josh. All that matters is November for Bitcoin. Why? You may be disappointed when I tell you the answer. Tesla's still flushing. Election? Wow. You guys are so wrong. It's not the election. No. Him's hitting 52-week high. Nothing to do with the election. All I care is that Bitcoin is at 70,000 by November, so mother effers can come to Thanksgiving like Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's what I'm waiting for. So they can walk in on Turkey Day like, what now? What now, Grandma? What now, Grandma? What, Uncle? Oh, I didn't hear you. Oh, I'm busy making all this crypto money. You have something to say? What'd you do this year? Yeah, you remember that crypto? I told you a couple years ago. You didn't believe. Oh, who's the bitch now? Oh, that's all I care about for Bitcoin in November. All the people who had weird Thanksgiving Bitcoins, that's it. It's going to be quite the holiday. You know what I'm saying? Quite the holiday. Quite the holiday. Mm-hmm. They're waiting. Are you still holding your little coin? Oh, they're like, I thought you'd never ask. Let me tell you about that little coin. Somebody just gonna rent a Lambo just to pull up to Thanksgiving dinner. Dude, like, Bitcoin's gonna be at like 27 million. You'll be like, I could afford it. It's fine. You're like, I rented it to be frugal. What now, mother? Bava, nothing good out of China last couple days. Even Baidu is down. I think it's just kind of a little bit of a historically shaky like party meeting that they're doing. They're supposed to announce some stuff about the economy, but they're doing it weird. Confluent, I feel like I have looked at it. Are they are they taxes or biotech? Maybe none of the above. Sounds very familiar. Data infrastructure. Your ETH wallet got hacked, but your MetaMask isn't showing. They got your secret phrase. No way. How? That's like really hard for them to get your phrase. Like there should only be like one copy. Free apps on your phone? That's nuts. Where is it? NYCB below 3. It should be impossible. But you don't see a transaction of it going down. Because if it's like, can you still log into the wallet or like what's going on with it? Like is it gone or does it just show like empty or what's up with it? Kind of confused. You use Ledger worry free. Didn't Ledger just have some drama not too long ago? The crypto world has been insane, man. Nothing on my MetaMask wallet. But like, could you recover your wallet on another computer? Or like when you log in, like when you say nothing, like just no like crypto anymore, or like you can't even get access to the wallet? ETC over 35. Yeah, Intel just hit a new high. Honestly, it kind of rocketed. Yeah, ETC over 35. This is very good, Habibi. We made old plays on Intel like 2 weeks ago. They died. And then they rocketed back up. Now, one of them's up 100%. And then the other ones are down. They're at break even right now. Coinbase, small subset of users may see intermittent zero balance. Looking at the intel. The Baidu puts are up nice. Nice. I'm looking at the intel. I'm deciding whether we want to cut one or not. That one's almost in the money. Give it a sec. Your ETH address got emptied. I could log in. Send me your wallet. You could email it to me. I'll take a look. Like, just send me your, like, wallet address. You could just check on the blockchain what's happened. Ether scan showing they robbed you? Yeah, that's what I was going to look up. How many transactions, but, like, and then when did it all happen? Google, I have no idea. We've talked a couple of theories with it. But also, too, a lot of the bigger tech names, they're trading a little lower right now. Will NVIDIA ever stop going up? Maybe one day. But this time, I mean, at the very least, I'm happy it's going up after earnings. The last couple times after earnings, this thing was down $100. So this time around, they had a good earnings, and they are still going up. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, let them enjoy it, man. Let them enjoy it. Yeah, it had to be phishing or something. Something where you click the link or like you gave somebody because to get your seat is insane. All right, Chad, I love you. Oh, I was gonna sell out the Intels to help you out. You know, once I sell out of these, it's gonna rocket. All right, I sold out of the Intel, the 4750, 93 cents. Got like 105%, 110. Not bad. I'm holding the ones that are still down though. So I'm going to hold the other ones because, again, we had two that we put money down on and we were down on them, but then they just came back to break even. So the other one went up 100% while those came back to break even. So then we could ride out these other ones, and then we'll see where they go from here. Or we could just sell our money and sell out, and I could take a $4 loss on them now. Trump speaking for Mar-a-Lago. No. And then I don't know how to get the, like, they don't have that Coinbase Pro anymore, do they? Trade on advanced. There it is. They still have, I haven't used it in a while. And there you go. Which one is this? ETC? Oh, I missed this. I haven't looked at the rave in a minute, bro. They have futures too. Yeah, the rave, bro. You remember? I have not been here in a minute, bro. I'm looking. I got it. I found out how to do it. Spot ETC. I have it now. Yeah, bro. I haven't used this in a long ass time. The rave, dude. Remember this? It looks a little different. They don't do it as crazy anymore. It's not as nuts. Yeah, they have futures too. That one's pretty interesting. But yeah. Coinbase, bro. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Yeah, I've never traded a future on Coinbase. I see them. I see Bitcoin March 29th futures. That's insane, actually. I wonder what the margin requirement is. Oh, Coinbase. Is SMCI inclusion priced in on SMCI inclusion in the S&P priced in? Well, after Friday, it wasn't up until Friday, but then the stock was at $900 post market on Friday, and then right when the news came out, it just started rocketing it up and going crazy. You traded it in ETH futures, yeah, but I'm saying I wonder what the margin requirement is on Coinbase. So I wonder if they have a different margin requirement because it's a crypto account. Pro is called Spot now. Yeah, I saw that. It's cool. It's cool. We got it. SMCI. Nvidia keeps going, though. That one's the leader for sure. Again, all the other big tech is not doing too hot. It's 940. Still pretty early. Tesla's down because deliveries in China down 18. There was bad Li Auto, and then I think that was it. But then again, a lot of names too kind of just had a cooling down sell-off or reacted in their own little way to like very odd, obscure stuff. And then even some recoveries. Palo Alto, Snowflake, they just got knocked. Palo Alto not as bad, but some more so than others. Nvidia.com. Tesla, very, very bad, though. Tesla, remember, Tesla last week was doing very good, but now that's not good. Abivai on the low. Abivai, you are hitting 52-week high today. What was there? Snow. Oh, Zscaler. That's the other one. Even then, they didn't get one. Then Snowflake. They had a little bit of recovery, but then just down 5-6% today. Intel's killer, though. I'm glad about that one. Mara's still on the low. Mara flushing. Coinbase was going up. Again, MSTR. MSTR is actually coming down. Is Bitcoin coming down? And then gold is still up, Habibi. Very shiny. Melly getting smoked. Down 3, yeah. So a lot of big moves in other places, but today is still broad. The market is still broadening out to a degree. So you still got to factor that in because some names are down a lot, some aren't, some are up. It's your big tech isn't playing along, but then all your chips are doing good. So it's a very, very broad day to say the least. Oh, NCLH, I forgot about those. We're in the money on those. Those just aren't climbing as fast. Tesla. Snow still on the low. Snow on the low. I don't know. That kind of sucks. It either they drop $5 more or they get a nice bounce there. SHIB is up 35%. Is that why everyone's making it? I just thought everyone's getting crazy about all the cryptos. That is a lot. Google 132 is reminding you of Meta. Would you buy what about it is reminding you of Meta? I'm confused. They are similar companies to a degree, both sell ads, but I don't think we're on the same page here, sir. Google's still high. At one point, this was an all-time high in 2021 and then like a level of support in 2022. Broadening out doesn't seem to be the word. Crypto and chips seem to be the only things moving up. So what would the word be? Broadening out. I mean, the market's still 50-50. So even though you only have 2 indexes up, actually, no, SPY went break even right now. But you have 17 names green, 13 red on the Dow. NASDAQ 100, 53 green, 48 red. And then S&P 190 red, 313 green. Hype would be the word. I think those would describe 2 different things. I think just broadening out in the sense of you have a lot of names up while there's a couple of names down, even though your big 7 isn't necessarily all participating. One of them is, and then the rest of the chip makers. So it's broader in the sense of what's moving. I don't know if hype, again, would be the adjective for that. And Tesla's even getting worked. And then so is Google. Google's down 3% today. So that's what I'm saying. Like the things moving up. Melly's down 3. So it's kind of hard to put your finger on what industry. Like utilities are doing good on the SPY. Consumer staples are bad. Financials are good. Consumer non-durables, discretionaries aren't doing that bad. Tech is doing good. Energy is doing good, but transports are doing bad. Some other tech actually is doing bad too. So we're all over the place today. But then again, chips and NVIDIA are standing out for sure. But we're still red, even with SMCI up $200. SPY went back to green there, though. AMD only 2. Remember, didn't AMD go up like 6% on Friday, though? And hit $200? So chips, all the chips are doing great, but then everything else is just a weird mix. Again, staples break even, financials doing good, materials doing good, industrials doing good. XLK is up. Retail's bad, even with Macy's. Apple, they had, again, there's bad China stuff last week, as well as they had another like $1.8 billion fine in Europe. So they got knocked. And then Google, I don't know if it's the AI stuff or the AI stuff. I have no idea why MO dropped today. Maybe beginning of the month. Maybe this could be some of the end of the month, beginning of the month stuff. Maybe we just see it more reflected on the Monday, but I have no idea. But I picked up around these prices. I bought MO today for the long term. Breaking: France becomes the first country in the world to make abortion a constitutional right. Wow. Then AWS to launch infrastructure region in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Spot silver's up 3. AWS plans to invest more than $5 billion in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, France, constitutional right to abortion. You just got to work like 20 years later for retirement, though, too. Balance it out, balance it out. That's weird, though, if you're not, I guess, wouldn't that mean less kids? Why would they work longer? France is a place of many things going on. MOPC showed weakening tobacco expenditures. But that was like 2 days ago, and then Philip Morris is even up, though, today. They didn't really move on it. But I'm sure we'll get word on MO. Yeah, Apple at the lows. Google, I think they haven't. I was looking at the daily. Google kind of bounced off the bottom. Google it. Actually, let me check the daily. It is lower. This is what I was talking about. It's moved like $12 now. It might start getting good to play Google. I mean, it could flush a little lower, but you'll just get clapped if the market gets clapped on that one. Yeah, I remember I was saying, though, that like $12, $10 to $12 slip up from the AI shit. Look at him. I'll keep an eye on Google. Again, I think it was just interesting they were doing bad. There was, I don't know, I'd want more time on the Google contracts, but the one with little amount of time, they're not bad priced. There's some cheap options, and then you could spend a little bit more. Just depends on the risk. Amazon, I like Amazon. Again, I've been saying they should, I think it makes sense that they're kind of leading here in the short run because they are the only ones that have not gone through all-time highs. I mean, what, NVIDIA is worth more money than them? But I think they did good. Again, their tech, or their cloud, AI, again, they even got a little of the AI exposure, not to mention just benefiting off the general consumer. I think all of that is good. I like them. I had a couple of plays. I don't know. Did that one Amazon expire? Amazon, yeah, I don't have any more Amazons. Womp, womp, womp. Hey, what up, Max? How you living, man? Good morning. Bond. There's like 3 and 6 month bond auctions, but I'm pretty sure those are early in the morning. Coinbase. They said Coinbase intermittently. So random people are seeing 0 on their accounts randomly, but it's not as widespread as last week. I added MO to the long term today. We made a play on CCG, got worked on that, but I plan on swinging that throughout the week. Took profits on Intel. Did we do anything else? Sold AMT. And then I think then we bought a Pfizer, and that's it. I'm still in SPR too. SPR's coming up finally. I still have the eBay, but those didn't really do much. They went up for a little bit. Even when they were up, they didn't go that crazy. But yeah, I bought them for 15. They're worth 7. And then again, I sold out of one of those Intels. I still have the Celsius 700%, but I already ghetto spreaded that. I ghetto spreaded the glasses, the Netflix. Watch a GM on the Watchlist. NCLH too. That one we're in the money on. Uranium has like a bill coming out. They're going to get approval. So all of the uranium stocks went up. That's why I wanted to play it this week, because last time it was trading like $5 higher, all of them. And then it went crazy for a little bit, but we'll see. It's like enrichment industry would receive $2.7 billion in funding under newly released government funding bill. Domestic uranium enrichment would be set to receive $2.7 billion. It was released yesterday as part of the administration's broader effects to shift demand from Russia by encouraging industry to purchase uranium from U.S.-based companies. Whoa, Coinbase. Hi. Coinbase, 225. Bro, this is insane. We needed 240. 240. All right, I guess I can't get too excited yet. So I keep forgetting sound has options. This one's very, very wild, Habibi. Actually, what's my average on MO now? 43? Did it get lowered? Your friend has 0 on Coinbase. He'll be good. Again, they just reported not too long ago. It's been intermittently infecting people. Remember, same thing happened last week. At least Bitcoin didn't damn collapse after everything getting shut down. And SPY, too, we're about to hit a new all-time high. We've been doing this. SPY hit a new high, 68,000. Wow. So it was $700 away, maybe just about $1,000 away from a new high. Ours is up there now. I thought it would have gotten bigger, but I guess Uber is still fighting back. But MO is our 4th biggest in the portfolio. It's our biggest dividend payer, so it pays out about double what we get from Abivai. But Abivai is a good second. Google or Goog for the options. I usually play Google, just all around. Google it. Does the small account have 100 shares? Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. We got a decent amount on the big account. We have 400 now, so Our drip is going to be like 10 shares a quarter, which is kind of nuts to think about. Let's see. Altria. No, I only have 34. 34.7 on the YouTube account. And then Colt Sister has even less. But Mo's the third biggest on the YouTube account. The Pfizer event, they were just presenting at TD Cohen. They didn't really come out with anything big. Why do you like MO so much? It's a heavy business that brings in a lot of cash, good cash flow, and doesn't really get affected by too many things. It doesn't really grow, but it's fairly stable, and that's kind of why I like it. Like, I've held it for 3-4 years. It's down like anywhere from 5 to 10%, but in that 3-4 years, I mean, we've already yielded back like 30% or so, 20 to 30% back. I think a little more. So, just stable, not going anywhere. Good cash business. OCEA is going up? My goodness. This one has actually gone up like every single day. That was one of those biotechs from literally like a week and a half ago. They're holding bank stocks. Will it burst up? They're doing good for now, but the data, Jerome Powell, I think bank stocks are going to be a little more sensitive this week. So possibly. It really depends on how the data and Jerome Powell plays out. Dominion's still going up. They're up 4.1. Remember, latest news, CEO bought in like $1 million. Dude, Tesla down 7.3. CCJ, that one got worked too. All the big banks are still up. Even JP Morgan near the high now too. They were kind of underperforming the other guys earlier. Bobo's still up there. Abbott on the high. Abivai on the low. Emo yalla habibi. Where did MO go? Oh, right here. Yeah, down 8.5. So literally, I mean, we yield back more. But I am excited for that drip now. We're going to get like, what, 40 shares back a year on Altria? That's kind of crazy. Actually, wait, is it? Yeah, it'll be 10 shares a quarter. That's going to be nuts. SMCI stock split before 100 billion. I don't know. Maybe they don't want to split. It depends on their history. But I don't, at this point, I don't know. I think they're kind of benefiting more off of the low flow until it has bad news and goes down. I have 400 shares of MO in the big account. So you get about 10 shares, I believe. 98 cents a quarter. Times 400. So you get 392. Divide by what? 39.60. We get about 9.89 shares. Times 4. So we're going to get back 39.5 shares a year. That makes sense? Times 36. Oh, no, shit. Times 39.6. Yeah, about $1,500. That makes sense. And that will increase. It will, hopefully. I mean, assuming nothing gets worse. But, yeah, that's a pretty good amount. you would get more than that. I'd be down to add more to, I mean, like I'm saying, I still have a goal here. I use that deposit, and honestly, I like the random 4% drop with nothing there. So, but we'll see. We still got more deposits this year. I am going to try to grow my dividend. I still like Pfizer and all the other names, so we'll see. Now we just got to be patient again. Now we got to wait another month until another deposit, and now we just ride out and see where the long term takes us. I think monthly dividends only, not ultra, what's it called? Oh, that's the one. Coin, 225, and JP Morgan on the high. Yeah, that's the one. And Bill, I guess. NYCB down 15. My goodness. Coin, bro, 226 now. Yeah, coin rocketing again. MSTR, they were going down earlier, but the rest of the crypto plays are not playing along, bro. This is like literally just Coinbase, it seems like. I guess they're the only one. Bro, this is crazy. Up 10%. And then again, I think once you get by 250, 225 is already a major, like, multi-year support level here. This is where they bounced last time. This is where they held after dying on IPO. This is a very, very big deal for them. And then again, 250, 255, and then like 260. Those are like the crazy breakout levels on coin. Yeah, my Shiba is up. A lot of people have asked me about that today. I think, again, we're getting back a lot of our altcoin portfolio. It is benefiting off of the craziness. My goodness. Thoughts on Apple? I've been saying this the whole time. I mean, I think it's kind of good they're coming down. They've held up a little bit better than everybody, and it doesn't make sense. I still have the Stellar. Yeah, it came up a lot. I'm still down on some of my higher purchases, and then some of my lower purchases are up. Same situation as Ethereum Classic. That's why I'm like, if Bitcoin goes like 100 grand, we should have a good time with everything else. Doge is at 17 now. Morgan Stanley, NVIDIA, Media and Telecom Conference. NVIDIA, is it now? Very interesting. Tesla bouncing a little bit off the bottom, but still down. Again, I think 8%. Coinbase 227. See if that thing goes to 230. Actually pretty wild. MPW back to green. Coin is at $227. Yeah. Again, even watch DraftKings too. We're about to go green on DraftKings. On the long term, I think, where is it? We might need a little bit more. DraftKings, we need 4%. Coinbase, we need 7%. And that we have very high purchases on these to give you a general idea. So that's nuts. Coin targets 239. I think, even 250 at this point. So again, like anything above these, remember, this is a big stock. This thing used to move crazy at those higher prices, but my goodness. I sold coin in my other portfolio at a tax loss. So, but I kept it in the long term. So again, this is the long term. Why would I sell in anything? There's no tax losses ever in the long term, even if I am at a loss. But no, I sold Coinbase at like $90 on the flip shares. I took a fat loss on that one, but in the long term, we are down $200 on Coinbase now. And that's after the higher years. Kind of wicked. DraftKings, see again, literally, DraftKings and Coinbase back to back. Coin 228.23 is still going. Thank you, long term indeed, bro. For real. It's good. You were down on some of these plays. You're still down on both of them, but that's like what? Like $7,000-$8,000 of value just returned back. And then if it does go crazy, hopefully that negative drag turns into a positive. So we will see, man. We will see. We will see. I never added coin, though, in the small long term. So that was one that those plays, because, again, it was always just too expensive. And then when it got cheap, I bought other things. Excuse me. CAF is on the high. 228, bro. Coinbase is kind of nuts right here. So that's literally moved $4 or $5 in the last 4 minutes. You're moving $1 a minute there. Again, break. I'm so glad I didn't short that even at the 180. I did dollar cost average, but I got in really high, so my average is still 229. And then eventually I just started buying other things. And then when they were low, I bought other higher quality that was lower. And then that was it. But yeah, long term loves it either way. We got a little bit of DraftKings. I wish I averaged DraftKings even lower too, but both of those I didn't have to buy them for too long. I didn't buy them too many times. I only put in a couple deposits, but we held them for a while, and sure enough, with enough time, they came up. They did good. Yeah, Coinbase or DraftKings, those would have been great pickups. Celsius, either at like 1,000% again, I'll exit, or we just ride it out because I already made it free. So a minimum I make on that play is 100%. I still have never been to Kava. Isn't crypto another side the Fed can't cut rates anytime soon? Not necessarily. It's interesting. Bitcoin and crypto has never really done this in a high rate environment, but no. It kind of just boils down to the stock market's at all-time highs. Does that mean they can't cut? Will that create inflation? I disagree with that. That's the thing. Some people, they like to say, oh, the stock market's going up, inflation will never come down. But remember in 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 2019 and 2020, the market hit all-time highs every single one of those years, or hit highs, and nobody was worried about inflation. Same thing even with real estate. So I don't think crypto plays into to the rate cut scenario, more or less. OCEA, SPY came down a little bit. ASML on the high too. Strategy or logic making them free depends on the type of play. So some plays, if I buy more than one contract, I'll sell out and make them free, get my initial investment back. Like the Celsius, I ghetto spreaded it. So I bought the option and then it went up in value, and then I shorted the option further out the money to get back my initial investment plus property, and then still hold the play and still have upside. What is that? OPCH. Kava's still going. Option Care Health up 3. It looks like it just had news not too long ago. Kava is leading the way, 1.5. We think it's a sign of vast liquidity. It's not quite the financial conditions needed to temper inflation. I think you're right, but they don't care about financial conditions. So, and like I could kind of agree, like right now, as long as inflation expectations, if you could convince a human that they're going to get rich off Bitcoin and the price of gas isn't going to go up, then it's not going to affect inflation. So that's kind of unfortunately what happens. So I think you're right, but financial conditions just is not, the Fed doesn't give a shit. Otherwise, if that was the case, right now they would be getting really mad that our financial conditions are up there. You're not sure you agree. You think lower rates will allow more borrowing to buy Bitcoin? I think it will. It definitely will allow. That's what happens every other time with Bitcoin. But I just don't think the Fed is looking at crypto to make any decision on raising or cutting rates. Just quite simply, I don't think they give a shit about crypto. So I don't think. And then even then, just on a bigger point, like I've even said, is just that at other times in history, you know, even the stock market getting elevated, asset prices do not like translate into inflation as easy as some people think, if at all. It's very hard to see like asset inflation show up as real inflation. Otherwise, your inflation would be high right now instead of dropping, when that's where everyone's saying like, well, the rate is dropping, but prices are still holding what they've already done. If you had to go all in on one stock today and hold for a year, what would it be? I wouldn't. Diversification is going to be your friend. So, like, you never have to go with just one stock. Maybe 3, maybe 2, but, like, maybe 3 of them, you could split it up, and then I would go after stuff I would hold for 10 years minimum. If you aim like that, I think you'll run into short-term opportunity better, but that's kind of my approach to it. Me either. I'm saying Fed is watching. It could provide insight and lead other indicators that the Fed does monitor. Maybe, I mean, if we did start to see it, but for now, it's not really there. What we need, the thing that we would that's pretty much asking, is Bitcoin going to affect employment, wages, and then employment again. That's all it really comes to. Employment and then GDP. And overall just growth. Maybe some China stuff. I don't know. JPM going up there. Another 52-week high. CCJ going lower. That one was awful. CBZ. Microsoft coming down. So is Apple. Would you hold PayPal for 10 years? Yeah, that's why I bought it in the long term. Costco. I love Costco. I think the stock price is expensive. That could be one I'd even be down to FOMO, low key too. Sucks you missed the dividend, but if you're down to average over time, I mean, I think Costco, absolutely killer. SPY, a little bit of a Raoul there. We are getting back to some of the opening candles. You're a little higher than that now. Bitcoin slowly been selling from the high, but they're doing great. But yeah, you didn't hit a new all-time high. You came within 1 point. You did fill the gap though. But now you are barely a touch above the opening candle. But little Raul says hello. Mm-mm. Tesla dropped on slow China sales. That's what people are saying. And then even Li Auto, another China play, didn't do good either. And then some people are even saying there's some discrepancies with the sales data based on the Chinese New Year. But yeah, Tesla just going through the drama again. Haxer-san. Welcome, my friend. You think it's too high thinking it puts? I don't think it's, I think it's running, but they kind of earned it. So just like you're paying for a lot of future valuation in there, but they have done good. I don't think Costco has done really bad at all. So like, I don't know. Costco, it's kind of like a company you want to own, but I don't know. I've shorted Costco in the past and it's been a nightmare. So be careful, but that's hard to say. Hard to say. Earnings though, I would play the 2 standard deviations if they're priced appropriately enough. Let's see. On Vanny, I want to. I'm waiting after this offering, but I'm kind of wanting to be patient. But then again, it's kind of down a lot. I could be down now. Where did they just fall to? But yeah, I'm down actually. Not now, but let's see where it ends. It's already fell below here. Because again, that offering was at 380, which I see as a good sign. Yeah, they're going to have another update in like a month, though. So you'll have a little bit of time. That's the only caveat. Costco will do. We have earnings previews. We'll go over those in a little bit. Actually, let me see here now. Give me a second. Let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will be right back. We might not have PHILO. Let me check. That's what I'm going to go see right now. Let me see right now the timing. Let's see how we can break this down. I will BRB.
Going to be a very long general election campaign, Rick. What kind of margin in any of these states, even if he does indeed sweep them, he's picking up delegates along the way, what would still look weak for a Donald Trump general election candidate?
Well, I think we've seen that states where Nikki Haley has done well, she's, broken into the 40% mark. If she did that repeatedly in, half of these states, it would really show a sign that the Republican Party, a big chunk of it, almost half, are rejecting the Trump candidacy. And I think that will start more of the stories we've already heard, which is if a certain percentage of those, and in some polls as many as half of those people indicate they won't support Donald Trump in the general election, that could be a really devastating thing for Donald Trump. Now, we won't get exit polls in all these, 15 states, so we're not going to have that kind of robust information. But I would say if she was able to do that in half the states, or even a good chunk of the bigger, more important ones, like Virginia that Jeannie was talking about earlier, it could send a real message to the party that we've got a real fight for party control.
Talk to me about the pledge, Jeannie. I'm getting confused here because Nikki Haley said she would endorse whomever the Republican nominee would be. Remember, that was the pledge to get on stage in the debates. Now she says maybe not. I'll make what decision I want to make, she told Meet the Press, indicating that this is not the same RNC that she had made that agreement with. Is that fair game?
Yeah, I mean, she can do what she wants. This is the problem with these pledges. Donald Trump has never been willing to make them. Nikki Haley made it. She said this weekend she had to get on the stage. And now this party is not the party she pledged to support the nominee for. So we'll have to see what she does. The reality is I think her failure to say that she won't vote for Donald Trump if he's the nominee has given a lot of voters pause to say, well, if you're going to support him in the end, then why are you telling us that he doesn't have what it takes to be president, that he can't be trusted to be president? That's a hard argument to make, to say, vote for me, but, if you don't and he ends up getting the nomination, I'll vote for him as well. That's a really difficult thing. So I think this pledge issue has been a lot more important in the minds of some Republican voters than we may otherwise expect.
Okay, so that's all Republican voters. And on the Republican side, Jeannie, what's at stake for Biden tomorrow, knowing that this isn't really a competitive primary he's dealing with, even if you have others still floating around? What will be telling about his performance tomorrow, if anything? What can we learn?
For Biden, you're going to be looking for turnout. I think particularly in certain states, I'm looking, for instance, at a state like North Carolina, for instance, which he narrowly loses to Donald Trump, but they do feel like that is up for grabs this year. I'm not sure if that's the case, but they are trying to ramp up operations in these states. So I think that's one big issue. The other thing is, you look at a state like Alabama, which votes. And, they've been going through this whole issue with the IVF. Now, we're not going to get a specific indication on that, but I am curious to see if we see a significant ramp up in turnout there, whether that indicates that this issue is on the minds of voters who might not otherwise get out. So issues like that we'll be watching for the Democratic side. Joe Biden, rather, is looking at Thursday in particular. And I think what happens Tuesday night will weigh in terms of what he has to say Thursday night.
Yeah, of course, that's the State of the Union. Rick, if you're running the Biden campaign, and I know you're not in this case, that's your night this week, right? That's the biggest, potentially the most important audience he could get this entire cycle.
Well, certainly between now and his convention speech, this is probably one of the most important things he can do. And I'm sure that everybody in the White House has exactly the same goal in mind. He has to look energetic. He has to be articulate. He can't produce a gaffe. He has to not fall asleep. He has to not make sure other people fall asleep. It's all about Joe Biden's presence and almost nothing to do with substance.
I like that, Kaylee. You can't fall asleep and you can't let other people fall asleep. That's literally the job.
But Jeannie, is really nothing at all to do with substance?
No, I would say the substance matters an awful lot because he has to very clearly not only say what he has done and the successes he's had, but what he plans to do going forward. And he also has to shine a big light on the Republicans who control the House and who have not been doing the work of the American people, and to make the case that you cannot trust Washington, D.C. to either them or the presumptive leader of the party, Donald Trump, because this is a dangerous guy. So I think he wants to cast the light on them as well as talk about what he plans to do going forward. He does have successes to talk about.
This is a dangerous guy.
All right.
Disney. Did they say something about both of them staying awake? I'm confused. Coin almost at 2:30. Are you kidding me, Chattadonia? This is phenomenal. Even then, I should be more blown away that crypto is going to hit an all-time. I don't even know. There's so much going on. There is so much. Coin 230 now. Well, there it is, man. There it is. We are going to go over earnings here in a little bit. But before we get into earnings, I think we should, I think we should start off the week a little decently. You know what I'm saying? Just... No? Okay, I try to do the... It's time. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. You got Boeing news right now. Max production audit identified non-compliance issues in Boeing's manufacturing process control, parts handling, and storage, and product control. Document Boeing. Wow, you got Boeing news right as we begin the PHILO news, Chattadonia. So Boeing moving a little bit, but I got good news here for you today. I got good news for you, baby. Can I share with you some good news today? That's what I hope I could give you some good news. That is the general idea. You guys know that. You know, PHILO should be good news. I really do hope. And in general, I know I give you a lot of news on this channel. There's a lot that you could take in here, but generally, I hope you get good news more than not. You know what I'm saying? I hope good news more than, oh my God. You know, I hope you are receptive of the good news. I hope you spread the good news. I hope you receive the good news. Good news is a good thing in life, Chad. Yeah, that's how we're starting off, baby. So, for real, that being said, let me shout out the people who have been receptive of the good news, the people who have encouraged the good news, those who have participated and shared the good news. You know what I'm saying? Nah, but for real, Chad, all my PHILO people out there, I'm glad we could start off another week with PHILO. I'm glad you are here, and for real, man, if you guys have been taking personal responsibility and other things, man, all I could say is that goes a long, long way, man. That goes a long, long way. So, that being said, now that I have told you how much I love you guys, I will give you one more reminder. Make it till the end, okay? Don't ever forget about the endurance, okay? And the discipline involved with it, baby. But that's not what I'm going to tell you about today. Today, I'm going to give you something a little different. It's I got two things, actually, and one of them is going to be a very important reminder. Okay, and the other one, well, this one is just going to be, I guess they're both reminders. I guess let me start with the first one. But, Chad, do you hear the whisper? Oh, I don't know if they feel. Maybe I'm starting off a little too deep on them. But I want to talk to you about the whisper, Chad. Not on some believe me, I'm not hearing any voices yet. Maybe one day in life I will, but not now. But the whisper. The whisper, baby. But I'm talking about something else. Have you ever heard, I guess maybe you have, especially if you believe in predeterminism, but you know that everything's already predestined. Everything's chosen, right? You got a destiny. You know, everything from the get-go. You know, some people really believe it. Some people don't. Some people use that as an excuse to not live life, to criticize any sort of meaning of life. I mean, you could go down the list, but it's still it's something I think some of you will be familiar with. You may have heard it. So what I'm talking about here today is the whisper, and it's very simple. This is, again, one of the reminders. I just want to just give you, remember I told you before, you have evidence. I hope some of you always could see the evidence of the Spirit. And what I'm saying here, and this is kind of part of the thank you, kind of part of the shout out to all of the Chads that I get to see day in and day out who are really pursuing better. It's dude, why are you even trying to do better? Have you thought about that for a second, and taking a step back? Maybe you're oh, I do it for my kids or for this or no. But think about it. After continuous failure, after setbacks, after not coming from a good starting point, after still achieving a lot and feeling like you have so much more to go, so many different, why do you keep pursuing certain things? What is actually driving that invisible part of you to actually go about doing certain things and mainly, again, bettering yourself and setting out, achieving certain things. Again, even this desire, say, oh, I want to know more to life. Honestly, yeah, I think there's more to me being a human and waking up and taking a dump every day, going to bed and eating. Wait a minute. So, you guys are telling me a lot of reasons, but I'm telling you it's invisible. It is the whisper, and I hope some of you take this as evidence that if you are even being driven, if you feel a calling to go and do, again, whether it's saving, whether it's making the right decision, you know what I'm saying, making a business, I don't know what it, again, everybody got different things, but I really hope y'all see it as, in a weird way, that is part of the evidence of kind of something that was chosen upon where you're going, because not everybody hears the whisper. Okay? That's the first thing. That's the first thing I wanted to remind you of over the weekend. The evidence of the Spirit, my friends. Oh, and I hope you feel me, bro. And I mean it too, because, again, man, you got to look around, you know, and in a world where crypto is hot one year and then not hot, and then it comes back up, and not even a tenth of the people are talking about. You know what do you hear the whisper or not, Chad? But that's the first thing. Now, this second one, this reminder, bro, this is probably a big part of PHILO. I got a very, very good one for you today. This is like the big part about today. Are you ready, Chad? I hope you guys understand this. Okay, I'm going to say it. I could say it just once, and I could end it. I could end this right now. Okay? But it's very simple, Chadadonia. If you want to master life, bro, you want to just like do things better, you want to live better, do better, achieve more, and like, bro, just be at peace, be filled with joy, be filled with the energy as well, then you need to get in the habit of loving when things get delayed. Oh, Chad. I don't think they feel me, bro. Let me say it again, bro. You need to get in the habit of loving when things get delayed. You got to love it. When things, I wanted this, it didn't happen as fast, or, whoa, I was going to do this, I planned for this, and then this problem came up, and now I'm set behind by this, or I was supposed to do this, I gave all of this up in this many, and it took me this many, and then this, and I was supposed to be here, and I thought by this time I was going to be doing this. And love it, embrace it. Embrace it, my friends. Trust me. This was something I was thinking about. And there's a very good story. A very, very good story. Balaam and the donkey. Balaam in the ass. You know, long story short, this guy, I'll give very, very quick spark notes. This guy, he was trying to go on a trip, and then there was an angel that was going to kill him, and then the donkey saw the angel, and the donkey didn't want to move. Balaam, the dude, didn't see the angel. The donkey did, and then wouldn't move. And then Balaam kept whipping the donkey and said, go. And the donkey's like, nah, there's an angel about to clap us. And then he does that until eventually the donkey claps back, and then the donkey starts speaking to the dude. And it takes a donkey talking to this dude, some weird Shrek mythical story, if you really think about it. This was the original Shrek saying, yo, man, you're running into danger right there. You didn't even realize it, and you getting all mad when there is a problem right in front of you that you do not see clearly. So the whole message of that story, bro, is literally love when things get delayed. Learn to really embrace this concept. You be trying to run down these roads, and you getting mad that the donkey not moving sometimes. But quite simply, it may be getting you on a better path or keeping you on something you don't see. So instead of getting mad about it, take faith that, again, back to what we talked about a little bit last week, baby. You are right where you're supposed to be. Everything part of the mission, even down to the whisper. The fact you still getting called to it, baby. So, Chad, that's it. Procrastinate more. Got it. Oof. I love the interpretation, but I'm not giving you an action in today's PHILO. Oh, isn't that the crazy part? This isn't an action. I'm not telling you to do something. I'm telling you to get in the habit of feeling a certain way. So whatever you choose to do from here is up to you. But I really hope that you start when looking at setbacks and whatever you're going through. I hope you are able to feel a certain way and think about it in a different point of view that hopefully gets you seeing it beyond just the situation and understanding the full perspective of it, and instead of going after yourself or other people, you could maybe find a different way to be more productive off of what life is giving you. And then again, this ultimately boils down to a more fati. But chat, it's something very important. I gave this a little bit of thought. And then again, I think it tied into a couple of the other philos we've been talking about. And even then, even as part of the whisper, like I'm saying, as far as your actions going forward, I think that depends on whether or not you hear the whisper, whether it leads to good or bad productivity or not. So I hope you do. I hope you pursue it. I hope you do not, and I hope you take joy in all the times that have ever set you back, because I'm sure you have came to learn. That's the reason why you're here today in the present. Enjoy all of it. Be prepared, Chad. And again, like I said too, we got a long, long way to go. We got a long, long way to go still, even for the end of the year. So get some of that longevity and that discipline and endurance, but take that one to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure, guys, are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Nightly Watch This main channel. First link, Screaming Alerts Boot Camp and Real Estate Course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And I think that's it. Let's get us some. The whole idea is not what you think when you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signed and then it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way. You gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade. Either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain. Every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep. You could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a cult.
It's a cult. Amen. 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 We did it, y'all. We did it. Now it's time for your earnings previews. So, Chad, some of you may like this moment, some of you may not. But you get to listen to your government officials who care about you. Okay? Not really, but I'm assuming you aren't too literal. And it's okay. Don't let it anger you too much. Okay? Have peace and love. But if you're wondering why I play it, it allows me time to fill the dead space. I'm more efficient. Otherwise, it would take me like an hour to get all these previews while talking and reading the chat. You know what I'm saying? So I do it to be more productive. You know, that song is hard. Yeah, I know. I like it. It's Uncle Answers, man. It's good. He did good on that, man. I'll tell him that. I'll tell him when he wakes up. Oh, wait. I need this one. I gave you the wrong one. I kept him. I kept him and gave you guys the earnings. I need the earnings, and you guys get him. This guy is so It was so weird. Someone said they made a weird joke. Anyway, I'll let you listen. You have fun.
Currently, that we are in discussion with the government of Israel about, including the need to surge humanitarian assistance in. For our purposes, it's an important meeting to have.
I have a couple on Haiti.
Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and go to Haiti, and I'll come back. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I don't want to step on anybody, but I did just directly follow on Jenny's question. I mean, does the fact that senior U.S. officials, including the Secretary, Vice President, National Security Advisor, the fact that they're taking these meetings with Benny Gantz signal that they see in him more of a willing diplomatic partner than Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I would not make that assessment. We're meeting with Benny Gantz because he's one of 3 members of the War Cabinet, one of 5 if you count the 2 advisory members, but one of 3 members of the War Cabinet who has a critical vote and a critical stake in how this war is conducted. He has a critical voice in the delivery of humanitarian assistance. He's an important figure in the sitting government of Israel, and so that's why we engage with him.
I mean, he's also a political rival of the sitting Prime Minister, and Prime Minister Netanyahu made clear that he disapproves of these meetings going forward. So in taking these meetings, did the U.S. consider that they might fuel political instability within the existing Israeli government?
That is the various political intrigue inside Israel is ultimately a matter for the government of Israel and the political class in Israel that we take no position on. Secretary's met with Benny Gantz a number of times, met with him in the presence of the Prime Minister. He's met with him separately, just as he's met with members of the opposition and other members of the government, and we'll continue to do that because we think it's important to do so and advances the interests of the United States.
2 quick follows on the region.
Yeah.
One is, what can you say about Israel's willingness to make good on the requirements set forth in the National Security Memorandum set forth last month about providing written confirmation that they'll, use American military aid in accordance with humanitarian law? Absent, having already supplied that response, have they indicated that they will be able to meet that deadline and provide you a written?
So it's a matter we are in conversation with the government of Israel about, as we are in conversation with other countries that receive security assistance from the United States. I don't want to get into those underlying discussions, but there is a deadline that the executive order sets out. I think it's 45 days from early February when it was established, and we will engage with every country that we provide military assistance to about the requirements set out in the executive order and how they can fulfill them.
Is Israel on track to meet that deadline?
Again, the deadline is clearly imposed. I don't want to speak to it before we get there. It's a matter right now we're in discussion with Israel, and I should note, I know all the questions always come with respect to Israel, but this is a matter that's not unique to Israel. It applies to every country that receives security assistance from the U.S.
Last quick one on Rafah. Has the U.S. been advised as to whether there's a likely or an imminent ground operation likely to be launched into Rafah?
No, we have not, and we have still not been briefed on any plan, either for a military operation or a humanitarian assistance plan that we have said is critical before a military operation takes place.
And you would still expect that to happen before anything happens on the ground?
It is what we have said is critical. Go ahead.
The situation on the ground in Haiti
has
deteriorated even further. What's the U.S. assessment of where things go from here? Our understanding is the Prime Minister is not in the country. Is the U.S. trying to facilitate his return there? And then are there any plans to evacuate the embassy at this point?
So first of all, we are closely monitoring the situation and condemn efforts by gangs to further destabilize and take control of Haiti. It's our understanding that the Prime Minister is returning to the country. We think it's important that he do so and that he be allowed to do so. Many of those responsible for the uptick in violence have been designated by the United States under the Global Magnitsky Act and illicit drug sanctions programs, and by other members of the international community under their authorities. And I think the actions you've seen these gang members take over the last few days shows exactly why they have been so designated. And it also underscores the urgency of finalizing the multinational security support mission to assist the Haiti National Police in dealing with the dire security on the ground. With respect to the embassy remains open. We announced yesterday that the embassy has moved to limited operations with no public services available the first 3 days of this week due to the ongoing violence in Port-au-Prince.
Can I just follow up
Yeah, Janny, I swear I'll come to you. We'll do this first, and then.
So just the tense. The Prime Minister is returning to the country. Like, is he in the process of it?
I will let the Haitian government speak.
Does the U.S. have any role in?
Again, I'll let the Haitian government speak to the Prime Minister's travel. Go ahead, Janny.
Thank you, Matt. The 2 questions on Russia and North Korea. The Russian President Putin warned that if the Western countries sent troops to Ukraine, nuclear war would break out. How do you think about Russia's nuclear threat?
So first of all, that rhetoric, as we've seen before, is irresponsible and inappropriate for a nuclear power, and is inconsistent with the way that any nuclear power should talk about the use of such weapons in public. But we have seen no reason to change our nuclear posture. And I would just note, as I always note, as the president has made clear, we are not sending boots on the ground to Ukraine.
Secondly, on North Korea, there are signs that North Korea will soon launch another reconnaissance satellite. Do you think Russia is providing satellite technology to North Korea as part of its weapons support?
I just don't want to comment on that in detail. Alex, go ahead. Yeah.
Russia ramped up its rhetoric against Moldova, saying that the West is trying to take over the leadership of Moldova. Do you have any response to Lavrov?
That's obviously not true.
He also accused Armenia of going towards the West, and then he promised that they will respond to Armenia. Any reaction?
So I'm not going to respond.
What?
Is destabilizing.
Wait, what? I'm not going to respond. Cue the music.
Concerned about threatening rhetoric and threatening actions that the Russian government has shown over and over it is willing to take against its neighbors. And I'll leave it at that.
Do you want to weigh into Germany?
Oh, damn. Celsius new high?
In two contexts, actually. One is Germany says that Russia has ramped up its information war against it since last night. Secondly, whether do you think this might mean that Germany will be frozen out of intel sharing?
I don't have any comment on intelligence matters at all. Go ahead.
A few questions, Matt, on Iran. Today, the Director General of the IAEA delivered his officially delivered his report to the Board of Governors and made statements about the different subjects, including Iran. He didn't have anything positive to say about what Iran's been doing in the past few months.
Nor will I. Much to your surprise.
He also expressed concern about some comments that Iranian officials have been making about their capabilities to build a bomb. This was the first time that Grossi made reference to that. Does the U.S. think that it's time to censure Iran, or at least report it directly to the UN Security Council? Because I think Reuters has reported and quoted Western officials that the E3 do have a draft for censure, but the U.S. may not be very willing to go along with it.
So we are closely coordinating with our E3 allies on our approach to Iran's nuclear program, including with respect to the IAEA Board of Governors meeting. I don't have any actions to preview at this time, but we fully support the IAEA and Director General Grossi and believe that Iran must fully uphold its safeguard obligations without further delay.
Your Iranian counterpart today was asked about the 2015 nuclear agreement. He said that
Didn't know I had an Iranian counterpart. It's the old press briefings?
Yes, they do once a week.
Yeah, once a week with the thriving free press inside Iran.
Very free. He was asked about the JCPOA, and he said that the diplomatic channels were still open.
I have a counterpart in Iran.
Any communication
they have
been
TV
exchanged in this regard regarding their nuclear program?
So
That's
we
cool.
have
They
the
got electricity
ability to communicate to Iran
No
when
shit.
it is in the U.S. interest to
Sure,
do
they
so.
gotta give free
But
press.
I'm not going to characterize those
Starting
communications
up.
further.
Okay, one last one. Shervin Hajipur, one of who composed the song last year.
What's this guy's name?
Yeah, the protests, and he was given an almost 4-year sentence, plus that he has to read books on women's rights in Islam and to compose an anti-U.S. song and publish it on social media. Do you have any comments?
So we condemn the years-long prison sentence for Shervin Hajipur, who many around the world know for his song Baroye, which became a global anthem for the Iranian people's protests. You may remember that Secretary Blinken had that song on his 2022 Spotify playlist, and Dr. Joe Biden presented him with the first ever Grammy for Best Song for Social Change. And I think the Iranian government's actions are just another signal of their intent to crack down on freedom of expression and repress voices inside their own society whenever possible. Yeah.
I know you commented on this before the election, but the election, particularly the turnout, authorities are reporting it's 41%, which would be the lowest since the Islamic Revolution. Do you have any comment either on that turnout, whether you think that turnout is accurate, but what the overall historically low turnout?
I don't have our own assessment to offer about turnout other than to say that the Iranian authorities' claims about turnout have generally been unreliable. But as you heard me say last week, we did not assess that these elections would be free and fair, and believe that many Iranian voters would assess that the elections would not be free and fair. And so it wouldn't surprise me if in that regard they chose not to participate.
Can I just take it one step further? I mean, do you think this is a show of discontent or whatever the low?
We know that the Iranian people are discontented. We see them. We've seen them come out and protest on a number of occasions, and we've seen the Iranian authorities brutally crack down on those protests. So I don't think there's any doubt that there's discontent about the regime's rule and the regime's willingness to crack down and try and keep that discontent from bubbling up. Go ahead. Come to you next.
The 30 days notification by the U.S. State Department to the U.S. Congress on sale of drones to India has passed yesterday. What are the next steps in that? Do you know?
I will have to take that and get back to you. I wasn't aware that date had passed.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Two questions on Gaza. First, on Israeli investigations. At recent briefings, you have heard a lot of investigations into a lot of issues. I wanted to follow up on two of these. You have urged for investigation into the sexual violence allegations, sexual assault allegations against Palestinian women and the killing of Hind Rajab. Do you have any update on this?
Sorry.
Have you heard back from any of these?
I don't have an update. I don't know if we have. I'm happy to check. I'm just personally not aware with respect to that one.
And the second question on, have you seen the reports of Israeli warplanes bombing a makeshift cemetery in Sunday built near the Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza? Have you seen those reports? Do you
I have seen the reports. We have not been able to verify them, but as we have said a number of times, it is important that Israel conduct this campaign in full compliance with international humanitarian law. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Shehbaz Sharif has been elected as the new Prime Minister of Pakistan. Would you like to comment on your expectations for bilateral relations with Pakistan under the leadership of Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif?
So I'm not going to speak with respect to the new Prime Minister, but as we've said before, we value our long-standing partnership with Pakistan and have always viewed a strong, prosperous, and democratic Pakistan as critical to United States-Pakistan interests, and our engagement with new Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and his government will continue to focus on advancing these shared interests.
Sir, Maryam Nawaz, the daughter of former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, has been elected as the Chief Minister of the key province of Punjab in Pakistan, the country's first woman to hold the post. Despite facing fabricated cases and spending time behind bars, she emerged as a winner and the first woman Chief Minister of Punjab. In your opinion, how does her historic election signify progress for women's representation in Pakistani politics?
So her selection as Chief Minister is a milestone in Pakistani politics. We look forward to cooperating with Pakistan more broadly on integrating women more fully into the country's political life, in the economy, including through the U.S.-Pakistan Women's Council, civil society, and other decision-making spaces. An inclusive Pakistan makes for a strong, prosperous country which all Pakistanis benefit from, and so we are always pleased when we see cracks in the glass ceiling anywhere in the world. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead first. Yeah,
yes.
Come to you in order.
Special Envoy Amos Hochstein is in Beirut today.
He does not work for the State Department. He works for the White House, so I will defer to them for comment on almost his travel.
But the ambassador was him in his meeting.
Again,
these officials.
Again, I'm going to defer to the White House for comment on the travel of a White House official. But Amos Hochstein has been engaged, as have people at the State Department, on trying to achieve a diplomatic resolution to the situation in the north of Israel. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Come to you next.
Yes, you just called my colleague that Maryam Nawaz Sharif was a milestone, becoming the first female chief minister.
Of
Pakistan
Punjab.
has
Of Punjab.
of Punjab.
Of Punjab.
Yeah, we have had a prime minister female, Benazir Bhutto, if you remember.
I do. That
she
does
was
not.
a milestone.
I
too.
do. She absolutely was. It in no way changes.
But you know,
this
Maryam
accomplishment.
Nawaz Sharif was caught in the Supreme
Do you have
Court
a-
of
do you have a
Pakistan.
question?
No, but are you aware that Maryam Nawaz was caught in the Supreme Court by presenting a fake Calibri font as well?
I am not going to get into those underlying details. It's a matter for Pakistan, but we do believe her selection as chief minister is a milestone for Pakistan.
Just one more
Politics should
question.
commend it.
One more question. Human rights, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Human Rights, Mr. Richard Bennett urged countries to initiate a case against Taliban over women rights. Last week, Karine and you spoke about having a, inclusive government. But the women's rights are totally forgotten. Can the U.S. at least be a part of this case? Because this is a very genuine case. Millions of girls just across the border from Pakistan have been without education for 2 years now.
So I can't speak to the specific case that you're referring to because I'm not aware of it. But of course, we have said it many times that the treatment of women and girls inside Afghanistan is deplorable. Humera, you had something.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Just to go back to a couple of Israel-Gaza related stuff. So about Erez, or the third border crossing opening, given your comments at the top about the urgency and how severe the situation is, what is the sticking point with the Israeli government?
I'm not going to get into our private conversations, but it's a matter that we are engaged with them on. I will let them speak for themselves. We think it needs to open urgently.
Okay, and just to push you a little bit more on that, given you think it needs to open urgently, can you give a timeline on days, weeks?
I can't because it's not a decision that needs to be made by the United States government. It's one that needs to be has to be made by the government of Israel. I can't speak for them, but we continue to urge them to open it as soon as possible.
Okay, and on Benny Gantz, following up from colleagues, do you think that given that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not happy with this particular trip, and I know the Secretary has seen Benny Gantz on several occasions in our trips, do you think that dispute with Netanyahu actually reduces his effectiveness in for U.S. to push on aid situation, and does that trip undercut his impact, his effectiveness?
I am not going to make assessments about the varying levels of effectiveness of any member of any member of the government of Israel. But that said, he is one of 3 members of the war cabinet, plays an important role inside the government. That's why we're meeting with him. It's the same reason why the Secretary talked to Ron Dermer, Minister for Strategic Affairs and an advisory member of the war cabinet today, because there are a number of issues that we need to urgently engage with them on, and so that's what we're doing.
Okay, a couple of little things on Churg. You have said a few weeks ago that U.S. has begun reviewing reports that Israel may have harmed civilians in its war in Gaza under the Churg process specifically. And I know that you did say that this is not a process that is going to yield results right away, but I still would like to check back in and ask. We know that there are dozens, if not more, dozens of incidents that are being reviewed. Has any of them moved to stage 2? Has this building made any determination that yes, U.S. weapons were used in incident XYZ, and that caused civilian harm, and Israel military was at fault in this particular incident?
Those reviews are ongoing. None of them have been concluded, and I'm not going to offer kind of preliminary assessments as they move through the process.
Right. And final one, do you have a better understanding? Does this building have a better understanding on
Do
what
you have a better understanding?
it would do?
I do not. But I have earnings previews. Yes, indeed, Chattadonia. All right, you guys ready? You feeling good? You feeling blessed? Happy Monday? I have the previews, man. I have them. It's that time. It is now that time. Thank you for bearing with me and listening to the State Department briefing. I don't know where, what's her name was, Corinne was today. We missed out on her, but We didn't miss out on crypto. That's still going crazy. If that balances it out, I don't know. It's up to you. But Chattadonia, it is now our game time. I have the previews. There's a decent amount. Honestly, there's a couple I don't have the previews for, but we could price them out. There's a couple of surprisers on the list, and then a couple that some of you really want to play, i.e. targets. So what we are about to do right now, I'm going to go over the earnings previews if I have them. Then we are going to go over the option chain, see what the option chain is pricing in. Then we are going to use our ghetto standard deviation strategy, double that up, and then find out if there is any cheap plays available with a high reward and hopefully a small amount of risk, i.e. them being extremely cheap. So we're going to go do that, see what's priced in for earnings, see these plays if there's an opportunity to play them. Most of the plays I will do, if not all of them, are going to be low probability. And honestly, earnings has been kind of winding down. I don't even know if I will be making too many plays today. If anything, I will probably go for the post earnings on target. But other than that, they will be low probability plays. But what you should be taking out from all of what we are about to do is what is the market maker pricing in? What is the expected move from earnings? Once you know that information, you could double it up, triple it up. You could use the number and apply it to any strategy, selling premium, buying options, using shares, whatever you would like. And that is the beautiful part of the information we are about to go over. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for all of it, but I hope all of you understand none of this is a recommendation. It will clap you. Please do not blow up your account off of this. And the phrase of the year, phrase of the year, my friend, money that you need is cursed, okay? So don't be looking for crazy long shot gambles on these earnings plays. Yeah, some of them could pay out amazingly. We've hit some good ones. We've also went every day hitting every play except for the ones that didn't hit. You know, it was awful. It's absolutely awful. So money that you need is cursed, okay? So be wise, my friend. Hopefully I see you on the other side because we still got to get through earnings and then there's data. And then before you know it, I think Tesla earnings is in like a month and a half. I know. We already start over again, baby. So, Chattadonia, let's begin with the first one. The first one I have on your list today is a company called GitLab, and the letters are really big. On this one, the GTLB is very big. GitLab. This one moves a lot. I think in the last couple earnings, they went a little cuckoo. Brah. It's a very nice 10-year chart. Fairly new company. GitLab. So, Q4, revenue expected to be $157.9 million versus guidance of $157 to $158. Non-GAAP gross margin of 90.7%. Non-GAAP operating margin 3.6% versus guidance of 3.2 to 3.8. EPS of 8 cents versus guidance of 8 cents to 9 cents. Deferred revenue $349.2 million. Billings $196.2. Next quarter revenue expected to be $161.7 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 90.6%. Non-GAAP operating margin of 1.4%, EPS of 6 cents, deferred revenue of $357.2 million, and billings of $170.3 million. Since last quarter, December 4th, GitLab is up 36.4%. S&P is up 10.9%. XLK is up 11.7%. Near-term options imply 15.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 11, gain of 1, gain of 31, and loss of 24. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 9 quarters. EPS has done the same. Forward quarter guidance has beaten 8 of the last 9 quarters, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 9 of the last quarters. 9 last quarters for future guidance. So not bad. Pretty much they're pricing in a ton, but in the last 2 of the last 4 earnings, they've moved well above 15%, and they have moved to 2 standard deviations in the past. So GitLab, we may have a big mover on our hands, but it's probably not going to be cheap, buddy. Buckaroo. We're all on the same page, right, Buckaroo? You all know, you better know gambling, Buckaroo. Don't go too crazy. You got a big one here, Buckaroo. So let's see what's priced in. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Buckaroo, GitLab, Buckaroo. Some March 8th. That's this week. $14.72. That's a lot, bro. Yeah, I'm getting about 14, 15. I'm getting 15, 30. We'll go 14. We'll go $15. Call it a day. So $15 is one standard deviation. So the market maker is pricing in $15 for one direction. So the market maker believes, I think it's about right, $15 divided by 73.60. 20%. Wow. So you might need a little more, man. You might need a little more. So 20% is one standard deviation. So if you are thinking it's going to move within what is expected, you'll play about $15, let it do its thing. And those are the plays you can factor in dollar for dollar, sell, strangles, do whatever you'd like with it. But that's one standard deviation. The ghetto standard deviation, we're going to go with $30 to the upside and downside. So that would be 103.59. So you could grab the 100s or the 105s. These are still pretty expensive for a 40% out of the money play. And then 30 to the downside would be like what? $43. 20 cents. The puts aren't bad. The puts aren't bad. I will say they're cheaper than buying a share. And you were just there not too long ago. Why do I keep pulling up a 20-year chart? Yeah. I want to play the calls, but I don't want to play the calls. Does that make sense? I would love to play the calls, but I think they are too expensive. You guys may have to see me on the other side. I'll see you guys on the other side. But it looks good. I like it. Honestly, I wish we grabbed it like 3 days ago at 30 cents. Maybe I would have been down. It's an insane expected move. So I'll see you on the other side. I'll see you on post earnings. But that's today after the bell. That is today after the bell. Airbnb on the low. Come on. He's running away from home. He's running away from home. But that's GitLab. Git. All right. So next one up is Paymentus. I don't have an earnings preview on this. I don't know. Do any of you guys care about Paymentus? I could price it in real quick. We'll see. Do they even have a weekly? But Paymentus. They got a cool ticker, Pay. Yeah, they don't even have the weeklies. 50. We're like what? Say 430? Seems like a lot. Let's see. 404, 420? No, we're about right. So 430, 860, 24, 2480. These are like, oh, these are going for 25 cents, 10 cents. Somebody's buying all these today. I mean, if you're into that, or $8, again, I think it's too cheap for a put. Pass on Pay. It's a cheap option. Who knows? Maybe Paymentus. I have no idea what they do. Never heard of them. Kind of have an interesting history, but that's all you. That's all you, baby boo. Is that the SPY going up? Yeah, SPY's back to green. Dow and NASDAQ even matched up. Russell did come down a little bit. Those Celsiuses are back to 1,000% now. So now you should either get rid of them or hold them. We got like 140 off of 20. Oh, and then we get the pre. Not bad, actually. Maybe I'll give it 1,100 or 12. Let me see where it was at. But that was Paymentus. The next one for earnings is SEMrush, SEMrush. I actually have an earnings preview for this. Does anybody know SEMrush, SEMR? So this one's on my list of earnings previews. SEMrush. No idea what they do. They are expecting $83.1 million in revenue versus guidance of $82.7 to $83.7. Adjusted gross margin 82.9. Adjusted operating margin 6%. Adjusted net income $5.1 million versus guidance of $4.1 to $6.1 million. Non-GAAP EPS 3 cents. Next quarter revenue expected to be 86.3, adjusted gross margin 82.7, adjusted operating margin 4.5%, adjusted net income $4 million, non-GAAP EPS 3 cents. Price history since last quarter, November 1st, they are up 63.2%. NVIDIA and chips going crazy. They're up 63.2. S&P is up 19.6. XLK is up 22.4. Near-term options implied 12.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, gain of 3, loss of 16, and gain of 9. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 11 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 11 quarters with 2 in line. Short interest is 10%. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 5 of the last 10 quarters. Wow. SEM Rush. So they've moved a decent amount on their last earnings, but they're pricing in quite a bit. Seems like a cheap stock, so be wary of the puts. Only weeklies. This says 250 to 270. I get 260. We'll use 270. It's like $5 both ways. $17. Damn, kind of expensive. Or the 7s. So yeah. No play on that one. No idea still what they do. No idea what the SCM rush is. Why are they rushing, huh? Next one is EOSE. Does anybody know this one? I have no idea what these companies are. $1? EOS Energy. I'm going to skip this one. All in favor? Okay, great. Democracy. Thank you for voting on social media. Like the video. Yeah, we're going to skip that one. All right, the next one is AVAV. I have an earnings preview on this one. I think this one's an interesting one. AeroVironment. AVAV. Avav. So AVAV, they're expecting revenue of $170.6 million, gross margin of 35.2%, operating margin of 4.8% GAAP, EPS 33 cents, full year guidance April 24, EPS of $2.46 to $2.70, adjusted EBITDA 119 to 127 million. Since last quarter, December 5th, AVAV is down 10.5, S&P is up 11, XLI is up 11.7, near-term options imply 10.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, gain of 21, gain of 5, and gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. AVAV, pricing in a lot and has moved a lot and near all-time highs. This one seems kind of interesting. It's still trailing negative since last earnings. This one will be interesting. But it's probably pricing in a ton. AVAV. And only have a non-weekly. Huh? 13 to 15. What do we got? 130. We have 1480. 15. We'll go 15. Keep it easy. So stock's at 130. $15 priced in. So option chain is expecting off of this earnings, stock will go to either 145 or back down to 115. That is one standard deviation, $15. Ghetto standard deviation, we're going to double that up. That'll give us $30, so 160 to the high side or 100 to the downside. $1. $1, Bob, $1. Or downside of 35, $100. We said 160. I don't know. I kind of like it, man. I kind of like it. It's expensive. What else we got on the only other one that's probably worth playing will be Target, but I think we play after. AV. Let me see. These would be a little for damn. These are already up on the day. Screw you, Habibi. I'm sorry, you guys scam too much. Unless you give to me 45. Even then, I don't like these prices, man. DocuSign. Spotify's been on the earnings all day. They've been running. And then Mara's been on the low all day. Yeah, I'm going to skip it, but I like it. I think either way, I think that one's going to move a lot. And they've moved 20% on the last one. They're coming off bad earnings. They're near all-time highs. I think that one's going to be interesting. So I like it, but no play on that for me. The next one on the list, SAIC. No idea. I don't think I have a preview for this one. Science applications. Sounds very technological. Sounds life-changing. At all-time highs. We'll just price this one in real quick. SAIC, no weeklies. Only $6? No way. $6.50. It's only $6.50 price. This is weird. It's not pricing in a lot. 5%. So $13. $156. Pretty cheap for a $160 stock. Same price as the AVAV. But this one, 12, this just isn't pricing in a lot. So I don't know how they've moved. They kind of look like they're going crazy. I feel like the puts wouldn't be that bad of a price too. 13, 130 flat. 65, kind of expensive. Depends where you get filled. They do military. The other one was military too. AVAVs, both. That one's military as well. Or aerospace and defense. EXO. This one's like a penny stock, right? Yeah, I think we're going to skip EXO. That's weird that it shows up on this list. Stitch Fix. I have a preview for this one. So they're kind of a cheap-ass stock, but they're still around. Stitch Fix surviving. They're expecting $330.9 million in revenue versus guidance of $325 to $335. Gross margin of 43.7%. Adjusted EBITDA of $4.5 million versus guidance of 2 to 7. Adjusted EBITDA margin 1.4% to guidance of 0.6 to 2.2. EPS loss of 22 cents. Active clients 2.87 million. Revenue $322.3 million. Gross margin, this for next quarter. Gross margin 43.6%. Adjusted EBITDA $6.6 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 1.9%. EPS loss of 17 cents. Active clients 2.88 million. Full year guidance U.S. business adjusted EBITDA 5 to 30 million. Consensus is 34.2 million. Revenue 1.3 to 1.37 billion. Since last quarter, December 5th, they're down 17.1. S&P is up 11.8. XLY is up 6.7. Near-term options imply a 9.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, gain of 12, gain of 28, break even. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20. Short interest 11%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 3 of the last 15 quarters. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a cheap stock. I would probably say go with shares. But I don't know. Stitch Fix seem like they're struggling out here. They were at 100. Did they do a stock split? Oh my gosh. It's not that high. I mean, we've seen some, like Carvana, I feel like, is more shorter than Stitch Fix. Was that thing really at $100? 325. 55. We'll use 55 cents is priced in, 1 standard deviation. It's about a little more than 20%. So $1.10, 30%, 2 standard deviations. 430. Yeah, I don't know. I just go with the share. Shares are $3. Options are $11. It's a lot. I feel like if you really wanted to, if you were going to play, I'd just go super far, literally 4 cents for an April. Or no, where can you go for January? Unless that's the only thing that would, if they surprise and somehow do good. But I don't know. Stitch Fix, it's kind of surprising how much money they make. Yeah, my sister likes Stitch Fix. I think she gave us that as a Christmas gift before. So yeah, that's all you. That's all you. No play on Stitch Fix. No play on Stitch Fix. The next one is Nectar. I don't know. Is Nectar? These are penny stock too. They used to be a big bio. Yeah. We're going to have to, I don't know. We might skip that. They look like they've been going crazy though. I don't have a preview. Let me see if I have any news on them. What's up with Nectar? They make like $329 million a quarter, but then they only profit like $1 to $3 million on it. Oh, they announced $30 million private placement this morning. Nectar. All right, well, Nectar. We'll skip Nectar. Thank you, Nectar. And then the final one for today after hours, unless you guys have any. Is Thread Up. Have any of you guys heard of this? Have any of you ever heard of Thread Up? I have an earnings preview, surprisingly. You use Thread Up? What is it? Is used clothes big with moms? Oh, real? I've never heard of this. Thread Up. Thread Up, bro. So they're expecting $80.4 million in revenue versus guidance of $79 to $81 million. Gross margin 62.4% versus guidance of 61 to 63%. Adjusted EBITDA a loss of $1 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 1.2% versus guidance of loss of 2 to break even, and EPS loss of 13 cents a share. Next quarter guidance expected to be revenue of 81.2 million, gross margin of 68.9, adjusted EBITDA loss of 3.1 million, adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 4.6%, EPS loss of 15 cents a share. Since last quarter, they're down 41.6%. S&P is up 16.1 and XLP is up 8.3. Near-term options imply 42.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 33, gain of 26, gain of 10, and gain of 51. Revenue has beaten consensus 10 of the last 11 quarters. EPS has beaten 4 of the last 11 quarters with 2 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten consensus 6 of the last 11 quarters. Nice. Not bad. Only pricing in 40%. No options, like there's no options literally, or like there's nothing good to play. No, they got an option. And what, they don't even have a put? 70 cents? About 67? Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. There's no, I don't know, you could get the $5 one. You could just play shares, but I mean, 2 standard deviations is going to be about 40%. So that's pretty wild. Or 80%, excuse me. 1 standard deviation is 40%. So, yeah. I mean, this could be one if you want to gamble on shares. I've never heard of ThreadUp in my life, but you guys seemed a little familiar with it. Might have to check it up. Yeah, they're up a lot. Again, it seems like they had a pretty crazy pre-earnings move, and then this was their last earnings. They got clapped. So, they are pricing in a lot. No, we did not do Target yet. We are about to. But on that note, before we get into the ones for tomorrow morning, is there any more earnings for after the bell today? Is there any that I missed? Speak now, or if I ever hold your peace. With a real Slim Shady, please stand up. We already did GitLab in the morning, or in the earlier when we started here. We GitLabbed it up. SPY's going up. Spotify, another 52-week high. What do we got, baby? Any other ones? We did GitLab, SEMR, AVAV, Stitch Fix, Thread Up. Those are the previews. And then we priced in SAIC and EOS, I think. No, we skipped. And then Paymentus. Is Cara today? BlackBerry? Oh, BlackBerry. SPY going. Yeah, SPY just wicked into a new high. So remember, this is like right near all-time highs. If we are going to break above this, 5139. You're right there, baby. About to hit a new all-time high. How do you feel? How do you feel? On a Monday, bro. On a Monday. Good morning. So I don't have an earnings preview for BlackBerry. Do they report today, though? I don't know if I could confirm. BB. I see April 3rd for BlackBerry. So I don't know. Is there any other ones? Thread up. Neo is going to be tomorrow morning. 5139. Spotify, another high. More chips on the high as well, too. All right. Well, on that note, we are done for everything reporting after hours. I don't think we made any plays. So we'll see. If anything, if I wanted to play AVAV, but we might as well just come to that one after hours. So we'll call that a day. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into tomorrow morning. And who else to start it off with than none other than not Target, actually. We're starting with Neo, your favorite. China EV. SPY rocketing through another high. I think you just wicked into a new all-time high. Yeah, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. New all-time high, 5142. It is not stopping. Oh, I forgot. Remember we made that little future play on Friday? We sold out of that, though. Yeah, but SPY is absolutely ripping now. 5143. Before you know it, you'll be at 5150. And then 5200, you'll be pumping it up again at another 100-point high. I mean, to give you context, since October, you are up over 1,041 points, give or take. Oh, no, 1,045 points. Sorry. Or give or, 30-something, yeah. There it is. On the whole S&P. KKR on the high. SPY's going up there, and we still have a lot of time, right? We still got an hour and a half. Happy Monday. Pumping on nothing, really. I mean, again, I think this is probably the broader sentiment like we talked about. A lot of things were up. You had chips leading. I mean, crypto could be a driver there with risk sentiment. SPY, bro, you just keep launching. There's no news. I don't see anything. I'm still getting ready. I'm looking for the earnings. I'm looking around. Even bonds chilled out. Bro, SPY is just going nuts. This could just be some of the underlying inflows. Again, just sentiment. That question there with Bitcoin. Once again, is Bitcoin leading the market, the optimism, or are we leading? But this is just chips in Bitcoin. And then again, just like 4 out of every 5 industries, they all got their standouts. And then with a couple of down. Rippling, SPY hitting reps. Bro, it's ripping right now. So you just went up almost like what? 1 point? 512.60 to 513.60 in about gone in 10 minutes. 10 points on the SPY. Yeah, so new all-time high as well, too. Get ready. I mean, 51.50. That is going to be the next level. Coin at 234. Wow. That is amazing. All right, well, let's give them more amazingness. Let's talk about Neo. Don't you guys love Neo? Y'all still like Neo, right? Some people used to really love Neo. Just depended. Coin, another high. SPY going absolutely batshit. Neo, this is all in Chinese. So they're expecting adjusted EPADs of loss of 2.34. Revenue $16.92 billion versus guidance of 16.08 to 16.7. Again, this is in Chinese yuan. Gross margin 11.8. Adjusted profit or from operations non-GAAP loss of 4.6 billion. Price history since last quarter in Hong Kong. They're trading down 17.6. HSI is up by 0.4. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, break even, gain of 11. Since last quarter, December 4th. Neo is down 21%. S&P is up 11.1. XLY is up 7.0. Near-term options implied. Bro, what is this? Bro, you're squeezing again. I don't even know, but it just looks violent here on Monday. You're just going straight up. Bro, but you just rocked, bro. You're up like 15 points in the last like 10 or 12 minutes right now. Again, even crypto, it's a lot of the crypto names. I mean, Coinbase looks the craziest and has been going here, but I don't know. Is big tech bouncing up? Unless it's any of them. No, they're staying pinned. This could just be everything else. Again, IWM's up. Apple is coming up a decent amount, though. Apple's getting a little bit more vertical. You said Apple News? What's news on Apple, Habibi? Apple launches new MacBook with M3 chip. Gets AI PC hype. Claims M3 MacBook Air is a fab for LLMs. Is that it? I think that was a little older there. Other than that. Look at the... Is that Mac News? Oh, yeah, I don't know if that's it. No, I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Apple's just going up. Remember, they were beaten down. Let's take a look at the equal weight. Equal weight's killing it, up 0.42. So much broader. Honestly, the equal weight's kind of been on a tear lately. Equal weight's been making it. Is that a new all-time high for the equal weight? No. So equal weight's about to do it, though. Isn't that crazy? Equal weight is still like 20 points off of the all-time high set in 2022. Well, yeah, that has been leading the way. They've been doing actually pretty good. No, so even with NVIDIA and chips carrying, the equal weight is still higher. So that means there's more names just up today in general. Yeah, so much for saying it's not broad. It's very broad comparatively. So even on, like, right now, the SPY's only up 0.18. Equal weight's up almost 0.5%. And then NASDAQ just went green. That was red all day. SPY's still holding up. So, again, I was just going over NEO. But I don't know what just happened there. Market going a little bit nutty. Again, NEO options are implying 14.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 1, loss of 1, loss of 6. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters. This is for NEO. So NEO is pricing in about $1.88. 95. Yeah, 95 cents. One direction. So that's about 20%, a little less. 95 cents. Was it like what? $1.90, $1.80, $1.90. 2 standard deviations. So like 720 to the upside. I mean, not bad. 8 cents. Up to you. And then I don't think I'd play the puts. That's for NEO. Disney, 114. Yalla, Habibi. Disney, very good for you, Habibi. All right. So, that's NEO. No play on that. Good luck. SPY's about to do it again. Now we have Target up next. I think this is everybody's favorite. Maybe we'll give it a delay. Let's see where the market stops running. This could be some of that end of the month, beginning of the month effect, but so far it's a pretty active Monday. I don't know if the volume, remember, volume wasn't too hot in the morning. Where are we now? Volume 26 million. I mean, the day's volume's actually not that high. So, very interesting. S&P rises to fresh intraday record high. Disney 114 and now Target. Ladies and gentlemen, the Target, the bougie Walmart. The one where people didn't want to shop at it not too long ago. But now Joe Rogan and Donald Trump forgive Budweiser. Do you forgive Target? Oh, the ultimate value play. What did they do? What was it? The dolls, the swimsuits, weren't they selling? They were selling some swimsuits. What was it? And I forgot what happened with Target. It was the swimsuits, right? Well, a couple quarters later, let's see where they go. As far as what they are expecting to do, that is Neo. I need to get you Target. Neo. Target. Spies at the high. So they're expecting quarter four comps of a loss of 4.5% versus guidance of wide range around mid-single digit decline. Total revenue $31.83 billion, gross margin of 25.8%, SG&A 19.3%, operating margin 4.8%, EPS of $2.41 versus guidance of 190 to 260. Since next quarter guidance, comps of a loss of 3.6%, total revenue $24.63 billion. Gross margin 28.2%. Former Twitter executive sue Elon for severance of $128 million. Elon sued by former Twitter execs. Gross margin on target next quarter expected to be 28.2%, SG&A 21.0%, operating margin 5.5%, EPS $2.08. Full year January 25 guidance expecting comps of 0.9% gain, total revenue $106.66 billion, operating margin 28%, SG&A 20.7%, operating margin 5.5%, and EPS of $9.16. Since last quarter, November 14th, they're up 38%. S&P is up 13.4%, and XLP is up 6.5%. Near-term options imply 7.2% move on target. Last 4 quarters, gain of 18, gain of 3, gain of 3, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters, with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. Target. Tesla trying to move off the bottom. So not bad. They're pricing in a decent amount. They moved a lot the last quarter, but the other quarters before that, they haven't moved a lot. But again, they've been going through a lot. So it seems to be about 7% priced in. I think I could get behind that. Looks like less than 10. 151. 1175. 1180. Yeah. So a little less than 10%. 1180, that'd be like what? 2360? We'll go 2360. It's kind of 174.70. That'd be 2 standard deviations, I think. Ooh, 60 cents. Not bad, actually. 178. Honestly, not bad for 68 cents. Are my numbers right? Let me do these numbers. Yeah, 174. Yeah, I think I'm right. 2320. 128. I'm kind of down. I think Target coming down today probably hooked this up. Let's see where the options are at. Oh, yeah, these came down, but nah, they're still, I don't like them. They were just at 40. Last earnings, they moved a ton. That's why it's kind of messing up this earnings, because the other earnings, they don't really move too often. Like, they don't really move that much. The puts are a little bit more pricier. Why not go for the $10 option on Neo? I would rather just go for the shares. And then, honestly, I think you may be better off playing it afterwards, unless you really want to make a gamble on it. Yeah, I don't know if the calls didn't move up so much. Target, I might just wait till the earnings come out. Might play this one off the morning. But those puts do look appetizing. Yeah, bro, those are 130s. It sucks. These start going down by like $5 at a time. But these are a lot cheaper. Yeah, I'm going to skip that one. No target. I don't think I'm going to make an earnings play today. No target for me. No target for me. The prices on target is like 175 or 128. Let's see. All right, Ferg. So I think those are it. I only have 2 or 3 more in the morning. The rest of these I don't have, like Cypher Mining. I have a preview here for Ferguson. No play so far. I don't know if I'm going to play any of these other ones. Ferg. So Ferg net sales 6.72 billion, organic revenue loss of 3.1, adjusted operating profit 533.2 million, adjusted EPS $1.82. Full year guidance expecting for July 2024, revenue growth broadly flat year over year, adjusted operating margin 9.2 to 9.8, adjusted or interest expense 190 to 210, adjusted tax rate 25%, capital expenditure 400 to 450 million. Since last quarter, December 4th, Ferg is up 25.7%, S&P is up 11.5%, XLI is up 11.1%, near-term options imply 5.7% move, last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 5, break even, loss of 4, revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters, EPS has beaten 8 of the last 9 quarters. Why? What is up with this? Anybody know anything about this? Bro, what the hell is Ferg? Because why is this chart absolutely insane? Why does this look like they be selling AI? Ferg, bro. And it's only pricing in 5%. They don't even have the weeklies. 12, 16. We'll go 12.25. 24.50. This 2 standard deviated would be 241. 80 cents. 24.50. 192. Audit. Dude, I'm like doing it, dude. Audit. I like fur. Dude, does anybody know what it is, dude? Like, you do fire and plumbing, dude? Like this, just like Fergalicious, dude. You know what I'm saying, dude? It's like a super Fergalicious stock, dude. Super cheap, dude. Not like super cheap, but like something, I don't know, dude. I'm down. This might be my first play of the day, dude. What is it, 192, dude? Oh, dude, I'll go with the cheap one, dude, just in case, dude. I'll do one, dude. Dude, $20, dude. I'm down, dude. I don't want to call, dude. Only downside, dude. Yeah, dude. Just give me a little end tap, dude. Or do a little Ferg, dude. No, dude. All it's done is gone up, dude. Like, you know, like the difference, like end tap, dude, had like upside, dude. This one, dude, like, it was just at 190, dude, like 2 days ago, dude. I like it, dude. $20, dude. Little earnings, dude. It's only pricing in 5, dude. So, like, a little surprise, dude. Little 10% mover, dude. Like, oh, dude, what just happened, dude? No, you know, little get caught off guard, dude. Little options, dude. I'm down, little $20, dude. No Chick-fil-A, dude. But, like, you get a little opportunity. You know, a little chasey, dude. Chase opportunity, dude. Alright, let me send stream alert, dude. Not bad, dude. Ferg, dude. What's your name, dude? Like ASAP, dude? Oh, which one, dude? 190 per, dude? I was gonna get a 195, dude, but like, might as well like save a little money, dude. You know what I'm saying, dude? Oh, dude, somebody bought 100 of those, dude. One of you bought 100 of them at like 19, dude. That's bold, dude. You like $1,900, dude? Yo, dude, throw me like $100, dude. What the fuck, dude? Come on, dude. Let me get like a little bit, dude. Come on. Come on, dude. Where's Ferg? Yeah, I got like one at 20, dude. I sent you $20, dude. Yo, dude. What do you mean, dude? I make up no play on target, dude. I'm gonna wait, dude, till after, dude. You know, like, let's just say I can't target it, dude. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude, spy, dude. Keep hitting high, dude. It's up there. All right. That was Ferg. And then the next one. CGen. SCGEN. CompuGen. I don't know anything about this one. We might have this. I don't know. Anybody wants CPGM, which is the other one I have? I have like RSKD, I think. Yeah, I'll just go with the last two I have. McRib, they report. I don't have that one. CompuGen, Nui, and Angel Oak Mortgage REITs. I'm going to leave that one with you guys. McRib, we like McRib. But I've flipped that one before, but I'm no longer in it. But the next one is RSKD. Okay. So RSKD, they're expecting revenue of $84 million, gross margin of $53.6 million, adjusted EBITDA, or 53.6%, adjusted EBITDA 4.2%, adjusted EBITDA margin 5%, EPS loss of 5 cents. Next quarter, they're expecting revenue of $75.8 million, gross margin of 52.7%, adjusted EBITDA loss of $1.8 million, adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 2.4%, EPS loss of 9 cents. Since last quarter, November 14th, they're up 9, S&P up 13.4, XLK up 13.7. They're pricing in 16.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, gain of 12, gain of 17, loss of 6. AVDL dying. Avidel Pharmaceuticals. Or? But RSKD... revenue has beaten 10 of the last 10 quarters, and EPS has beaten 6 of the last 9 quarters. RSKD. This doesn't even look... I don't know, the stock. So I think pricing in a lot. Looks pretty illiquid. We'll do the last one. This one, Seat. Do you know Seat? Vivid Seats. Is this like, what do they sell? All right. Yeah, it's the last one. Unless you have any more. Ticket resale site. So they're expecting $183.7 million, gross margin 74.6%, adjusted EBITDA $32.2 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 17.5%, EPS of 6 cents, marketplace GOV 1.02 billion, marketplace orders 2.52 million, resale orders 95.9 thousand. Since last quarter, November 6th, they're down 3.7%. S&P is up 16.7, XLY is up 15.0, near-term options implied 20% move last 4 quarters, gain of 16, loss of 7, gain of 11, and gain of 18. Revenue and EPS have both beaten 9 of the last 9 quarters. And yeah, they're pricing in 16, quite a bit. Seat. And we went with Fergie. So, seat. $6, I don't know. $1.50? Jeez. $1.20. I guess a little bit more than 20%. So, I mean, $3, $9 would be too standard. You could get it for 10 cents. Cost the same amount as buying the shares at that strike price. So, I don't know. The Ferg went up. Yep. The Ferg went up 100%. Wow. Man, maybe homie with the 100 shares. Damn. Yo, let me get what the heck? Yo, oh, dude, you know, little shake and bake, dude. Did he sell them, dude? I don't even know if he sold, dude. Those Fergs are 100% now, dude. Oh, dude, that's fast, dude. Cause like the earnings, dude, nobody's pricing in anything, dude. Oh, dude, let's see what happens, dude. $20, $200 stock, dude. Hella cheap, dude. Well, there's Seat. I don't think I'm going to play it. And now Chattadonia. This may be the first time, but there's no plays for earnings. I made 0 plays. I made 0. Actually, no, I made Ferg. What am I saying? Never mind. Ferg. I'm up 100% on it. So there you go. There you go. Was it 17? Anybody want to buy that one? I'm down to ghetto spread it. Actually, nah. We'll keep it. Otherwise, I'm going to say that might make it easy. But yeah. Run it up 1,000. But that's it. Only one play today. Ferg. But that play, you're a little too late. It's already went up. Now it's like 80%. So I think that one, but again, that one was not pricing in anything. So literally, if you got it at the low price of $20, I mean, I think that was just all of our activity exposed that the option chain wasn't pricing in a lot. It was only pricing in like 5% or something. And again, the stock has moved more than that in the last couple days. So that was really cheap at 20 cents. So we will see. Unusual option activity on Ferg. Did it hit a scanner? Well, yeah, that one doesn't really get too much love. Is there any other ones for earnings or otherwise? Otherwise, I'm going to go to the bathroom. It's power hour. I may get me I went to Costco. I loaded up on some protein chips, some buffalo chips. So, honestly, otherwise, is that it? No, we already had any Costco's coming out in a couple of days. So, we're good. Carbo. Ooh, a carbo this late? I could be down. I could kind of be down for a carbo. I could kind of be down. We hit the news wire. Let's go. Everyone's selling. Oh, right. Because I was going to ghetto spread it. I was down for the ghetto spread. Nah, not too much. Oh, someone bought those at 20? We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But on that note, that is your earnings previews. Good luck. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But now I will BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Hopefully.
Now, we have not seen this type of concentration in performance since going all the way back to 2000, the height of the dot-com bubble, which, of course, raises questions like, are we in a bubble right now?
All right, well, let's pose that question to our next guest as we kick you off to the close here at the start of the week. Jay Jacobs is joining us, U.S. head of thematics and active equity ETFs at BlackRock. And there really is no bigger theme over the last year or so than AI right now. And I think a lot of people thought that this trade would have run its course, but we're actually seeing that trade really start to broaden out.
Well, we've been waiting 75 years for AI to become a thing. No, really. I mean, you go back to the Turing test. That came out in 1950. So this was finally a major unlock in AI. What we are seeing is is a broadening, though. This is not just about the Mag 7. We have started to see market participants realize that there are other parts of the AI tech stack that benefit from AI's adoption. It's more semiconductor companies. It's companies that process large amounts of data. It's the digital infrastructure that actually has to house all of this server power and semiconductors. And frankly, it's a lot of tech companies that now can leverage AI in their products and services that they offer to their customers.
I love the context about 75 years. We kind of forget that this sort of newfound technology isn't all that newfound, but it gets to this idea of how investors sort of capitalize on it. And we've talked so much about the NVIDIAs of the world. That was the play, Microsoft, if you will. When we talk about how you value a company, particularly those companies that aren't named NVIDIA or Microsoft, the ones that are maybe new to people's minds here, how do you do that in a way where you take into account the long-term promise of AI with maybe the short-term reality that the profits aren't necessarily going to be there just yet?
Yeah, so different parts of the AI tech stack are going to start to realize revenues and earnings at different periods. So right now, because we're so much focused on training these AI platforms, this is really compute intensive. That's why you're seeing semiconductors really win, because they are being rewarded with revenue. They basically can't sell these semiconductors fast enough to meet this demand for AI. But as AI starts to expand, that demand and that driver of power in the market is going to shift to other companies. So, like we just said, after training happens, it turns into inference, which is when you're running AI models very efficiently. That's when it's in products and services. That's when you look at software companies that maybe can make their products more appealing to customers through AI. Maybe they can reduce costs through AI. And so part of this is really projecting out the growth of the space, and another part of it is really understanding on a risk-adjusted basis how likely and how big is this theme likely to be in the next 5 to 10 years.
You talk about projecting out growth for the space.
and
that
APLS,
also entails
bro.
a lot of spending by these
Avidel
companies.
and Apple is
have
going
investors
crazy.
properly priced for that degree of spending?
I think
Check
they
news on
have,
that.
and this goes back to why the Mag 7 has done so well thus far, because the ingredients for AI is you want a lot of data, you want a lot of money to be able to buy
Avidel, they had
semiconductors right
earnings?
now, and you want a lot of engineering prowess. And the Mag 7 has a lot of control over all three of those things. But again, as these platforms get more powerful, as they start to be commercialized, as people start to incorporate ChatGPT and Claude into their own products, then you start to see the benefits of that AI start to spread beyond the Mag 7 into what really could be a rising tide for the entire tech sector going forward.
And a rising tide for the overall market, as we've seen with the S&P 500 making 15 record highs in 2024. I mean, I want to take it to a broader conversation now, because some people say, have a Teflon market where no bad news sticks. Do you buy the idea that good news turning into bad news is what may ultimately pierce this Teflon?
I don't see anything on
I don't know. I think right now there's so much money on the sidelines. There's $6 trillion being held in money market and cash in the United States alone. That there's just a lot of dry powder that if you can continue to see moderate to good news, that will create really powerful tailwinds for the markets for a while to go. But even if there is negative news or things start to sour, there is a focus on new tools, new ETFs that can be more defensive as well. So, for example, we've brought out buffer ETFs, which protect against the downside in market movements, because a lot of people have been waiting on the sidelines. They've seen the markets rise, but they're still nervous about a pullback. So if you can be able to participate and protect against the downside, that can be very powerful for investors who are inching back into the markets.
Speaking of downside, even Nouriel Roubini sees solid U.S. economic growth ahead, but he says, of course, there's a flip side to that. Let's take a listen to what he said.
What if growth is well above potential because of technology or other factors, and then the Fed doesn't cut 3 times, only 2 or 1, maybe some people say 0. Last year, revisions of expectation about the Fed in August and September led to a 10% correction of equity. So I think that's potentially, paradoxically, that good news on growth may be bad news for the market.
What worries you the most when you think about the drawdown when it comes and how quickly it could unfold?
I don't know if it necessarily will come. We could see just a slowdown. We could see just kind of sideways markets for a while. I think what this means for investors is really being diversified across your bets. So, the U.S. has been a tremendous growth bet for the last decade. We do think this is time where investors can start looking at things like emerging markets again, where we're seeing huge economies growing at incredible paces. I mean, look at India growing, almost 6% a year. It's poised to become the 3rd largest economy by 2027. So really this shift to not just looking at a U.S.-centric view for growth going forward, I think will help investors weather, more storms in the market.
Jay Jacobs, U.S. head of thematics and active equity ETFs over at BlackRock, helping us kick off to the close here on this Monday afternoon. Coming up, a deeper discussion here about what's going on with value and dividends. Are they poised for a comeback? Companies across sectors are beginning to increase those dividends this earnings season, but they're also increasing buybacks. It's an interesting dichotomy here. Daniel Paris, the author of the new book, The Ownership Dividend, joins us with his thoughts.
Plus, we're going to drill down into the airline sector as American Airlines signs a massive deal for new Boeing 737 on MAX jets, and JetBlue abandons its $3.8 billion bid for Spirit.
Plus a focus on Lyft, a focus on DoorDash, and a focus on the possibility that, well, could they be combined? We're going to speak with someone over at RBC who thinks, well, at minimum, a partnership between the companies may be in the cards. All that and more coming.
Anyways, yeah, I don't got anything on Avidel. You could ghetto spread the 185s now on, what's it called, on Ferg. It was good. I saw some people sold them. I figured I'll just hold it. It was cheap enough. Still only play. We're coming off of the end tap, but, you know, like I said, we're going to be winding down. Keep it a small $20 play if it does. I liked how it was priced. I mean, I think maybe we'll get lucky. Does anybody have anything on Avidel or APLS? I still can't find anything. Avidel had earnings, though. Apple names Ramiro Chief Financial Officer. iPoint said Monday. Wait, what? APLS? Why are they up there? They're mentioned with it. Yeah, he said Lyft and DoorDash could be combined, or he said at least one analyst thinks there's a partnership brewing between the two. ALL, IBM, that's been on the high all day. I mean, even then, the SPY's about to go on the high. So that's been on the high all day. My goodness. No GitLab play. Only play I have is Ferg for earnings. I'm not really liking any of them. Target, I don't think Target is too inappropriately priced, but it's only had one big move as of late, and then I really think the post earnings on Target will be a lot better. What is Avidel? So that Avidel's still running up there. News on patent dispute with Jazz. That's what Chad's saying. Satan? Ah! Satan, flee from me. I don't see again. They missed earnings, I think, this morning. Hey, I'll take it. You're in San Diego now? Enjoy it, baby. Enjoy it. Then SPY's just hugging the high right now. Apple 180. SPR, I forgot about that. That was kind of holding up. It was up a lot more in the morning. I was surprised it even sold off. Coin 225. Bro, didn't coin... No, 235? Bro, that's crazy. No, I didn't go with a call. Ferg, I think, is up. I just think Ferg, the puts are really cheap. It can go crazy and up. I have no idea why it's ran up, but the way that thing moved, I figured just to put $20, it's not even pricing in a lot. That just made the most sense. Avidel seesaws after jury rules in favor of Jazz in patent dispute. Royalty rate 3.5. About to hit 17. Ivy on target. They weren't like the worst. It was just that like over the last couple of days, some of those other ones just like they got like jacked up. Like just a couple days ago, they were at the lows, but then right before they were expensive. And then again, just Target hasn't really moved too big on earnings. Their last earnings was huge, but the other ones before that, they didn't. I just went with the Ferg put. The Ferg put, unfortunately, is up though. So I think they were cheap, and then everybody piled into them. And then it woke the market makers up, but they're already up like 80% now, so I'd be careful on that. Just the idea was not that I got them for $20 right at 2 standard deviations for a $200 stock for $20. I think lockup period's like March 13th or something. I sold out of ARM though today. We got like $500. Micron on the high, and then we got out of one of the Intels. We had the other ones come back to life. Where's MP Dub? He's agreeing today. Bro, coin again, 235. Dude, that's amazing. And even Disney 114, Uber getting some volume. Uber is actually kind of running right now. If Target does good, it has upside, but I think I'll play it afterwards. Target reports in the morning, and I think their call comes out a little later, but don't worry, Nothing to worry about. No FOMO, man. Target April aren't bad. How so? I think it's I just think afterwards I'm kind of okay. Again, it's up 38%. I do think the puts, but then again, all the puts were kind of expensive. You need like a 120, I think, 125 or 128. Which I guess would bring it back to its last earnings. But even then, I think the targets were still $60 to the downside. Well, 40. We're up 120 on Ferg. I mean, you could sell out if you want. Yallah. I think you could ghetto spread it too. If you ghetto spread it, you could get all your money back and still make 2,000% if it goes up and you hit that $500 max gain. I'm seeing. Yeah, Target's $100. I think it's kind of expensive. I don't know. Target's right there. You need remember 2 standard deviations. You need 14%. I think Target might move in line. I think it might move within 7%, but I don't know if it's. Everything's a little too pricey for anything crazy. I'm kind of feeling cuck mode with them. You added 10 shares of Pfizer today. Congratulations. I added MO. I was going to get Pfizer. But MO took the spontaneous 3% drop. And I'd love a average below $40. 39 makes my heart happy. BBAI or SCS. BBAI, that was one of the, that was part of the Sound era. When Sound first dropped. Sound's still holding up good. And then wasn't there CXAI? And then RXRX. Pfizer, I mean, they've just been selling off since the vaccine stopped being a worldwide bestseller. I guess is one way to put it. You averaged on those Intels. You didn't think they would come back like that, right? Dude, that was crazy. I sold out of the 4750s. That was my average, but I didn't average at the very bottom. But that was a killer one. Intel said, hi. You think they'll actually close the emergency lending facility on Monday? For the, what's it called? Not the FLHB. What is it? Why am I blanking on this one? The BTFD? Buy the F and dip. BTFB. I think they are going to be closing it. They're going to keep it open for everybody who already is involved, but they're just not going to accept any new loans. So, yeah, I think they will. And I think I can't wait to hear in a couple weeks what they say about quantitative tightening, because even Bostic said it today. They may even incorporate a new language. I think they're going to start talking about not that it has to go to zero, but close to zero. But yeah, I do think even then the BTFP and how they choose to keep that going is part of that discussion. But yes. You could play Ross, yeah, low key. Ross does have earnings too in a couple of days. So if you want to think about target and where to go from there, that is something to keep in mind. Didn't Joanne have like bankruptcy news this morning? U.S. agency says low-income internet subsidy serving 23 million Americans will run out of money in May without action by Congress. Gold, dude, I have no idea. Big W for the gold bugs, though, today. Last couple of days, gold just crept up out of nowhere and said, hi. Hi. OCEA on the high still. OCEA. Avadel. MP on the high. And CCJ, that was absolute dud in the morning. Sky or SCYB. Schwab high yield bond. Google, like $80. Apple, a lot lower. Honestly, it's like really like they just have to come back to like 2018 prices, I would say. 2018 to 2015 prices has been a good level of buying when it comes down to any of the big name tech stocks that have ran crazy. So again, I mean, we were buying Netflix around 2018 to 2016 prices. Same thing with Meta. I think that's a good way to break it down. Oh, push-ups? We kind of slipped up on them today. We got a couple of hours in a row. We skipped 1 hour, and then we had PHILO, but, you know, you could close out the day with a little if you'd like. I'm down to stand up. That was a good reminder. It got me out of my chair. And now I'm a balance, too. I'm balancing on one leg now. You just reminded me. Market is nuts. Well, today was pretty nuts, and the overall level. And surprisingly enough, even though it felt like it was only chips in Bitcoin, again, even the equal weight is up like almost 0.5%. The Ferg play is too late, honestly. I don't know if you blame the chat or you blame the market maker, because that play seems somewhat cheap, but the Ferg play is already up 100%. So the Ferg play, if you do 2 standard deviations, it's like right in line there. But unfortunately, like the play is literally up over 100%, even on the bid. Where do you post the watch list? Second link, youtube.com/the trading fraternity around 4 p.m. Pacific time. We'll post it and you'll have it. It's very, very good. Very, very good. Square long term. I like Square for long term. Yeah. I have PayPal, but similar logic. I'm a big fan. My eBay doing now? Let me check in a second. Let me get like 30 more seconds on the leg balance. So I don't, because if I grab the mouse now to check, I don't want to like balance on the mouse, you know? Okay. Let me check. I'm going to do the other leg again too. I think the eBay is still clapped, dude. Oh, no. It's back up to $13. 11 to 13, bid and ask. So still slightly down, but it did come up a little. Surprised. NRG on the high. 52-week high. I didn't play Target. I think a lot of people got into Target earlier. So, like, it all just depends where you position. You either hit the pre-earnings or you didn't on there. And then again, I don't think it's that bad, but I'm leaning to post-earnings. I don't know. My heart is pointing me towards the post-earnings. Listen to your heart and the post-earnings heart. No? Okay. We'll try. That's all that mattered. Ferg is, I think, tomorrow or today after the bell. Fergalicious, definitious, make the options crazy. No? Okay. Tomorrow morning. So they're alongside Target. And again, tomorrow morning, we could play Target in the morning. So keep that in mind. I did not make a play on Target. No. No. But we'll see. I didn't even get a pre-earnings on that one. Only play I have for tomorrow is Ferg. And like I'm saying, I really think it's too late. That one's just a random, heavily expensive stock. It's moved kind of big in the last couple of earnings. And then it is a really weird pricing. And then it is mad illiquid. So all that being said, we'll see. Tesla 190 Celsius. So the Celsius calls are up over 1,000% too now. They're like right at 1,000%. Spotify 271. My goodness. What do you think about Broadcom? I like them. I think they're going to move with the general AI hype. I think they're expensive. I think they're really, really high up there. I'm seeing Spotify. That was the one I told you guys the other day. Low key kind of ran in the long term. Kind of mad we didn't get some more. Young Spot, where is it? Yeah, Spotify's up 79. That one's still just killing it. PCTY on the high, Align, Gold. Not actual gold, but the company Gold. It's different. They make a different one. Is it the drink Celsius? The play? Yeah, CELH is like the energy drink Celsius. You just figured that out? I drank one the other day on stream. So Wednesday is PAL, Jobs Friday. Well, you have Jobs on Wednesday, PAL on Wednesday, PAL on Thursday, ISM, I think, tomorrow, and then non-farms on Friday. Ta-da! Yeah, they had earnings. Remember, they did. We hit the post-earnings. We bought the post-earnings play for $20, and it's going for $2.25 right now. You just drank 2 Celsiuses right now. Isn't that like 600 milligrams of caffeine? It's freebasing caffeine, bro. It's cool. It's cool. Sweet Green's still on the high. The Fed is on March 20th, but again, we have Jerome Powell before Congress. That is going to be this Wednesday and Thursday. I think that keeps getting. It's a 2-day event. Bro, Disney 114, I'm really stoked on that. And then long term still went down today, but a lot of interesting. Coinbase, bro, we're down 4% on Coinbase and DraftKings. Who would have thought? Well. Bring us back some value, Habibi. Can you explain the call and put play on earnings? Well, what do you mean? So today I only made one put on just one play for earnings. In general, I mean, you can play and make a play on a company for earnings, but it is considered gambling. A lot of people actually frown upon playing companies on earnings in the stock market because you just never really know what to expect, and you can't. It's like as gambling as it gets. So there's many different approaches, but in general, a company's earnings and their release provides a lot of important new information for the company. That's why the stock tends to move, and sometimes in big fashion. PEGED on the high, Spotify again. Spy with the little cheek lay, but again, we hit a new all-time high today. So, in the end, it doesn't even matter. It climbs so high just to fall 10 cents. But in the end, you still bought the dip. No? I'm sorry. Spy is just tripping me out, man. 51.43. Yeah, you hit 51 right below 51.50. PayPal. I like PayPal. People get mad at me for liking PayPal. But again, someone just asked me about Square. That's a growth name. It's at 2018 prices. So I think either Square or PayPal. You know, you could take your pick. Looks like Pepsi and Coke. It's up to you. But I like PayPal. I added them to the long term. I'm still down on it, but that's one of my growth plays I'm down to add to. We'll see. The sooner I hit my dividend goal for this year, maybe I just sell a covered call it a day. If we sell that Airbnb covered call, we'll hit our $6,000 fixed income goal. I want fixed dividend. But yeah. Pepsi, I like it. $24. Sound for the long term? Probably not. And then again, if you were going to add it, I'd hope you had everything else balanced out in your portfolio. And I definitely wouldn't make it my biggest position. But I would let that company prove a lot more before adding it to the long term. Again, even with their earnings, I don't even like they sound like their last earnings wasn't that crazy. MSTR, new high, and Bitcoin. Hold up, bro. Is Bitcoin about to hit a record high? 68,480. Bro, I think you're like $1,000 away. No, you are, just you're $900 away, give or take. It's not all-time high yet. Unless, again, I'm looking at the futures. The prices might be a little different than the spot price. Gold is coming up too, 21.26. That one still blows my mind too. The digital gold and real gold is going up. I don't know, man. Is inflation going back up? Let's find out, man. We'll find out on the next jobs report in CPI. Brought to you by Delayed Data. For all of your government propaganda needs, delay your most recent economic report by over 24 months to get your agenda completed. Contact delayedgovernmentdata.com. Well, thanks for that word from our sponsors. Okay, that's it. It's been a great day today. That is crazy. $1. I don't have any bill. I have bill in other accounts, but in the long term, I am not holding any bill. I've used all the money. I had cash today and I used it on cigarettes. That sounds worse when I say it out loud, but what I meant is that I bought MO instead. So, it's at least it'll pay me a dividend. That's the good part. But yeah, no more cash in the long term. I used it all. You're up on. I'm up a lot on. I'm up over 200% on the Ferg for some reason. It kind of sucks because I kind of want to sell it. We could definitely ghetto spread it now. I could get over 100% and still have 500% upside if I really wanted to. Yeah, bro. I'm ghetto spreading that. I got $34 for that. Whoa, Spy got a dump. I just ghetto spreaded the Ferg. I sold the 185. IWM, bro, Spy, dude. I mean, again, today did have a crazy run up after hitting a new all-time high. So I don't know to freak out or not. Because now after that, and then again, Bitcoin is still going crazy. No news. You are dumping though out of nowhere. But look at that run up too. Started out of nowhere too. That's why I'm like not too freaking out. Yeah, bro, Fergalicious. That was a good play. The spreads are getting wild, but I ghetto spreaded it. So now we got back 100% on our investment, and then all we have is upside, but there's no risk on Ferg. So, like, literally can't lose money. I got filled at 17 cents. I thought it was 20. I got filled at 17, and then I sold out the $5 one above it for 34 cents. Spy. We added MO to the long term. And if you go to this channel, I posted it on the community tab. I posted pictures of all the different long-term accounts. Could be a reload. Again, crypto candles are going nuts. So, meanwhile, 68,525. Again, 69.3. 68.6 on Bitcoin. Yeah, Russell did give up all of the gains. No shit. That thing was up 0.5%. Now it's up only 0.5. Spy's right at break even. Again, Bitcoin's up 7%. Celsius still going up. I did add MO to the long term today, yes. When did you buy the first contract on Ferg? Probably like 30 minutes ago. Maybe an hour. We were doing the earnings previews. Abby was on the high. But yeah, it is on the low. 176.31. I'm gonna have to keep up this Bitcoin, man. On your Coinbase, it struck 67. $68,600. Yeah, the Ferg was like right before power hour. I was going to add Pfizer today, but then MO went lower. So, like, literally, I was saying it the other day how, like, MO hasn't been lower, and then MO just dropped here to, like, the lows of October. Then I got down, like, 39.50, 60. So I said, you know what? I'll add to the higher yielder one, and we'll see it just doing its dance. But I like Pfizer too. Pfizer's right near the lows as well. Avidel jury ruling in favor of Avidel after one contested patent. They were moving earlier. Again, Bitcoin still on the high. That's about to break the record there. Avidel's still up. Again, Beto's even moving up there. The other Intels, they're up, but still red. Damn, bro. The Fergs are 50 cents on the bid now? That's insanity. Oh, and then the Baidus came back. The puts, the calls are clapped. CDC, Mandy Cohen speaks in Bloomberg. Pouring not to rest on laurels of COVID response. Huh? What does this mean? And then that's a pretty wicked SPY bounce. High. So again, you just had that drop out of nowhere. Remember, we've had a lot of weird moves or large moves without any real catalyst. But my goodness. Dude, gold just rocketed up to, my goodness. My goodness. Oils, I'm surprised the oils actually stayed chill. Where is the dollar? Dollar barely red today, and the gold make a wow. Avidel's still working its way up there. Again, big tech has not really contributed today. Chips have, but chips came down on that little drop, some of them. The ghetto spread, I mean, go search the tutorial. It's how we turn, what, 500 into 30, 40, or 50,000 is one of those titles. But in this case, I bought the Ferg 190s. I bought these for 17 cents. So they went up, and then I shorted the contracts below it, the 185, further out of the money. I shorted these for 34 cents. So I got back more than I paid for the 190s. So you buy this one, and then if the one you bought went up in value, you would be shorting, you would be selling to open the contract below. But again, if you've never done this, I'll definitely paper trade and experiment with it a little bit, because selling premium is a little confusing at first. Might scare you. Made Ferg free. If you got more than one, you could have. You could have easily. Those plays are up like 245% now. Not just pre-earnings, but they just looked really cheap from the get-go. I'm not in Target. I don't think we're going to play Target. I'm going to play Target tomorrow morning. Again, we could even play it like right off the bell. I think their conference call is throughout the day. SPY coming down, ESTC. This thing's flushing. Looks like it already was flushing prior. 17 minutes remaining. NYCB on low today. I wonder if the regionals are still up. Yeah, regionals are still in the green, and big banks. The NYCB is just dumping. Airbnb, go to your home. All the other travels down. CDC to overhaul web presence over the next few weeks. Like, we got a new CDC website. You guys want to check it out? Follow us on TikTok and social media. We can't wait to inform you on the latest health updates. Thanks. How do you calculate standard deviation? You could look it up on the tutorial. It's how we. It's called Ghetto Standard Deviation. If you just YouTube that, it explains it. But you just take the at-the-money strike prices and add them together, and that based on what that is pricing in, it lets you know. Sport. Come on, long term. Bro, coin's up 12.6 today. Actually vicious. Do you get nervous when big positions get to lows and don't let it bother you and stay on course? I think it just all depends. But I know when I look at it, then the more I give it attention, the more you get nervous. But then once you don't pay attention, then let it kind of do its thing, it goes back to normal. So, I mean, the long term, like usually I get more reminded about the long term hitting lows when the Chad's telling me more so than anything. But that's why it's like we've had crazy situations when the market's selling off. Everybody, I want to sell, and then again when the market's hitting highs, I want to buy. So I think it just depends on how you like feed into the thought of it, I guess. The more you think about it, the more you get nervous, scared, imaginative, all sorts of things. I don't know if Market on Close came out yet. Snowbar, you just dump that real quick. Watch the chip makers. Again, 15 minutes left, 14 minutes, but they kind of sold off pretty big. I mean, Nvidia is down almost $25 right there. Celsius, even the Intel came down. Even the Macy's. Apple was already clapped. Google did come up a little bit. Russell went red. No way. Damn. Russell was leading all day. Literally up until like 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. So we'll see how it closes. I mean, we only got 13 minutes now, but my goodness. One a day, and then you got GitLab after the bell. GTLB. So SPY coming back down. You're not at the opening just yet, but this is pretty much all of what you did today. You're right back there. Again, the irony of all these days is like you're coming down, but you just hit an all-time high. And then Bitcoin had a chance to hit all-time highs right there, but it did not. 5131. So now you're actually about, what, half a point away from the opening candle. And again, that wick is pretty large. Yeah, NYCB is flushing. It just hit a low a couple minutes ago, even actually still drilling into that right now. Yeah, everybody got clapped now, too. It just all depends. But everything is in the red. There is still names that are green. So we've been kind of talking about all day. Again, like NVIDIA and all those chips are still up. But everything is green. VIX is red. Bonds still got clapped, but they kind of fought back throughout the day. I think PMIs could be big. They have a tendency to move the bonds. The bonds have been sensitive. However, jobs will be the set-all, be-all, as well as pow-pow. Again, we do have a lot of data on the way. And you are dumping a little harder. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's a little get rid of the SPY for some Bitcoin. Because SPY is still elevated here. Bitcoin is still killing it. But, I mean, you're only down 0.11. And I do believe the equal weight is still in the green. So it looks kind of aggressive from a late-day sell-off standpoint. But even on the whole day and last couple of days, we're holding up pretty well. Super Tuesday anxiety. Maybe a little bit of that. When is it? State of the Union on Wednesday or Thursday? Yeah, Powell's Wednesday, Thursday. Again, you got State of the Union, too. You got Biden, you got Powell. You're going to hear Trump results. What a week, man. A lot of data. Then you get jobs report. Last jobs report was a monster. Will the people react? March seasonality is usually good. I mean, and then again, I mean, it feels like we kind of started off good. You know, Friday was a good day, a good end of the month on February, and then a good start to the new year or the new month. Even today wasn't that bad up until like 10, 20 minutes ago. Walmart on the high. Walmart, oh, and 10-minute rigged in 3, 2, 1. Boop! Right near where you opened. You're literally like right where you opened in the morning. Isn't that great? Beware the Ides of March. It's funny because people say that, but then again, March is a positive month, seasonally speaking, at least for the S&P 500. SPR is running up a little bit there. XCL, AWK, is that SO or SQ? SO. And then SPY still a little bit lower here. Celsius, 87. Market on close, $2 billion to the buy side. Hi. Seem like a lot, huh? Watch him pay at the bell. Good luck. Last 2 weeks, kind of. Everyone just gets really frustrated when the market does nothing, and then it just makes a monster move, and then we rinse and repeat. So literally what happened last week. We're like, oh! Then we're like, ah! So it's kind of been the general fashion of the market lately. Am I good? Yeah. Why you judging me? I think that was a very accurate description of the market. Sorry for being so descriptive. Thought that was very specific. You have 500 NEO shares. What do you recommend? Decide if you want to take the risk on earnings. So I think NEO is pricing in like 20%. So be willing to lose or make that much money. If not, you could try to protect it with options or get out now. Just really depends what your plan is with those shares in NEO. But the thing, I mean, knowing what's priced in, you could at least know what to expect in terms of like a daily move following earnings. How do you know how much is priced in? Number one question, baby. So we have a tutorial. Go on YouTube, search Ghetto Standard Deviation, and that is what explains it. But quite simply, you just take the at-the-money strike prices on the week of earnings and then add them together, and that'll tell you what the market maker is pricing in. Ta-da! Alrighty. Why we crashed, I couldn't tell you. Why did we go up too, though? There was a crazy pop intraday right before this, so if I would be more questionable if we didn't have that crazy pop. Otherwise, I think we already hit a new high of the day. We're just doing the sell-off a little bit early. Still got our earnings, but again, today we had nothing when the rest of this week comparatively, you know, we're about to start running into a lot more bigger data day after day moving forward from here. So has no fear, my friends. Has no fear. When is good news? Good news? Maybe after Jerome Powell, depending on what he says in the SEP. That is the number one thing I'm waiting for. After hours news. NYCB is getting crushed. There is going to be some Japan stuff today, too, after the bell. Or tonight. That could be another thing to keep in mind. Other than that, though, I do think, again, ISM tomorrow morning. You'll get a little bit more of the Fed speakers. Wednesday for the jobs. I keep saying Tuesday. And then Powell on Wednesday, too. And then before you know it, the non-farm payrolls. Sorry, that was supposed to sound. I don't know. I don't know what voice that was. Anyways, Chadadonia, I hope you know I love you, and I'm honored to be here. And you guys are a blessing, and you guys are so much of a blessing. I want you to have a great day as the market closes. So we are about to wrap it up here, and it gets extremely loud. And that's why I want to give you this warning. It's kind of our little safe word. When I say earmuffs, that is your warning to put on your speakers or mute your speakers because it is going to get extremely loud in here. The new guy comes on. He lands the plane. He starts yelling and screaming and telling you all these things. But in the process, we have lost some good Chads, you know. Some Chads, they've been lost to dormant BBB, to bleeding eardrums, bleeding a lot of things. It's just... The things I've heard, man, I don't even want to talk about it. So all I could do is warn you, okay? So you could wear a mask or you could put on your earmuffs. But when I tell you earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers, and we are not liable for anything that occurs afterwards, okay? Sound good? Sound good. All right. Yeah. Earmuffs. That is the, as a safe word. Earmuffs. Yes. E as in Earl. A as in Arlo. R as in radio. Yeah, M as in Marcus. U as in unity. F as in fuffanuffaluffagus. Another F. And then S as in Super Saiyan. Okay, great. Okay, earmuffs. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please hold them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. To make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 64 degrees, mostly sunny, but still a little chilly out there unless you bought a call, then sold it, then quickly bought a put. Otherwise, today was a lot of confusing all-time highs, but then still showing up red. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way ad. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chadadonia. Chadadonia. It's time, baby. It's time to bring it home. It's time to bring it home, ladies and gentlemen. You know that? It's time to bring it home. You have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Are you playing the earnings? Are you playing the data? What's going to happen? Do we cool down? Do we keep ripping? Welcome to the month of March. Well, what are you going to do? You have less than 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or no. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, info, personalities. You are part of it. Part of the community, baby. Way to contribute. Way to be a part of it and show love. Good game. Let's go, baby. And without a GG, you are more likely to get banned. I'm just saying, GG shows it's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's everybody. Show some sportsmanship, baby. Let's go. It will show up on the chat packs. God bless you. I see you too, Twitch. Way to holding it down. Way to holding it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Everybody holding it down. You doing a dono, you didn't have to. Why? For you showing love. Good game, baby. Thank you. I love all of you. Way to be a light. Way to answer a question. Way to help out another Chad. Let's go. Shout out to Long Term. Good game, baby. That's how you play. Good game, bro. See you tomorrow. Good game. We got more. We got more. Days to earn it. Good game, bro. Good game. See you tomorrow. God willing. Good game. Good game. GG, I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. But it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Actually, no chat.
Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me all week, I think they speak more than they do in living. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me all week, I think they speak more than they do in living. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGD. I can hit 100.
God bless you, bro. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, Chad. Awesome day. But, Chad, that is the day, and unfortunately, we didn't make any earnings plays. There's GitLab right now. But I am so grateful for all of you being here, and thank you for your time. Thank you for every second. Thank you if you especially participated and contributed. We love you, and God bless you, and for real, just thank you every day, day in and day out for the opportunity. It's a lot of fun. I hope you opened up your week with a great set of vibes, because we got a lot more to work on, and we got a lot more on the way, baby. We love you, Josh. Pay the plug. God bless you. Smash R. Hey, man, but Chad, that is the day. God bless all of you. Thank every single one of you. Go check out the links in the description. You could be an explorer. You could find out everything we have in here. The watch list, second link, alerts, free, long-term, whatever you need. Instagram, prayer request wall. But, Chad, I actually have to get going. Yeah, I have to do something like right after the bell. I have a very important phone call. So unfortunately, I have to get going right away. So you can explore, but please pray for me. I'm going to pray for all of you, but I love you, Chad. But that is the day, and I have to go. I'm not even kidding. I'm going to see you tonight on the watch list, okay? So read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. But I love you, Chad. Don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby. Why, baby, why? And why do we take hope in all the delays, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful evening. I will see you on the watch list. And peace out. Horn. Yeah, give him one. Give him one. That's how we end it today. Bye, you guys. We did it, Joe. Yeah, fuck yeah. All right.